Chapter 7:15 Life and Death. Chapter 7:15 Life and Death. Among us, only you are qualified to contend against Violet Fairy, but I'm afraid you can't defeat her. As for Zhongming, he is quite powerful by nature. Now that he has become a copper-armored demon god, even a warrior as powerful as you can't overcome him. Lingyu, the vice palace master, said full of frustration. After hearing this, the palace master Destruction knew what he had said was true even if he was unwilling to admit it. Although Zhongming and Violet Fairy are fortunate, they are far behind from Yunfan. Mo Tao said in a low voice. Yunfan, the experts of the Eternal Realm from the ancient sect all thought of the current Great Elder of Cloud Sea Asgard, Yunfan, and a flow of indignation emerged from their heart. Yunfan was the sitting Great Elder of the Cloud Sea Asgard, who was considered as the strongest among the Eternal Realm and the Cloud Sea Asgard experts. What bothered them was that many years ago Yunfan had been just as strong as them, and the Palace Master Destruction had been even much more powerful than Yunfan at that time. Just because of the Eternal Zone expedition that happened then, however, Yunfan had been so lucky to get a demon god baptismal pool and successfully turn into a silver-armored demon god with its help. That was much more formidable than a simple copper-armored demon god. Since then, Yunfan made an earth-shaking progress and became the strongest expert of the Eternal Realm in the Cloud Sea Asgard, only ranked behind Xianyi, Palace Master of the Ancient Sect, among the experts of the Eternal Realm in the whole firmament territory. Other experts of the Eternal Realm, even those who turned into copper-armored demon gods, were still miles away from Yunfan. He had been so lucky that time. There were so many experts in the firmament territory, but till now Yunfan was the only one who had managed to turn into a silver-armored demon god by virtue of a demon god baptismal pool. Luck is also part of someone's strength. We have no choice but to wait for the next opportunity. Fortunately, the Eternal Zone will open every 100 years, which is not too much for us. The Palace Master Destruction said helplessly. That's right. Other experts of the Eternal Realm nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a burst of light emerged from the other wormhole. These little guys are coming out of the Eternal Zone. What have they gotten? Let's see. Most of the present experts of the Eternal Realm were full of expectation. As rays of light raised, many disciples of the Divine Realm strode from the wormhole. Although they were tired out after the 10-day fight, they had made some gains just for surviving in the Eternal Zone. Those disciples strode out of the wormhole one by one. Among the 6 disciples of the ancient sect, Lu Chong, Feng, Donger, and Luo Yong walked out from the Eternal Zone. Boy, what have you got? The Palace Master Destruction asked one of his best disciples with a smile. I got 3 drops of Demon God's essence blood, Feng answered. 3 drops? Very good. The Palace Master Destruction nodded with satisfaction. Those demon gods are quite strong. Even the weakest copper-armored demon god is a tough opponent among the advanced demon gods. Although they are clumsy and not good at fast movements, their bodies are quite strong to be killed. You still managed to get 3 drops of Demon God's essence blood only in 10 days. Very good. It's true. It's not easy to kill those demon gods. I really spared great efforts to find one of them alone, but failed to kill him in more than half an hour. A disciple from the Cloud Sea Asgard rushed to finish him off and got the Demon God's essence blood. Luo Yong said bitterly, who only got 1 drop of Demon God's essence blood. Donger, as powerful as Luo Yong, was lucky and got 2 drops. When it came to Lu Chong, he was a superior Divine Realm expert with great strength. So he got more Demon God's essence blood, 6 drops in total. Jin Wushuang and Situ haven't come out yet. I wonder what they have gained in the Eternal Zone. The Palace Master Destruction showed a slight smile. But this time, as light raised again, an awkward figure strode out from the wormhole. Most of the experts and disciples showed a strange look when they looked at the figure. He was Wu Dao from the Cloud Sea Asgard. Wu Dao was the strongest among the 3 superior Divine Realm experts who entered the Eternal Zone, even one of the best among the Divine Realm experts in the Cloud Sea Asgard. Logically, It should be very easy for him to make a breakthrough in the outer layer of the Eternal Zone. But now, he was as pale as death and his aura was weak to the extreme. It was obvious that he was seriously wounded. The experts from the Cloud Sea Asgard all frowned and quickly walked towards Wu Dao. One leading elder among them asked in a low voice, "Wu Dao, what happened?" "Distinguished elders, I and junior brother Dao Mei were tricked by Jian Wushuang," Wu Dao said with a grudge, and then he narrated what he had gone through in the Eternal Zone. "What? Did you just say that Jian Wushuang plotted against you two along with the Demon God clan?" The elders from the Cloud Sea Asgard were shocked. "Right." Wu Dao nodded solemnly. "Are you sure that Jian Wushuang joined hands with those demon gods, and they did not just happen to attack Jian Wushuang too?" The leading elder asked again. "That, I'm not sure. Those demon gods did attack me and junior brother Dao Mei rather than Jian Wushuang." Wu Dao replied. "How about Jian Wushuang? Do you see him?" The elder made a detailed inquiry. "No." Wu Dao nodded. "Really?" The elder thought for a while, and then he claimed, "Well, let it go. No matter whether Jian Wushuang is alive or dead, you must say you never met Jian Wushuang in the Eternal Zone if someone asks you." "Yes." Wu Dao nodded seriously. Many disciples of the divine realm came out from the wormhole one after another. After about an hour, all the experts who had survived in the Eternal Zone were almost out. Only less than 60 disciples finally came out from the Eternal Zone among the original 80 disciples from the 3 magnates and top 9 sections. There were 2 noticeable sections. One was the Cloud Sea Asgard, which dispatched 3 superior divine realm experts to the Eternal Zone, but Wu Dao was the only one who survived but suffered serious injuries. Another attractive sect was the Ancient Sect. Jian Wushuang, a peerless genius that scared all sects, who was tutored by Xianyi Palace Master of the Ancient Sect, had not shown up his face from the Eternal Zone yet. But the wormhole was going to close. Chapter 716, Xianyi's Anger, Part 1. Chapter 716, Xianyi's Anger, Part 1. Finally, the 2 wormholes that connected to the Eternal Zone finished closing and completely disappeared from sight. The whole area was filled with silence. Jian Wushuang didn't come out? The 8 eternal real experts from the Ancient Sect seemed confounded for a moment. If someone didn't leave the Eternal Zone in time, death was the only remaining possibility. Even if he was not dead yet, the Eternal Zone would not be open for another 100 years. How could a person survive there for 100 years? Even experts of Eternal Realm like them would not be able to survive there for that long. Shit. The 8 Ancient Sect experts of Eternal Realm, including Feng, Lu Chong, and the other disciples, looked rather grim. Even though, among the 6 Ancient Sect disciples who entered the Eternal Zone, Situ, he also didn't make it out in time. Jian Wushuang was much more important than Situ Yi. Jian Wushuang was an incredibly peerless genius and the personal disciple of Xian Yi. As long as he didn't die early, he was almost guaranteed to reach the Eternal Realm, and he even had a very good chance of becoming a Dao Master. But Jian Wushuang had not exited from the Eternal Zone. The surrounding experts from each sect remained silent at this time, but the looks they gave each other said everything. Good. Jian Wushuang died in the Eternal Zone. The Ancient Sect will definitely suffer a loss with his absence. The Ancient Sect? The Ancient Sect may have suffered a loss, but the issue is that Jian Wushuang is a personal disciple of Xian Yi. Now, with his youngest disciple dead, he might go crazy. I think there is something odd about his death, though. Shush. We all understand, but we don't dare to say it out loud. Let's see what happens. Xian Yi is not someone we can offend. Although he seems to be a good-tempered man who treats others kindly, he's unstoppable when he becomes angry. The trip to the Eternal Zone had come to an end. However, the experts of the top sects were in no hurry to leave because they were curious to see what would happen next. They all knew that Xian Yi would never let the death of Jian Wushuang with just that. At this moment, many different ideas were racing through the minds of the 3 magnates. In the area where the Boundless Demon sect was, "And Chao, did you kill Jian Wushuang?" The Eternal Realm experts from the Boundless Demon sect had gathered together and were looking at a pale-faced black-robed elder. This black-robed person was the one who had chased Jian Wushuang into the inner layer of the Eternal Zone. He was in Chao, an elder of the Boundless Demon sect. The arrow from Gu Yong had left a wound on him. I did injure him and even managed to kill his doppelganger, but I wasn't able to confirm his death. And Chao frowned and said, the kid had a remarkable escape skill. At the cost of burning his spiritual power, he was able to instantly increase his speed by 100 times within a short period. Even while using my full power, I was only able to keep up with him. He eventually fled to the inner layer. I did follow after him, but I came across a silver-armored demon god in the Eternal Realm before I managed to kill him. The silver-armored demon god terrifyingly powerful, so I was forced to use my trump card just to survive. So, what you're saying is that you didn't witness Jian Wushuang's death, right? Another elder of the Boundless Demon sect asked. Yes. And Chao nodded and continued, however, he's definitely dead. He burned up all of his spiritual power and even started burning his blood. Definitely dead? The elders of Boundless Demon sect laughed. An elder said, the Eternal Zone is already very dangerous, and he even entered the inner layer, which is a death trap. He has to be dead. Yes. Those demon gods utterly hate us outsiders. There's no doubt that they would kill him on sight, the elder beside him echoed. Hopefully, and Chao nodded slightly, but there was an awful premonition hidden deep in his heart. After all, he had seen Jian Wushuang working together with those demon gods to kill Wu Dao and the others. But, other than Jian Wushuang, these demon gods hated all outsiders. In the area where the ancient sect was, the 8 Eternal Realm experts had gathered together. Palace Master Destruction began to inform the sect that Jian Wushuang had not made it out of the Eternal Zone, and he had just finished telling Xian Yi. After Xian Yi heard the news, he was silent for a moment before quickly replying, I see. My doppelganger will arrive soon. Before it gets there, make sure you don't let any of the 3 magnates leave. I understand. Palace Master Destruction nodded. After he finished delivering the news, Palace Master Destruction sighed in relief, but he could sense Xian Yi's anger in those last few words he said. It seems like someone is going to suffer a lot. Palace Master Destruction sighed while looking toward the experts of the 3 magnates with pity in his eyes, but he immediately spoke, everyone from Cloud Sea Asgard, the Immortal Dynasty, and the Boundless Demon sect. After hearing his words, the experts of the 3 magnates had unnaturally fearful expressions on their faces. Anyone who even knew a little about his past would be fearful of Palace Master Xian Yi. Xian Yi. He is the strongest Eternal Realm expert in the Firmament territory. The elder from Cloud Sea Asgard, Lady Red, clasped both of her hands as various stories about Xian Yi began to run through her mind. Literally, he is a monster. It's very rare for him to personally make a move, but once he does, that person will not meet a good end no matter who they are. No one knows how powerful he is because he has never used his full power. He's always been an unfathomable and unpredictable individual. Many years ago, our palace master came to blows with Xian Yi, but after that, our palace master ordered us not to offend Xian Yi. As far as I know, our palace master merely fought with Xian Yi's doppelganger that time. In addition, it is well known that Yuan Yi is not the type to get angry easily. However, if provoked, he can create a massacre. More importantly, he usually defends his disciples. Now, with his youngest disciple dead, even if he has no evidence that it was Cloud Sea Asgard that killed Jian Wushuang, he would not just let it go. Upon hearing his words, many experts of in Cloud Sea Asgard had an even grimmer expression on their faces. In the Immortal Dynasty and the Boundless Demon sect, the Eternal Realm experts also looked solemn. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the air above them. When she saw the figure suddenly appear, Lady Red Elder took a deep breath and she looked around. Then, a low and deep voice spread about. Everyone, prepare yourselves and make sure to stay behind me while we face Xian Yi's wrath. Chapter 717, Xian Yi's Anger, Part 2. Chapter 717. Xian Yi's Anger, Part 2. In the air above them, a gigantic purple-haired man slowly emerged, and dead silence immediately reigned over the whole area. The strongest Eternal Realm expert in the Firmament Territory, Ancient Sect Palace Master Xian Yi from Sword Palace, had arrived. When the experts of the three magnates and the other 8 top sects saw Xian Yi, they realized that his face didn't have the usual mild expression. Instead, he looked slightly ferocious. They all began to feel frightened at this moment. The name of people and the shadow of trees. Xian Yi was famous in the Firmament Territory, and he was a nightmare for most of the Eternal Realm experts in the Firmament Territory. Even though it was only his doppelganger, it still possessed unprecedented power. Jian Wushuang, he was my disciple, Xian Yi said, in a voice that did not display any emotions. Although he was only in the skyscraping realm, his strength was extraordinary. It would not be a problem at all for him to pass through the Eternal Zone, but he died in the end. Cloud Sea Asgard, Immortal Dynasty and Boundless Demon Sect. You, the three magnates, should give me an explanation, shouldn't you? Explanation? What explanation? Lady Red, the elder who was leading the Cloud Sea Asgard group, snorted and continued. The Eternal Zone is full of dangers. Even Eternal Realm experts can face death there, let alone those disciples in the skyscraping realm and the divine realm. Even one of the elders from our Cloud Sea Asgard fell last time. We, Cloud Sea Asgard, had more disciples die this time. Among the 3 who were in the superior divine realm, there was only one who came back alive. We also lost so much, so who should we go to for an explanation? Life and death, poor or rich, it's all destined. Your disciple has died in the Eternal Zone. The person you should blame is the one who was not strong enough. Who else is there to blame? The red-robed elder spoke in an unhurried manner, and the experts of Cloud Sea Asgard, as well as the other 2 magnates, nodded along with him. Oh! Xian Yi raised his eyebrows, but his voice grew cold. If my disciple really was killed by those demon gods, then I have nothing to say. However, before he finished, Xian Yi's figure suddenly faded away. But when his figure appeared again, he had already grabbed someone's hand. And that person was Wu Dao. Xian Yi, what are you going to do? All of the experts of Cloud Sea Asgard were extremely surprised. Xian Yi entirely ignored them, and a purple light flashed in his eyes. Then, he looked towards Wu Dao. Wu Dao looked back at Xian Yi, but his eyes immediately grew empty. Tell me, did you see my disciple in the Eternal Zone? Xian Yi asked. Yes, Wu Dao nodded dully. This scene greatly shocked everyone in the surroundings. What? The Eternal Realm experts in Cloud Sea Asgard looked surprised, and the expressions on their faces suddenly changed. They were all aware of what had happened. Wu Dao was completely under Xian Yi's control. He had taken over his mind directly, so Wu Dao was not even conscious of what was happening. All he could do was answer Xian Yi's questions slowly and honestly. How was he doing it? What an incredibly odd technique. Have the elders of Cloud Sea Asgard ordered you to kill my disciple? Xian Yi continued to ask. Yes, Wu Dao continued to answer in a dull manner. Shit. Damn it. What? The Eternal Realm experts in Cloud Sea Asgard all began to panic. They knew beforehand that Xian Yi would be furious when they killed Jian Wushuang. However, no matter how mad he was, Xian Yi wouldn't completely lose it as long as he wasn't able to find evidence proving that they did it. But they never expected Xian Yi to have a method that directly controlled someone's mind. They had underestimated Xian Yi. What happened? Xian Yi continued to ask. I found him, along with my junior brother, Dao Mei. We should have been able to kill him, but a group of demon gods appeared out of nowhere, so we could only escape. Dao Mei was killed by those demon gods, and I narrowly escaped because of secret skill, Wu Daomu said dully. I see, Xian nodded and immediately let go of Wu Dao. Wu Dao quickly came back to his senses, then looked around blankly and said, What happened? What happened to me? He had absolutely no idea what had happened. At this moment, Xin-Yi looked toward the experts of Cloud Sea Asgard with his ice-cold eyes. Cloud Sea Asgard, do you have anything you want to say now? Xin-Yi's voice grew cold. Lady Red was somewhat terrified and shouted promptly, Mr. Xin-Yi, Wu Dao did harm your disciple, but he wasn't the one that killed him. Your disciple's death had nothing to do with our Cloud Sea Asgard. You're right. I had intended to kill all 14 of your Eternal Realm experts, but I've decided to give you a discount, so I'll only kill half of them. After saying that, he immediately made his move. In an instant, a strikingly cold sword light appeared, filling up the entire area. This sword light was extremely dazzling, but it also looked slow and stodgy, as if it possessed no power at all. It didn't seem like anything special, but this slow attack shocked all the Eternal Realm experts and their disciples. Everyone had fallen into a trance. They had become immersed in this brilliant sword light and seemed to have forgotten everything. The 14 Eternal Realm experts of Cloud Sea Asgard also went numb at that moment. The sword light seemed to attack them, but none of the 14 experts tried to fight back. Like a fool, they all went numb, allowing the sword light that appeared before them to freely dance around them. Swish! The sound of a sword being sheathed was heard as the sword light finally dissipated. The experts and disciples in the surroundings slowly came back to their senses. Once they regained their senses, they looked forward and became completely stunned. Among the people of Cloud Sea Asgard, the 14 Eternal Realm experts still stood there in a scattered manner, but 7 of them were missing their heads. 7 heads instantly flew up into the air at the same time. With one sword, 7 of 14 Eternal Realms experts had been instantly killed. Xin-Yi gently waved his sleeve as the sweeping sword essence faded away. His face still looked indifferent, as if what happened just now had nothing to do with him. The whole area remained completely silent. A deathly silence. And this silence hung over the area for a long time. Chapter 718, Xin-Yi's Anger, Part 3. Chapter 718, Xin-Yi's Anger, Part 3. The whole area was completely silent, except for the sounds of the 7 ice-cold corpses slowly hitting the ground. The 7 people who survived swallowed and stood there with their eyes wide open due to their extreme fear. Watching this, the experts of the other sects were filled with shock. They all knew that the ancient sect palace master, Xin-Yi, was terrifying and domineering, but nobody knew how powerful he really was. In the beginning, they believed that Xin-Yi might be strong enough to fight the 14 Eternal Realm experts from Cloud Sea Asgard, but they thought it would be a tough fight. They didn't expect him to kill them with only one attack. With only one attack, he had killed 7 experts from Cloud Sea Asgard. That incredible sword move frightened everyone. Apparently, Xin-Yi was still holding back his strength, or else all 14 of them would be dead. Such terrifying strength. Such overwhelming strength. After seeing his strength, some of them started to wonder if Xin-Yi had broken through and become a supreme Dao Master. It seemed to them that only a legendary Dao Master could perform such an incredible sword move. Go back and tell your palace master, nobody kills my disciples, no matter how badly they want to. You should be grateful that my disciple was not actually killed by your Cloud Sea Asgard. Otherwise, humph. Xin-Yi's voice reverberated throughout the area. Although Xin-Yi didn't finish, everyone understood what he meant. The 7 people survived, including Lady Red, were suppressing their fear deep down inside of them, not daring to say a thing. They promptly told it in secret to Yun Fan, the Great Elder, and the Palace Master behind them. Cloud Sea Asgard has already given me an explanation. Now, it's the Immortal Dynasties and Boundless Demon sect's turn. Xin-Yi looked towards the experts of the Immortal Dynasty and Boundless Demon sect, those 2 big groups. Fear swept over these experts when they saw him staring at them. The uncaged and untamed middle-aged man who led Immortal Dynasty promptly said, Mr. Xin-Yi, the Immortal Dynasty didn't hurt your disciple. Neither did our Boundless Demon sect, said the people of the Boundless Demon sect. At this time, they absolutely would not dare to admit that they had intended to hurt Jin Wushuang. As for An Chao of the Boundless Demon sect, who had actually chased after Jian Wushuang, he was definitely the most frightened one. He was terrified that he would be got caught by Xian Yi, the same way Wu Dao was, then controlled and forced to tell the truth. If that happened, he would definitely meet a very miserable end. If you two magnates give me 10 million divine gems each, I will not get to the bottom of this. As for each of the other top sects, you should give me 1 million divine gems. Anyone have a problem with that? Xian Yi's voice grew cold. Okay, no problem. No problem. The Immortal Dynasty, Boundless Demon Sect, and those top sects in the area were totally overawed by Xian Yi's strength, so no one dared to go against him. They knew that Xian Yi was taking advantage of the situation. However, they did have the ulterior motives. After all, they did make plans against Jian Wushuang. The Immortal Dynasty and Boundless Demon Sect even fought with him, so they definitely did not want to face a situation similar to the experts of Cloud Sea Asgard and have half of their experts killed. Within a short amount of time, these sects brought out enough divine gem to pacify Xian Yi. Okay, let's forget it. If anyone has any complaints, feel free to tell them to come find me. After he said that, he gave a profound look toward the 7 remaining people in Cloud Sea Asgard and left with a wave of his sleeves. While watching Xian Yi leave, the experts finally sighed in relief. Even the 8 Eternal Realm experts from the ancient sect felt a sense of relief. Palace Master Destruction said immediately, I finally know why Xian Yi is not interested in the opportunities in the Eternal Zone. He is so powerful that he is not inferior to Dao Master. So, why would he care these small benefits? Exactly, Imotao nodded and continued. I knew Xian Yi was powerful, but I didn't know he had reached such a high level. No wonder the other sects are so afraid of him. I'm sure Cloud Sea Asgard is full of regret now that they've lost 7 Eternal Realm experts. Cloud Sea Asgard did suffer a big loss. I suppose they will try to cause trouble for Xian Yi in the future. Cause trouble for Xian Yi? I don't think any of them have the guts to do that except for their palace master himself. Xian Yi is quite crafty though. He personally killed people in Cloud Sea Asgard, but he only extorted the other 2 magnates for 10 million divine gems each. So, he didn't offend them as badly as he did Cloud Sea Asgard. And Cloud Sea Asgard won't be able to do anything to him on their own. The surrounding experts from each sect continued to talk about what just happened while constantly glancing towards the remaining 7 Eternal Realm experts from Cloud Sea Asgard. In the area where Cloud Sea Asgard had gathered, Lady Red's face had turned dark red because of all the bizarre looks she felt coming from her surroundings. At this moment, a message token in her possession reacted. Of course, the owner of this token was their Palace Master. Palace Master has sent a message. Lady Red immediately looked at the token as her eyes sparkled with excitement. But the message their Palace Master sent was very simple, only 4 words. Don't upset Xian Yi. Lady Red and the other people in Cloud Sea Asgard were shocked by this message. Xian Yi killed 7 of our people. Why did the Palace Master warn us not to upset him instead? Why is he so afraid of Xian Yi? Lady Red was a bit confounded. After a while, she sighed and said, let's go. The remaining people from Cloud Sea Asgard slowly left, along with their disciples. Naturally, the experts of the other sects left as well. The trip to the Eternal Zone had come to an end. However, the incident with Xian Yi killing 7 Eternal Realm experts from Cloud Sea Asgard quickly spread throughout all of the Firmament territory and continued to be a topic of discussion for quite a long time. However, it wasn't just because of Xian Yi's anger that Jian Wushuang's death had become a heated topic among the experts in the Firmament territory. Quite a few people were sorry for Jian Wushuang because he was such a peerless genius. However, as one of the main characters of this incident, Xian Yi was sitting on the 2nd floor of the sword tower, leisurely brewing his tea. On a table close to the wall, there was a floating shadow which appeared to be a sword spark. It was the sword spark that had been taken from Jian Wushuang's sword heart with a special method when Xian Yi took him as his personal disciple. This sword spark had not vanished, which meant that Jian Wushuang was still alive. Chapter 719, Pure Soul Aura. Chapter 719, Pure Soul Aura. While the outside world was being turned upside down because of Jian Wushuang's death, there was also something happening at the inner layer of the Eternal Zone. There were a total of 10 tribes in the Demon God clan, and there were over 10,000 people in each of the tribes. The tribes lived together in a friendly manner and almost never battled amongst themselves. There were numerous houses, built completely out of stone, on the endless mountains in 8th tribe. Even the gate was made of stone. Gu Yang, who carried a longbow, stepped into 8th tribe with Jian Wushuang on his back. "Brother Gu Yang, are you back from hunting?" "Gu Yang, who is the man on your back?" All the clansmen in the tribe were very curious. "Father, who are you carrying?" A young man with a burly figure walked up to Gu Yang. "This clansman is seriously injured. Go get Eldering," said Gu Yang. "Okay." The young man nodded, and then immediately went to look for Eldering. Gu Yang took Jian Wushuang to a stone house and placed him on the stone bed that was inside. A short while later, the young man came in with a woman who had a weathered face and a dragon head crutch. "Eldering," Gu Yang spoke humbly. "Mm," Eldering replied. Then she walked to the bed and looked at Jian Wushuang with a slightly cloudy gaze. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's consciousness had already slipped into a coma. "This kid?" Eldering stared at Jian Wushuang. Then her eyes slightly narrowed before suddenly opening wide as a bright light flashed through her eyes. "Eldering, what's wrong?" Gu Yang asked in confusion. "The kid has very pure soul aura," she said. "His soul aura is very pure?" Gu Yang's face changed as he stared at Jian Wushuang in surprise. "Soul aura is the essence of our clansman. The purer the soul aura is, the stronger his bloodline is. Besides, with such a pure soul aura, his bloodline is definitely comparable to the 10th generation or maybe even higher." Elder Ing was amazed, but there was also a look of pleasant surprise on her face. "What? The 10th generation?" Gu Yang could not help being surprised. Their population was the ancient God clan. As for the Demon God clan, it was what the experts from the Firmament territory called them. Their ancestor was the ancient god, someone with enough power to destroy a whole world. They all had the bloodline of the ancient god, but after their ancestor disappeared, his bloodline became thinner and thinner as it passed down from generation to generation. They had lived in the Eternal Zone for numerous years, but the bloodline had been passed down for hundreds of generations, and the number of clansmen had reached 1 million. However, the bloodline of the ancient gods continued to grow thinner. As of now, in their ancient god clan, after baptism, 9 out of 10 clansmen could only become a copper-armored ancient god, and some, even after the baptism, could not awaken their bloodline to become an ancient god at all. Only a very small number of people could awaken the silver-armored ancient god's bloodline. Gold-armored ancient gods were even rarer. There were only about 20 gold-armored ancient gods among the 10,000 people in the tribe. This was because the bloodline of the ancient gods was getting thinner and thinner. Just as Eldering said, the ancient god bloodline that was possessed by the clansmen of the 10th generation was extremely thick. However, there were few people who were within 10 generations among the ancient god clan in the Eternal Zone. With such a pure soul aura and such a thick bloodline, there'll be no problem for this kid to become a silver-armored ancient god after baptism. He even has a good chance of becoming a gold-armored ancient god, said Eldering. Gold-armored ancient god? Gu Yang was moved. There were under 20 gold-armored ancient gods in the whole tribe, and each one of them was very old and highly respected. The birth of every gold-armored ancient god was a source of great joy for the entire ancient god clan. Where did you meet this kid? Which tribe is he from? Asked Elder Ing. I don't know which tribe he is from. I only know that he is called Jian Wushuang. When I was hunting outside, I happened to meet him while he was being chased by an outsider. I saved him and brought him back with me, said Gu Yang. Jian Wushuang? Elder Ing frowned. Our ancient god clan mostly use the ancient surnames. Although some of us use other surnames, there are very few. Besides, I have never heard of anyone who once used Jian as their surname. However, no matter which tribe he comes from, since he has such pure soul aura, he must be a clansman of our ancient god clan. It's impossible for that to be wrong. Guyang, go outside and leave this kid to me, said Elder Ing. Aye. Guyang nodded and gave Jian Wushuang one more glance before leaving. Only Jian Wushuang and Elder Ing were left in the stone house now. Elder Ing sat down beside the stone bed and stretched out her arm. Upon closer inspection, a bulge could be seen moving slowly. A moment later, an extremely ferocious-looking bug with countless tentacles climbed out of her arm. Gio, heal the kid and give him a drop of the essence blood you've stored. Elder Ing opened her mouth. Hearing this, the ferocious bug on her arm stared up at Elder Ing with an obvious look of astonishment. Essence blood had great effects, and it could only save one drop every 10,000 years, so it was very precious. Normally, it wouldn't give it to anyone, but Elder Ing had asked it to give one drop to Jian Wushuang. Although it was surprised, it obeyed Elder Ing. It quickly climbed onto Jian Wushuang's arm and spat out a drop of essence blood. The moment this drop of blood entered Jian Wushuang's body, his body couldn't help absorbing it. After it was absorbed, the wounds in his body began to recover at an alarming speed. Even Jian Wushuang's arm that had been cut by the black-robed elder, and Chao, began to repair itself at this moment. It was very clear that this drop of essence blood was so effective that it might even be able to save someone who was at death's door. What's more, Jian Wushuang's vitality soared once he finished completely absorbing this drop of essence blood. If the life of a skyscraping realm cultivator was 10,000 years, then the current Jian Wushuang could live for more than 50,000 years. After another moment, Jian Wushuang's broken arm had been completely restored, and the majority of the injuries to his body had also been cured, but the essence blood could not completely restore his exhausted spiritual power. On the stone bed, Jian Wushuang's consciousness began to come back and his eyes slowly opened. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw Elder Ing next to the bed. "Kid, are you awake?" Elder Ing was looking at him softly. Chapter 720, The Descendant of the Militant Warrior. Chapter 720, The Descendant of the Militant Warrior. Is this the Demon God tribe? Jian Wushuang looked around as he thought back to how he met Guyang, who then carried him back to the tribe. "We're the 8th tribe. I'm an elder of 8th tribe, and you can call me Elder Ing." Elder Ing looked at him. "You were badly hurt, so I asked you to give you a drop of essence blood. With that, you should be mostly healed now." Just then, the extremely ferocious bug, with many tentacles, on her arm raised its head and looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang looked back at it. Although he didn't know how precious its essence blood was, he was well aware of how severe his injury was. Under normal circumstances, even if he had used a general elixir or treasure, it would have been impossible for him to recover without half a month. But that drop of essence blood from the bug had almost completely healed him in a very short time. "Thank you," said Jian Wushuang. "We're of the same clan, so you don't need to be so polite." Elder Ing smiled and continued, "By the way, I heard from Guyang that your name is Jian Wushuang. Which tribe are you from?" "Tribe?" Jian Wushuang slightly narrowed his eyes, then shook his head and said, "I'm not from any of the tribes." He didn't intend to continue lying. Previously, in the outer layer, he could leave immediately if he needed to, so he wasn't afraid of what would happen if the demon gods investigated his identity. But now he was inside a house that belonged to the demon god clan. He was in one of the demon god clan's tribes. At this moment, if he continued lying to Elder Ing and said that he was from 7th tribe or one of the other tribes, then it would be unwise. "Not from a tribe?" Elder Ing cocked her brows. "Then you must be related to one of those militant warriors who wander around, constantly putting their lives on the line." "Militant warriors?" Jian Wushuang was curious, but he remained unmoved on the surface. "Our ancient god clan is innately militant and possesses an enormous battle intent due to the instincts passed down from their ancestor, the ancient god," Elder Ing said. "But ever since our ancestor disappeared, we have been living here and have very little contact with the outside worlds. So there aren't many battles. Even when there is a battle, it is only a contest between clansmen. Some of the clansmen can't stand it, So they leave the tribes and enter the boundless wasteland on the other end of the world to fight against the fiercely violent wild beasts. Some of them die in the intense battles with the wild beasts, while some of them survive and continue wandering the line between life and death. As time goes by, most of these clansmen should have died. There ought to be very few clansmen who are still fighting with wild beasts in the boundless wasteland. We call these people militant warriors, and you should be a descendant of them. Oh, Jin Wushuang understood now. These militant warriors left their homeland and tribes, but they still possess our great ancestors' bloodline and are still clansmen of our ancient god clan. So you are as well. Eldering looked at Jin Wushuang while smiling and said, "Since you're already here, you can stay in our tribe for a while. Also, I don't think you have gone through the demon god baptism before, have you?" "No." Jin Wushuang shook his head slightly. "Our tribes will collectively perform a demon god baptism every once in a while. At that time, the clansmen of our tribes who have reached the baptism requirements will have their ancient god bloodline awakened through the baptism. If you're strong enough, you can come with us. After all, only when you awaken the ancient god bloodline can you truly be counted as the offspring of the ancient god," said Elder Ing. "What are the requirements for baptism?" Jin Wushuang couldn't help asking. "Under normal circumstances, you only need to be an adult. Of course, those clansmen who have an extremely pure soul aura and lineage can awaken their bloodline in advance. And your lineage definitely meets the requirements," said Elder Ing. "Oh." Jin Wushuang nodded slightly and asked, "How long will it be before the next baptism?" "There's an adult baptism every year, so the next baptism will be very soon," Elder Ing said and smiled. Jin Wushuang nodded. After that, he asked some more questions which were simple common sense to the clansmen who had lived in the tribes. Elder Ing answered his questions patiently. Jin Wushuang had also asked Gu Qiong some questions before, so he already had some knowledge of the ancient god clan that was living here. At the same time, he also gained a new understanding of the Eternal Zone. It wasn't just the ancient god clan. Wild beasts also lived in the Eternal Zone. Those wild beasts lived in the boundless wasteland at the other end of the world, occupying half of the territory while the ancient god clan occupied the other half. The holy place of the ancient god clan covered a vast territory in the very center of the Eternal Zone. However, ever since their ancestor, the ancient god, disappeared, the holy place had been completely sealed and no one had been able to even set foot in it. The ancient god clan had never left the Eternal Zone, even after so many years. Because of the ancient god bloodline, the ancient god clansmen became ancient gods through baptism after they became adults, but a small portion of them had a very thin bloodline, so they couldn't awaken their own bloodline no matter how hard they tried. Only when their bloodline was really awakened could they be considered as ancient gods. Even so, there were strong and weak ancient gods. Unlike the human experts in the eternal world, the ancient gods were not divided into the skyscraping realm, divine realm, eternal realm, and so on. Their realm was determined by the number of quadrangular stars on their chest. The moment their bloodline was awakened, quadrangular stars would naturally condense on their chests. If there was one star, they would be a one-star ancient god. A one-star ancient god was equal to a human who was in the divine realm. If they condensed 2 stars, they would be a 2-star ancient god, which was equal to the eternal realm for human beings. If they condensed 3 stars, they would be the same as a supreme Tao master among the humans. There were 10 tribes and millions of people in the ancient god clan. Up till now, 1-star ancient gods at least occupied more than 90% of the population, and there were also quite a few 2-star ancient gods. Generally, the number of 2-star ancient gods in each tribe exceeded 3 figures. In other words, there were at least 100 2-star ancient gods that were comparable to the eternal realm for human beings. As for 3-star ancient gods, Elder Ing did not say much about them, but Jin Wushuang could roughly guess that there was more than one 3-star ancient god in the ancient god clan. After knowing this, even Jin Wushuang couldn't help being shocked by the awesomeness of the ancient god clan. 99% of the 10,000 clansmen already had their bloodline awakened. Once their bloodline was awakened, Even the weakest clansman was a one-star copper-armored ancient god who could compete with an advanced divine realm expert. There were more than 100 two-star ancient gods in each tribe. 10 tribes added up to over 1,000 two-star ancient gods which could compete with eternal realm experts. Could all the eternal realm experts of all sects in the whole firmament territory even be able to reach half of this number? Chapter 721. The Strength of the Ancient God Clan. Chapter 721. The Strength of the Ancient God Clan. The Ancient God Clan is quite powerful. Jin Wushuang was greatly shocked in the heart. Given the overall strength of the Ancient God Clan, it wasn't an exaggeration to say they surpassed the entire firmament territory. However, because of certain reasons, the Ancient God Clansmen could not leave the Eternal Zone, so they had little contact with the outside world. It was only during those 10 days when the outsiders came down every 100 years that they would have any contact with experts and disciples from the firmament territory. The Ancient God Clan took advantage of this to hone some of the clansmen's abilities through contact with the outsiders. But they would only send the one-star ancient gods who had just awakened to the outer layer to fight with those divine realm disciples. As for the one-star ancient gods who had previously awakened and possessed great strength, they never took part in the fights. If it was not for the purpose of honing the clansmen's abilities, the firmament territory experts and disciples who had broken into the Eternal Zone wouldn't even be able to struggle against the Ancient God Clan. "Kid, take your time and rest up. If you need something, you can look for Guyang," said Elder Ing before leaving. Jin Wushuang thanked her again. After seeing Elder Ing leave the stone house, he heaved a long sigh of relief. The 10-day deadline is already up, so it's very likely that the entrance to the Eternal Zone has completely closed. Jin Wushuang murmured as he felt a bit bitter. He was being chased, so he had no choice but to escape to the inner layer of the Eternal Zone. As a result, he was saved, but he missed the opportunity to return to the firmament territory. Once the 10-day deadline passed, the Eternal Zone would be sealed again. As for when it would reopen, it would be 100 years from now. According to what Elder Ing had just said, the clansmen of the Ancient God Clan had no way to leave the Eternal Zone. In other words, he couldn't leave anytime soon. If he wanted to leave, he would have to wait for 100 years. 100 years? Jin Wushuang couldn't help shaking his head as he smiled bitterly. However, he did not think much about it. After all, he was already here, so he could only act accordingly. According to Elder Ing, the purity of soul aura determines the concentration of the ancient god bloodline. My soul aura is very pure and my ancient god bloodline is very thick, so I can at least become a silver-armored ancient god. Jin Wushuang mused as he drummed his fingers on the stone bed. He still didn't know if his soul aura had changed, or if he really possessed the bloodline of the Ancient God Clan. He was also not sure that he could successfully awaken the bloodline and become an ancient god after entering the baptismal pool, but it was obvious that he still wanted to try. "I have to try. As long as I can awaken the ancient god bloodline and become an ancient god, even if it is just the lowest copper-armored ancient god, it is enough to enhance my strength," Jin Wushuang thought privately. However, the fly in the ointment was that once his bloodline was really awakened and he became a one-star ancient god, his own realm would have a breakthrough from the skyscraping realm to the divine realm. A breakthrough was a good thing, but Jin Wushuang did not want to break through so early because the skyscraping realm was the best stage for increasing his comprehension. Once he broke through and reached the divine realm, he might gain other abilities, but his speed of comprehension would definitely be greatly weakened. "I don't need to hurry to do that. Since I'm forced to stay in the Ancient God Clan for 100 years, I'll have lots of opportunities to enter this baptismal pool. Before that, I can continue cultivating and wait to have the baptism in a dozen years, or even at the 99th year," Jin Wushuang thought. While sitting cross-legged on the bed, Jin Wushuang swallowed some elixirs and began to recover his spiritual power. His spiritual power was still exhausted at present. After half a day, 30% of the spiritual power inside Jin Wushuang's body had barely recovered. After sensing that his strength was slowly recovering, Jian Wushuang was slightly relieved, but there was a sharp light in the depths of his eyes that would make people tremble. Cloud Sea Asgard, Immortal Dynasty, Boundless Demon Sect. He clenched his hands. This trip to the Eternal Zone could be said to be the closest to death he had ever been. Thankfully, he was calm and decisive, which barely saved his life. In addition, he was forced to stay in the Eternal Zone and he couldn't leave for the next 100 years. But the worst part was that Gu Qiong died because of him. All of this was caused by the three magnates. I have never provoked the three magnates, but they have spared no effort to kill me. Very well, you wait and see. Killing intent exploded in Jian Wushuang's eyes. He always drew a clear distinction between kindness and hatred. He wouldn't attack others unless others attacked him. Since the three magnates had provoked him, he would not be kind to them. Of course, he was trapped in the Eternal Zone and couldn't leave for now, so he wasn't a threat to them for the time being, but the situation would be different in 100 years. Time flew by and 3 days had passed since Jian Wushuang was brought to the 8th tribe. After 3 days, Jian Wushuang's spiritual power had been completely restored. He even managed to create another slaughter body since the previous one was killed by An Chao. As long as his two original bodies weren't both killed, the one which was killed could be recreated by the other. Jian Wushuang's state had returned to the peak once again. While sitting cross-legged on the bed, Jian Wushuang was wholeheartedly meditating on Tao when there was a loud noise from outside. Jian Wushuang's face changed slightly and he opened his eyes, then he walked out of the house. Immediately after walking outside, while standing in front of the door, he saw lots of clansmen gathered together in a vast open place and two young men fight intensely at the center. Jian Wushuang knew one of the young men. He was Gu Lan, the son of the silver-armored ancient god, Gu Yang, who carried Jian Wushuang back to the tribe. Gu Lan had not reached adulthood yet, and still hadn't had his baptism to awaken his ancient god bloodline. The other young man who fought with him also hadn't awakened his bloodline. While watching the fierce fight between the two men, Jian Wushuang walked toward the crowd. The fierce fight was quickly over, and the winner was Gu Lan. Haha, who is not convinced? Feel free to come forward and fight with me. Gu Lan had an antagonistic expression as he looked around, and his loud, hearty laughter sounded throughout the open space. There were quite a few clansmen who also hadn't awakened their bloodline around him, but these people just looked at one another without the intention of fighting. Among the clansmen who hadn't awakened their bloodline and become real ancient gods, Gu Lan was obviously the strongest. Chapter 722, Challenging. Chapter 722, Challenging. What? No one has the courage? Seeing no one dare to stand out, Gu Lan had a larger smile. Then he noticed Jian Wushuang next to him, and his eyes immediately lit up. Jian Wushuang, Gu Lan turned to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang raised his head in surprise. I heard from Eldering that you're a descendant of the militant warriors. Gu Lan paused and then continued. I heard about the stories of the militant warriors long ago. They dared to break into the boundless wilds and fought with the wild's beasts. Because they constantly adventure on the edge of life and death, they are much stronger than the clansmen at the same level. I've always greatly admired them, but I have never been fortunate enough to meet any of them. Until I finally met you, a descendant of the militant warriors. You were injured at that time, so I could not challenge you, but you seem to have recovered. Do you have the courage to fight with me now? Hearing this, Jian Wushuang forced a smile. He just came here to watch the fierce battle, but he never expected that Gu Lan would challenge him directly. But Jian Wushuang understood that the clansmen were aggressive by nature. Even though they did not have any conflicts of interest, they often fought with each other. Since he was said to be a descendant of the militant warriors, it was normal for the members of the 8th tribe to challenge him. How about it? Are you brave enough? Gu Lan said. Of course. If you want, I'll fight with you. Jian Wushuang's eyes became sharp. He also wanted to know the real strength of the ancient god clansmen. Hearing Jian Wushuang's answer, Gu Lan laughed, and the other clansmen immediately opened up a path for him. Jian Wushuang walked forward, and stood in front of Gu Lan. Jin Wushuang, be careful, Gu Lan reminded him. Then he suddenly stamped his feet heavily. Bang! The ground under his feet immediately cracked. Gu Lan turned into a phantom and appeared in front of Jin Wushuang. He snorted and clenched his huge fist, releasing an explosive power. His punch seemed to be able to destroy a huge mountain. It caused an intense blast that carried terrifying power. However, Jin Wushuang did not dodge Gu Lan's punch. He stood there and also threw a pure punch, but he only exerted 70% of his strength because he was unclear Gu Lan's real strength. Even so, he had nearly reached the offensive power of a divine realm expert because of his cultivation method and strong body. The two huge fists quickly collided. Bang! With a muffled sound, Jin Wushuang felt that his right hand go numb and a pain passed along his arm. He was even knocked backward. Gu Lan hasn't experienced baptism, so he's not an ancient god yet. According to the levels of human warriors, he's just a skyscraping realm expert. How can he be so physically strong? Jin Wushuang felt it so incredible. He knew that the ancient god clansmen were best at physical strength, but he did not expect that Gu Lan would be so powerful before he became an ancient god and be much stronger than ordinary divine realm experts. Whoosh! Gu Lan approached Jin Wushuang again and punched with both fists this time. Bang! 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 Each punch rushed towards Jin Wushuang with a terrifying power. Jin Wushuang exerted himself to resist, but he was overpowered by Gu Lan in terms of physical strength, so he was forced to retreat. Haha, Jin Wushuang, you're just SOSO as a descendant of the militant warriors. I only used 80% of my power to defeat you, Gu Lan laughed. Jin Wushuang's face darkened. He suddenly turned his palm upside down and a long sword appeared in his palm. It was not the Emperor's sword, though. It was just an ordinary one. Oh, are you going to use your weapon? It makes no difference, Gu Lan sneered. We'll see, Jin Wushuang smiled confidently. Gu Lan appeared in front of Jin Wushuang and released another violent punch towards him. However, Jin Wushuang did not punch back this time. Instead, he waved the long sword, causing an immaterial vortex to instantly appear. Gu Lan's fist landed on the vortex but was continuously weakened by it. In the end, the power of his fist was completely dissipated. Gu Lan looked surprised. Before he could figure it out, Jin Wushuang swung the long sword casually, once again. The sword light appeared to be slow, but it was so fast in Gu Lan's eyes, making him feel as if he could not dodge it. Gu Lan felt a little anxious and raised his fist to smash the sword light. Swoosh! He missed the sword light and it continued forward, gliding over his shoulder and leaving a tiny sword scar. Damn it! Gu Lan's expression changed. He turned back and struck forward with his knee. However, Jin Wushuang dodged it easily and swept out with his long sword, causing another vortex to appear. The vortex surrounded Gu Lan and slammed him against the ground, but Gu Lan immediately struggled to stand up. One more time, Gu Lan shouted and put on a pair of Divin-level red boxing gloves, which could enhance his offensive power. Jin Wushuang just stood there, swinging his long sword casually to resist Gu Lan's attacks and leaving some scars on him. He's too slow and clumsy. His attack method is also too simple and predictable. He has nothing but brute force, Jin Wushuang thought, shaking his head. Gu Lan was physically strong but weak in other aspects, especially in close combat, perhaps because he had not experienced any life-and-death battles or mastered any skills. He was like a baby who could raise a heavy sword but was unable to display its full power. Jin Wushuang just waved his sword casually to resolve his attacks with ease and even teased him. Chapter 723, Gu Changfeng. Chapter 723, Gu Changfeng. Yes, he was teasing him. The clansmen around also discovered it. Jin Wushuang was teasing Gu Lan. He just stood there and did not move forward at all. Okay, that's enough, a man suddenly said. Gu Lan stopped attacking after hearing the voice, even though he was unwilling. Brother Feng, Gu Lan turned to face the man. Jin Wushuang also looked at him. This young man with a sturdy body and a handsome face was more than 2 meters tall, and he held a black spear in his hand. The other clansmen looked at him with a hint of worship. The young man directly came to Gu Lan and said in a low voice, "I told you before that your attacks are too simple and that you should adventure in our tribe's underground palace more often, but you always believe that physical strength is more important. Now you're paying the price for it, right?" Upon hearing this, Gu Lan's face flushed with embarrassment, but he could not refute his words. He was indeed defeated due to his lack of combat skills. The underground palace mentioned by the young man was an exclusive place for the clansmen to practice their combat skills. Humph! The young man snorted and turned to Jin Wushuang. A smile appeared on his face before he said, "I'm Gu Changfeng, brother of Gu Lan. I just watched you fight with Gu Lan. You have exceptional swordsmanship and impressive fighting experience. You deserve your title as a descendant of the militant warriors. Could you please fight with me?" Jin Wushuang raised his head and glanced at Gu Changfeng, but he did not directly assent. Jin Wushuang, Brother Feng, is the strongest among the clansmen of the 8th tribe who haven't awakened their bloodline yet. His bloodline is also the purest. After he reaches adulthood and enters the baptismal pool, he can definitely become a silver-armored ancient god or even a gold-armored ancient god, Gu Lan said. Oh! Jin Wushuang raised his eyebrows. He was very interested in what Gu Lan just said. Since the lifespan of the ancient gods was extremely long, it usually took a clansman more than 1,000 years to enter adulthood. Therefore, many of the clansmen in the 8th tribe had not awakened their bloodline yet. Since Gu Changfeng ranked first among them, he certainly possessed extraordinary strength. At the very least, he was much stronger than Gu Lan. "Since that is so, please," Jin Wushuang said, "be careful. Compared to Gu Lan, I'm stronger and have better combat skills." Gu Changfeng looked at Jin Wushuang with a trace of excitement in his eyes. He had only heard of the militant warriors, but never really met any of them. He knew that the militant warriors constantly fought with the wild beasts, so they were experienced and had far more excellent fighting skills than the ordinary clansmen. He was shocked by the swordsmanship Jin Wushuang had displayed just now. He looked forward to sparring with Jin Wushuang. "I'll start." As Gu Changfeng shouted, he thrust forward with the black spear. The tip of the spear had a cold glow, even in the sunlight. It was silent, like a poisonous snake striking out from a hole in the ground. So fast, Jin Wushuang was shocked. He was quite surprised by the speed of Gu Changfeng's spear stroke. Gu Changfeng was indeed much stronger than Gu Lan. Jin Wushuang dared not underestimate Gu Changfeng anymore. With a twist of his wrist, he directly swung the long sword toward the spear. When the sword and spear collided, Jin Wushuang immediately found that his sword, which should have had the edge, was pushed back by the spear, as Gu Changfeng's power was at least twice that of Gu Lan's full power. The spear's terrifying force directly knocked back Jin Wushuang's sword, and then continued to stab towards him. Jin Wushuang stepped backwards to dodge the spear. Gu Lan's eyes sparkled, then he suddenly shifted the tip of the spear. It happened in the blink of an eye, which was completely caught Jin Wushuang off guard. Not bad. Jin Wushuang's eyes flashed with a hint of excitement. After the first round of fighting, he already realized that Gu Changfeng's ability in close combat was much stronger than many ancient sect disciples who were proficient in close combat. His spearmanship was also excellent. However, his comprehension of the Tao was slightly insufficient. But his incredible physical strength could completely make up for his shortcoming in Tao comprehension. "It seems that I have to use a few tricks if I want to defeat him," Jin Wushuang smiled and casually struck the spear's body directly with his sword. The spear tip, which had been close to Jin Wushuang's body, was deflected to the side and missed its target. This, Gu Changfeng was stunned and glanced at Jin Wushuang. He never expected that Jin Wushuang would be able to dodge his spear in this manner. Then, Jin Wushuang began to exert the full ability of his swordsmanship. He hacked with his long sword faster and faster, with each sword stroke being simple and pure, but exquisite. Gu Changfeng was quickly surrounded by sword shadows. What? This swordsmanship. Gu Changfeng parried Jian Wushuang's sword strokes in haste, but he gradually failed to keep up as they became faster and faster. Gu Changfeng's face darkened. He exerted himself to stab his long spear forward. The might and incredible force even caused a burst of sound, causing Jian Wushuang to be shocked as he rushed backward in haste. Their combat stopped. Jian Wushuang, as a descendant of the militant warriors, your swordsmanship is really strong, Gu Changfeng sighed with admiration. Your spearmanship is also good, Jian Wushuang laughed, but he was quite surprised in his heart. He was definitely just as strong as a superior divine realm expert. Even though he did not use the power of his sword heart, he had used the full ability of his swordsmanship. Even with that, he still could not defeat Gu Changfeng. On the contrary, he was forced to retreat by the incredible force that Gu Changfeng released. That force, Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes slightly. That final blow that Gu Changfeng released was much stronger than many advanced divine realm experts when they exerted their secret skills. But Gu Changfeng had not awakened his bloodline and become a real ancient god yet. In other words, he was equivalent to a human skyscraping realm expert, but his strength was already so amazing. It was unbelievable. Chapter 724, Star River. Chapter 724, Star River. If I don't use the power of my sword heart, I'm much weaker than him in physical strength. But his fighting skills are inferior to mine, and his spearmanship is not as good as my swordsmanship either, Jian Wushuang thought. Both of them had their own advantages. Gu Changfeng was physically strong while Jian Wushuang was excellent at fighting skills and swordsmanship. Jian Wushuang, your swordsmanship is very excellent, but your physical strength is lacking. I guess you haven't cultivated the ancient god's secret skill yet? Gu Changfeng asked. Ancient god's secret skill? Jian Wushuang shook his head. He had heard of the ancient god's secret skill and that it could greatly enhance one's offensive power. It was the best among the secret skills which could enhance offensive power. For sect experts in the firmament territory, there were 3 great opportunities in Eternal Zone: Demon God Essence Blood, Life and Death Baptismal Pool, and the ancient god's secret skill. I knew it. Seeing Jian Wushuang shake his head, Gu Changfeng was not surprised. Through his fight with Jian Wushuang, he had already discovered that Jian Wushuang was physically weak. It was obvious that Jian Wushuang had not cultivated the ancient god's secret skill yet. Gu Changfeng, are you saying that you've cultivated the ancient god's secret skill? Jian Wushuang asked. He knew that those secret skills which could enhance one's offensive power were only accessible to divine realm experts in the firmament territory. Since he was just a skyscraping realm expert, he was not qualified to cultivate them yet. This obviously made him weaker than divine realm experts in physical strength. If it were not for his sword heart, he would not be able to compete with those advanced or superior divine realm experts, no matter how strong his swordsmanship was. After hearing his words, Gu Changfeng blinked and said, "Of course I've cultivated the ancient god's secret skill. Actually, everyone in our tribe, including the clansmen who have not awakened their bloodline, have cultivated the ancient god's secret skill. But the levels we have cultivated are different. For example, Gu Lan is cultivating level 2, which can enhance his physical strength 6 times. I'm cultivating level 3, which can directly enhance my physical strength 9 times. Really? Jian Wushuang opened his eyes wide in astonishment. No wonder Gu Changfeng and Gu Lan were so strong physically. Both of them had cultivated the ancient god's secret skill. The ancient god's secret skill could also enhance one's power was available to the clansmen who had not awakened their bloodline. Since they can cultivate it at their current level, what about me? Jian Wushuang thought. Let's go. I will take you to the place where we cultivate the ancient god's secret skill, Gu Changfeng said and laughed. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded his head eagerly, his eyes full of excitement. Jian Wushuang followed Gu Changfeng to a hillside. The entire 8th tribe was located on a huge mountain. On this hillside, there was a large black temple. It looked ancient, and one could feel its mysteriousness even before entering. There were several clansmen standing guard in front of the temple. When Gu Changfeng and Jian Wushuang approached the front gate, the clansmen immediately turned and faced them. However, they could feel the pure spiritual aura of Jian Wushuang, so they glanced at him and then allowed him to enter. Except for the bright gems shining in the slightly dim temple, there were no other decorations. Jian Wushuang, look at the surrounding stone walls, Gu Changfeng said. Jian Wushuang immediately fixed his eyes upon them and was shocked. He realized there were ancient words carved all over the stone walls. What's this? Jian Wushuang frowned as he began to read the ancient words. This is Star River, the ancient god's secret skill I'm cultivating. You can start reading from there, Gu Changfeng pointed to a stone wall. Jian Wushuang looked up and found the first chapter of this secret skill. One of the 3 ancient god's secret skills, the Star River secret skill. Jian Wushuang was shocked. Even though he knew about the existence of the ancient god's secret skill, he did not expect there to be 3 types. The Star River secret skill that was carved on the stone walls in front of him was one of the 3 ancient god's secret skills that could greatly enhance one's offensive power. With a trace of doubt, Jian Wushuang continued to read it. The Star River secret skill was divided into many levels, level 1, level 2, and the 11th level. This stone wall recorded the 11 levels of the Star River secret skill. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang had been completely taken aback. 11 levels. There are 11 levels. How could that be possible? Jian Wushuang looked at it in shock as he was roared wildly in his heart. He realized that the Star River secret skill was the one which Vice Palace Masterling you mentioned before. But Vice Palace Masterling, you said that this secret skill was comprised of 5 levels, each of which could enhance one's offensive power 3 times. After he cultivated to level 5, his offensive power would be enhanced 15 times. This secret skill was absolutely heaven-defying. After all, the secret skills in the firmament territory, or even the eternal world, could only enhance one's offensive power 10 times at most. Because of this secret skill attracted experts and disciples from all the sects in the firmament territory. All the experts wanted to obtain more ancient god essence blood and cultivate the highest level of the secret skill so that they could enhance their offensive power 15 times, which would be a huge advantage. However, none of them knew that the secret skill they were crazy for actually consisted of 11 levels instead of 5. Each level could enhance one's offensive power 3 times. After someone cultivated the highest level, his offensive power would be enhanced 33 times. Terrifying. What a terrifying secret skill. Jian Wushuang was completely taken aback. The experts in the firmament territory were already quite eager to obtain the first 5 levels. If they knew that there were 11 levels, they would definitely go crazy. Oh no! Jian Wushuang's look suddenly changed. He stared at level 11 and read it through quickly. He was even more astonished. The 11th level? No, the Star River secret skill has more than 11 levels. The 11th level isn't the end of the Star River secret skill. Chapter 725, Level 3. Chapter 725, Level 3. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes wide while his heart was beating violently. He asked, Gu Changfeng, does the Star River secret skill consist of more than 11 levels? Yes, it does. Gu Changfeng nodded his head and said, the higher levels of Star River and the other 2 ancient gods' secret skills have higher requirements for the bloodline's purity and strength, so they are not carved in this temple. Only gold-armored ancient gods are qualified to cultivate them. What? Only gold-armored ancient gods are qualified? Jian Wushuang's expression changed slightly. Among the millions of ancient god clansmen, there were only about a dozen gold-armored ancient gods in each tribe. That was to say, only a few people were qualified to cultivate the other 2 ancient god secret skills in the higher levels of the Star River secret skill. Nevertheless, the 11 levels of the Star River secret skill are sufficient for ordinary clansmen. For example, many 1-star silver-armored ancient gods in our tribe can cultivate level 9 of the Star River secret skill at most, Gu Changfeng said. Level 9? Jian Wushuang asked in surprise. Level 9 of the Star River secret skill could enhance one's offensive power 27 times. It was already very amazing. That explains the incredible strength of the ancient god clansmen, in spite of their shallow comprehension in the Tao. Even the weakest one-star copper-armored ancient god can compete with an advanced divine realm expert, Jian Wushuang sighed. When he was in the outer layer of the Eternal Zone, he had witnessed how the ancient gods fought with the human disciples in the divine realm. Those demon gods had poor Tao comprehension, but they possessed a terrifying level of strength. Any copper-armored ancient god was as strong as, or even much stronger than an advanced divine realm expert. Not to mention the fact that those ancient gods had just awakened their bloodline and gone to the outer layer to practice their combat skills. They would be comparable to superior divine realm experts in no time at all, even if they were just one-star copper-armored ancient gods. That was due to their incredible physical strength, which resulted from their unique talent and, more importantly, the Star River secret skill. Once their bloodline was awakened, these one-star ancient gods could cultivate level 6 or 7 of the Star River secret skill, which would enhance their offensive power 18 or 21 times. With such an advantage in physical strength, they would be completely terrifying at that time. Jian Wushuang, your bloodline is very pure, even purer than mine. Since I've cultivated up to level 3, you will definitely be able to as well. But that's the highest level we can cultivate. We can't cultivate level 4 or higher until we go through the baptism and awaken our bloodline, Gu Changfeng said. Level 3? Jian Wushuang nodded to himself. All right, you can cultivate by yourself. I'll wait for you outside, Gu Changfeng said before walking out of the temple. After that, Jian Wushuang was left alone in the temple. Jian Wushuang sat down cross-legged and looked at the stone wall in front of him with a hint of expectation. The human warriors in the firmament territory are extremely eager to cultivate the Star River secret skill, but they have to find ways to get ancient god essence blood before cultivating it. The higher levels require more ancient god essence blood. Can I cultivate the Star River secret skill without the essence blood? Jian Wushuang thought. He was not completely sure whether he really had the ancient god bloodline or not. But now, he could find out by cultivating the Star River secret skill. As long as he could cultivate 1 or 2 levels of the Star River secret skill successfully without absorbing ancient god essence blood, it would mean that he really did possess the ancient god bloodline and could definitely transform into an ancient god after experiencing the ancient god baptism. If he failed, it meant that he just had a similar spiritual aura to the ancient gods instead of possessing the ancient god's bloodline. Let me start. Jian Wushuang started to cultivate level 1 on the stone wall without making too much preparation. It was comparably the easiest one, so Jian Wushuang started cultivating it. However, he discovered that he had succeeded in cultivating it on the first try. Did I succeed? Jian Wushuang's eyes sparkled with excitement. As he had succeeded without absorbing the ancient god essence blood, it meant that he really did have the ancient god's bloodline. He began to practice level 2 without pause. The Star River secret skill was closely related to the ancient god bloodline, so the purer his bloodline was, the easier it would be for him to cultivate it. Obviously, Jian Wushuang possessed a very pure ancient god bloodline, so he cultivated the first 3 levels of the Star River secret skill in less than an hour. He stood up and activated the Star River secret skill while still inside the temple. It's so strong. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists and felt his power increase by 9 times. At this moment, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Because he cultivated the heavenly creation skill, he had already been comparable to a divine realm expert in physical strength. Now that the Star River secret skill had enhanced his physical strength 9 times, he was even stronger than an ordinary divine realm expert in all aspects, even though he was still just a skyscraping realm expert. Now, even if I don't use my sword heart, I can compete with those superior divine realm experts. If I do use my sword heart, very few superior divine realm experts can defeat me, Jian Wushuang thought with a confident look. Of course, he was referring to the human superior divine realm experts in the firmament territory. It would be different when he encountered special clans like the ancient god clan. For example, the gold-armored ancient god he met in the outer layer of the Eternal Zone. That one-star gold-armored ancient god had easily smashed Long Tao, the genius disciple of the immortal dynasty, to death with a single hammer. With such terrifying strength, he was far stronger than superior divine realm experts. He was probably comparable to eternal realm experts. However, Jin Wushuang should still be weaker than that gold-armored ancient god. The Star River secret skill can be cultivated to a higher level. Jin Wushuang looked at the stone walls eagerly, but then he shook his head. Unfortunately, I'm only in the skyscraping realm. I can't cultivate the higher levels until after the baptism, when I transform into an ancient god. Chapter 726, Underground Palace. Chapter 726, Underground Palace. After cultivating up to the third level of the Star River secret skill, Jin Wushuang immediately left the palace. Outside of the palace, Gu Changfeng was still waiting quietly. After seeing Jin Wushuang, Gu Changfeng asked, "How did it go?" "I have made it to the third level," Jin Wushuang said with a smile. "I knew it," Gu Changfeng said and also revealed a smile. "Gu Changfeng, I heard you talk to Gu Lan about the underground palace." "What is that?" Jin Wushuang asked. "The underground palace is a place our tribe uses for honing the fighting skills of disciples. If you want to go there, I can guide you," Gu Changfeng said. "All right, lead the way," Jin Wushuang said. Gu Changfeng raised his eyebrows, then guided Jin Wushuang to the underground palace. Under the guidance of Gu Changfeng, Jin Wushuang arrived at an empty loft with a passage that led to the underground. Following the passage, Jin Wushuang quickly reached the underground palace. The underground palace was actually a huge open space with a humongous gem shining at the top. Because of this gem, there was not much difference between being in the underground palace or being outside. "Is this the underground palace?" Jin Wushuang asked while looking at the space, which had 3 different regions in the center. These 3 regions were covered by 3 great restrictions, in which only a few figures were visible. Gu Changfeng explained, "The underground palace can only be used to hone fighting skills. While you train here, the opponents you face are the puppet fighters which were obtained by the ancient god clan while following the ancient god many years ago. Those puppet fighters were specifically refined, so they would be the most suitable opponents for honing fighting skills. The 3 regions of the underground palace represent 3 different tests: the heaven level test, earth level test, and human level test. In the human level test, the opponent is only 1 puppet fighter. However, the earth level test has 10 puppet fighters. As for the heaven level test, there are 100 puppet fighters. And each test is divided into 9 levels of difficulty. Every test has different levels of difficulty. So, even if you can defeat the 10 puppet fighters in the first level of the earth level test, that does not mean you can beat the 100 puppet fighters in the first level of the heaven level test. The test is different, so the difficulty is different as well. The difficulty of these tests can be controlled by the challenger, so you can adjust it yourself. Hearing this, Jin Wushuang nodded secretly. 3 regions, 3 different tests, all different in nature, and each test had 9 levels of difficulty. Besides, those who fight in the underground palace can only rely on their own fighting skills. Nothing else can be used. "Of course, your swordsmanship can be used," Gu Changfeng said, "but there is no sense in telling you so much about it. Pick a region and give it a try." "Okay," Jin Wushuang said and nodded his head. After looking at the 3 regions in front of him, he didn't hesitate and went directly towards the central region, where the earth level test was. As soon as he entered the restriction, Jin Wushuang saw 10 towering figures standing in front of him. He chose to enter the earth level test, so the opponents were obviously the 10 puppet fighters. "Come on." The Emperor's sword appeared in his hands and battle intent flickered in his eyes. The 10 puppet fighters also did not give him any time. As soon as Jin Wushuang appeared, the 10 puppet fighters all began to move at the same time. Swish, 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 swish. The 10 puppet fighters all used different weapons, so they were good at different aspects. Some were good at offensive power, some were good at speed, and some were good at entanglement. The 10 puppet fighters instantly charged towards him and attacked at the same time. Jian Wushuang also forwarded to the fight immediately with moving Emperor Sword in succession. But at the moment of the first movement, Jian Wushuang felt quite surprised. There is no trace of the Dao. In the underground palace, it seems to be impossible to use the Dao. Does that mean it's useless no matter how high one's comprehension of the Dao is? Jian Wushuang immediately thought about it, but he quickly discovered that it was not just the Dao that couldn't be used here. Even his sword heart couldn't be used in this fight. He was also unable to perform the Star River secret skill. The only thing he could depend on was his own swordsmanship. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The Emperor's sword in Jian Wushuang's hands was an eternal weapon, but its power also couldn't be used at all. It was the same as fighting these puppet fighters while using an ordinary longsword. The power and speed of these puppet fighters is similar to mine, as are all the other aspects. The only difference is in fighting skill, Jian Wushuang thought while narrowing his eyes slightly. Now, he clearly understood the training in the underground palace. The training in the underground palace was only aimed at their fighting skills. Any secret skills or other methods of fighting were of no use at all. And the strength of these puppet fighters was also the same as his, with the only difference being in their fighting skill. These 10 puppet fighters that Jian Wushuang was facing were at the first level of difficulty, only possessing very average fighting skills. Although the power of the 10 puppet fighters was no less than Jian Wushuang and the battle was 10 against 1, Jian Wushuang was still easily able to defeat all 10 puppet fighters in a few moments. The first level of difficulty is no threat to me. Let me try the second level of difficulty. Jian Wushuang used his mind to communicate with the 10 puppet fighters, causing all 10 puppet fighters to strike at Jian Wushuang again. This time, the fighting skills of these 10 puppet fighters were much better than they were a moment ago. The fighting skills all the puppet fighters improved, and they even teamed up against him. This time, even Jian Wushuang wasn't able to win as easily as he had last time. However, he still succeeded while only depending on his swordsmanship. Next was the third level of difficulty. After reaching the third level, the fighting skills of these 10 puppet fighters had been extremely brilliant. Jian Wushuang even felt that the fighting skills of these puppet fighters, while at the third level, was not weaker than Gu Changfeng. That's to say, fighting these 10 puppet fighters was like fighting 10 Gu Changfengs that had joined forces to attack him. Fortunately, since their strength was equal, Jian Wushuang was able to muddle through with his excellent swordsmanship. After a while, he finally defeated a puppet fighter after finding a flaw. After he beat one of them, he was able to beat the rest of them, one by one. Jian Wushuang succeeded in the third level of difficulty. However, on the fourth level, each of the 10 puppet fighters had a dreadful level of fighting skills, not much less than Jian Wushuang's. Once the 10 puppet fighters joined hands, even though Jian Wushuang tried his best, he only managed to fight them for a while before he was defeated. Chapter 727, Battling Techniques. Chapter 727, Battling Techniques. As Jian Wushuang walked out of the restriction of Earth level test, Gu Changfeng immediately stepped forward to greet him. Jian Wushuang, have you really passed the third stage of the Earth level test? Gu Changfeng stared at Jian Wushuang incredulously. Although he had remained outside the restriction the whole time, he had been watching Jian Wushuang fighting inside the restriction with great concentration. In the Earth level test, what Jian Wushuang faced was 10 puppet fighters, which could merely count as the medium level among the 3 kinds of tests. Once the test progressed to the second stage, no ordinary clansman could power through it. So far, even Gu Changfeng himself had been able to pass the second stage of the Earth level test. But Jian Wushuang had now passed the third stage of the Earth level test. When he battled with Jian Wushuang before, he could tell that Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship was of a very high caliber. Added to this, his offensive ability was overwhelming. However, he only expected Jian Wushuang to pass the second stage of the Earth level test at most. But to his surprise, perhaps this guy didn't reveal his true strength when he dueled with me. Gu Changfeng muttered to himself. Now, of the 3 types of tests there is, I've tried the Earth level. Next, I'll have a go at the heaven level test and then the human level test, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Then, he headed for the other two tests. In the human level test, he would face only one puppet fighter. Despite the intimidating power this puppet fighter had, the pressure it imposed upon Jian Wushuang was obviously less than the Earth level test. After breaking through the first 3 stages, Jian Wushuang finally failed during the 4th stage. But what was quite remarkable was that he managed to put up a good fight against the puppet fighter in the 4th stage. The final test was the heaven level test, which was also the most difficult one. In the heaven level test, his opponents were 100 puppet fighters, which coordinated with each and other advanced on him from all directions. This put Jian Wushuang at a major disadvantage. Jian Wushuang passed the 1st and the 2nd stage. But in the 3rd stage, the puppet fighter launched ferocious attacks against Jian Wushuang, who exerted all his efforts to defend himself but was eventually defeated. Among the 3 kinds of tests, the heaven level test is the hardest one to deal with. As to the other 2, they're just fine. Jian Wushuang had now gained a clear understanding of all the tests. After experiencing the 3 varied tests, he began to have high expectations of the underground palace. Among the 3 kinds of tests the underground palace offered, the human level test aimed to hone one's individual battling skills, while the earth level test and the heaven level test were aimed at testing how a man could handle sieges and converging attacks. Each of these tests was further divided into 9 stages according to their assorted level of difficulty. They provided a great opportunity for men continuously seeking to improve their battle techniques. For Jian Wushuang, this was a perfect place to gain more experience. I thought my battle techniques were already powerful, but who knows, I failed the 3rd stage of the heaven level test in the underground palace. Seems that there is still much room for improvement in terms of my battle techniques and swordsmanship, Jian Wushuang murmured, his hands clenched tightly. Now that he had been trapped in the ancient god clan, it was impossible for him to get out. As he would be here for a long time, he would not just lie there and do nothing. Instead, he decided to try every means to improve his strength, including polishing his battle techniques. These kinds of techniques would certainly come in handy when he was in a fierce fight or tangled warfare. For the remainder of his days there, Jian Wushuang spent most of his time inside the underground palace, constantly familiarizing himself with these 3 sorts of tests. He continually made progress by undergoing the pitched battles day and night. It could be said that he had been challenging himself, and his offensive ability was also enhanced. The 8th tribe was quiet and as uneventful as ever. However, many clansmen of the 8th tribe already heard that Jian Wushuang was honing his skills in the underground palace feverishly, and many of them could not help but be amazed by his gallantry. Soon, a month went by. Inside the stone house, Gu Yang was busy polishing his longbow. Just then, Gu Lan ran towards him from outside. "Father!" Gu Lan shouted, a little out of breath. "What's the matter?" Gu Yang stopped what he was doing and turned to look at Gu Lan. "That Jian Wushuang, Gu Yang stammered, still out of breath. "Jian Wushuang?" Gu Yang's expression changed. Jian Wushuang was rescued and brought here by Gu Yang. Knowing that Jian Wushuang was a descendant of the militant warriors, not only Gu Yang, but the whole tribe had been paying close attention to his progress. "What's the matter with Jian Wushuang?" Gu Yang urgently repeated. "Father, Jian Wushuang has been practicing in the underground palace since he arrived here, right? And a month ago, he passed the 3rd stage of the earth level test in his first attempt, but failed at the 3rd stage of the heaven level test," Gu Lan said. "I know that," Gu Yang nodded. Thanks to Gu Changfeng, the news that Jian Wushuang already passed the 3rd stage of the earth level test had long since spread. Loads of clansmen of the 8th tribe were aware of it. But today, just 1 month after that, Jian Wushuang successfully broke through the 3rd stage of the heaven level test and passed the 4th stage of the human level test and the 4th stage of the earth level test respectively, Gu Lan said earnestly. "What?" Hearing this, even Gu Yang was astonished. Among the 3 kinds of tests in the underground palace, the most difficult of them was the heaven level test. In spite of there being 9 stages in this test, if a man could pass just one stage, his offensive ability would already be in the top rank. If he proceeded to overcome the second stage, he would be even more amazing. As for passing the third stage, only a handful of members of their entire clan had achieved that. Those who had managed to conquer the third stage of the heaven level test in their tribe all reached the level of 2-star ancient god, and Gu Yang was one of them. But Jian Wushuang, someone who had neither awakened his bloodline nor become an ancient god, already upgraded his offensive skills to that level. He is really the son of a militant warrior. Militant warriors put their lives on the line every day. Through a large number of life-threatening battles, their offensive abilities have become way stronger than ours. We have become used to living a comfortable life within the tribe. Gu Yang could not stifle his praise. At present, the members of the ancient god clan all lived in tribes. Some of them would often participate in fight competitions within their tribes, but these were just competitions and therefore their lives would not be at stake. Maybe the only chance they could put up a real fight was the arrival of outsiders, which usually occurred every 100 years. This would give an opportunity to those clansmen with awakened bloodline and let them realize what a life and death struggle was really like. Nevertheless, due to the lack of experience in life and death combat, when the clansmen of the ancient god clan got in a fight against outsiders, they were usually at a disadvantage. Every time when the outsiders came here, the ancient god clan would suffer a great loss, while the casualties suffered by the outsiders would be minor. Jian Wushuang has an unbelievable talent for battle. He has made such a progress in just 1 month. In the next few years, his progress will certainly be more striking. Gu Yang was quite hopeful of seeing Jian Wushuang's talent grow. Chapter 728. Launching Challenges Frenetically. Chapter 728. Launching Challenges Frenetically. Just as Gu Yang predicted, as time passed, Jian Wushuang was progressing rapidly. After he passed the third stage of the heaven level test, it only took him another 6 months to overcome the fourth stage. Later, Jian Wushuang stayed in the underground palace to hone his fighting skills, and he spent most of his time focusing on the heaven level test. It was the 5th stage of the heaven level test. In this stage, thickly dotted puppet fighters holding various weapons and launching all sorts of attacks would pour in from all directions. Jian Wushuang had to face the siege of 100 puppet fighters all alone, with simply one sword in his hand. His swordsmanship was both unmatched and elaborate, almost flawless. His moves were also incredibly swift. He dashed, shifted, and leaped with great agility, fooling around with the 100 puppet fighters. Although there were 100 puppet fighters besieging him, as he made every move, only 20 or fewer puppet fighters would attack him simultaneously. If all 100 puppet fighters launched an attack simultaneously, Jian Wushuang would have definitely struggled to deal with them. But with only 20 puppet fighters attacking at one time, it was much easier for him to handle. Drop dead. Jian Wushuang's longsword suddenly flashed out like a bolt of lightning, which flitted across the 2 puppet fighters right in front of him. The sword went so fast that both of the 2 puppet fighters were struck down before they could react. When the 2 puppet fighters were defeated, the ring of encirclement before Jian Wushuang instantly revealed a crack. Then, the power of Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship was unleashed. He started fighting frantically. In the end, he fended off all of the 100 puppet fighters and got out. He had passed the 5th stage of the heaven level test. Walking out of the heaven level test, Jian Wushuang felt quite relieved. The heaven level test is far more difficult than the human level test and the earth level test. The scale of the difficulty goes higher and higher in the order of the 9 stages. It only took me 6 months to get through the 4th stage, but to nail the 5th stage, I spent 6 full years. Jian Wushuang exclaimed. By now, he had stayed in the 8th tribe for 6 years and 7 months. During this time, he spent most of his time in the underground palace, but up to now, he only made it to the 5th stage of the heaven level test. There are 9 stages with increasing difficulty. Since the 5th stage is so much harder than the 4th, the 6th stage must be way harder than the 5th. Even for me, without at least 10 years practice, it'll be highly difficult to get through the 6th stage. Jian Wushuang mumbled to himself. But anyway, The speed of his progress already defied the natural order. After all, in the whole 8th tribe, no one had ever passed the 5th stage of the heaven level test before. He was the first one to achieve it, and all it cost him was 6 years. In the eyes of other clansmen, this was almost unthinkable. The tests in the underground palace were extraordinarily useful in upgrading my battling techniques. However, in the 3 kinds of tests, all I need to confront are just puppet fighters. No matter what, puppet fighters are merely puppets. There must still be a huge gap between puppets and real human warriors. I've already conquered the 5th stage of the heaven level test. It would be meaningless to stay on and try to break through the 6th stage. Shaking his head, Jian Wushuang left the underground palace. Soon after he left the underground palace, he went straight for a clansman of the 8th tribe. "Gu Jin, I want to challenge you," Jian Wushuang announced, staring at the tall and sturdy clansman of the ancient god clan before him. This clansman was called Gu Jin. He was a 1-star ancient god with an awakened bloodline, a silver-armored ancient god. Although it was not long since he had awakened his bloodline, and though his strength was considered average among all the 1-star silver-armored ancient god, he was still on par with the superior divine realm expert of human warriors, or even qualified to be a top-ranking superior divine realm expert. "Jian Wushuang, you, a kid with no awakened bloodline, want to challenge me?" Gu Jin asked with a curious expression. "Yes, take your best shot. Strike now," Jian Wushuang said with overbearing battle intent. "Then boy, you'd better be careful. I won't go easy on you." Gu Jin's eyes were glistening with a touch of fury. Then he launched an attack. Jian Wushuang's eyes were burning with eagerness. He immediately thrust his emperor's sword forward. He did not perform the sword heart power but had fully released the energy of the 3rd level of the Star River secret skill. Relying on his swordsmanship and his battling techniques he had honed in the underground palace for 6 years, he went straight forward to take on Gu Jin. At first, Gu Jin did not treat this fight with Jian Wushuang seriously. But after crossing swords with his opponent, he was taken aback by Jian Wushuang's superior swordsmanship. In that moment, he transformed into a silver-armored ancient god and got ready to unleash all of his power during this battle against Jian Wushuang. The intense battle continued. Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship and battling techniques were more powerful than Gu Jin's. But without employing the sword heart power, Gu Jin's strength would have far been superior to Jian Wushuang's. Thus, in the battle of pure force, Jian Wushuang tangled with Gu Jin for a long time and finally ended up being defeated due to a minor disadvantage. Impressive. Without awakened bloodline, he fought against me solely with his swordsmanship and battling techniques. His abilities can nearly parallel mine. After defeating Jian Wushuang, Gu Jin felt quite surprised by this battle. Gu Jin was very clear that, even though he had beaten Jian Wushuang, he merely scraped a win. The strength Jian Wushuang just displayed was not much less than his own. And most crucially, Jian Wushuang was still making rapid progress. There's still plenty of room for my strength to improve. Now, who's next? Jian Wushuang looked to challenge anyone present. There were numerous experts in the ancient god clan. In the 8th tribe, there were already around 10,000 1-star ancient gods that could rival superior divine realm experts of human warriors. Some of them had reached the top level of superior divine realm experts, and some even exceeded the range of what the superior divine realm experts of human warriors were capable of. These clansmen were all targets that Jian Wushuang wanted to challenge. When he challenged others to a fight, he always avoided using his sword heart power. He merely relied on his own strength mingled with the Star River secret skill, along with his swordsmanship and battle techniques. These kinds of challenges would be as effective as the tests of the underground palace. Perhaps it could push the limits of his skills even higher. Challenging others frantically, fighting against others frantically, Jian Wushuang would challenge 3 or 4 1-star ancient gods almost every day. After each of these fights, he would also spend some time reflecting on his performance and summarizing important points. The next day, he would start a new round of challenges. Through this kind of feverish challenges, his strength kept soaring as well. As seasons came and went, time flew by. Now, Jian Wushuang had stayed in the 8th tribe for 10 years. Chapter 729, Traveling to Gain Experience. Chapter 729, Traveling to Gain Experience. 10 years was a long time for Jian Wushuang. But for the members of the ancient god clan, or the human experts, 10 years was merely a fleeting moment. After these 10 years, compared with his previous performance, Jian Wushuang's overall strength had improved significantly. Particularly in recent years, he started to challenge many clansmen in the 8th tribe. Eventually, he had crossed swords with almost every top-leveled 1-star ancient god in the 8th tribe. Once he had finished challenging every strong opponent available, Jian Wushuang was going to leave. In a stone house, the weather-worn-faced Elder Ying was sitting by a table, while Jian Wushuang stood in front of her. "My boy, are you leaving?" Elder Ying looked up at Jian Wushuang. "Yes." Jian Wushuang nodded. "I'm going to travel to other tribes." "Travel? You're actually going to challenge more experts in other tribes, aren't you?" Elder Ying asked with a playful tone. When he heard this, Jian Wushuang could not help but smile. Indeed, in the past few years, he had challenged all the powerful 1-star ancient gods in the 8th tribe. For those who were exceptionally tough, he actually challenged them more often. Through these kinds of challenges, he had made amazing progress. However, after doing those challenges for several years, those 1-star ancient gods in the 8th tribe could no longer surprise him. Thus, he was longing to go to other tribes and challenge their 1-star ancient gods in order to further enhance his power. A militant warrior is always obsessed with fighting. This is true. Elder Ying exclaimed. "Well, just go. When you finish challenging everyone you want to battle with, you can come back anytime." "Thank you." Jian Wushuang expressed his gratitude for Elder Ying's understanding and then turned around and left the room. On that very day, Jian Wushuang departed from the 8th tribe and began to travel through the Eternal Zone. His first destination was naturally another tribe of the ancient god clan. A few days later, he arrived in the 7th tribe, which was the closest one to the 8th tribe. Jian Wushuang had some acquaintances in the 7th tribe. Gu Qiong, the man who died for rescuing him, was also from this 7th tribe. Being part of the ancient god clan, the men in the 7th tribe were very friendly to Jian Wushuang. Then, Jian Wushuang told them he was a militant warrior and started to challenge others immediately. As he did in the 8th tribe, he challenged all powerful 1-star ancient gods in the 7th tribe one by one. While he was fighting against those 1-star ancient gods, he was also honing his own skills. Once he had challenged all the powerful 1-star ancient gods in the 7th tribe, he set off towards the 6th tribe. As time passed, Jian Wushuang traveled from one tribe to another and challenged each of the experts in those tribes. Finally, he traveled across all 10 tribes, battling against the majority of 1-star ancient gods within each tribe. After traveling across the 10 tribes, Jian Wushuang arrived at the other end of the Eternal Zone. This was an endless wasteland, a place inhabited by ferocious beasts. Militant warriors are used to fighting off wild beasts in this endless wasteland. I am, as everyone knows, a militant warrior. No matter what, I should take an adventure in this endless wasteland. Gazing at the ancient deserted land stretched out before him, Jian Wushuang did not hesitate to step out onto this land. On that day, Jian Wushuang began traveling across the endless wasteland. Soon he came across some wild beasts. The wild beasts were all of intimidating sizes, which turned out to be much larger than the men of the ancient god clan. Their levels of strength were also overwhelming. Even the weakest of them were still paralleled to superior divine realm experts of human beings. And added to their physicality, many of those wild beasts possessed certain eccentric powers which could be very tricky to tackle. Jian Wushuang adventured in this endless wasteland alone. He bumped into myriads of wild beasts and battled them numerous times. Fighting against wild beasts was very different from challenging the men of the ancient god clan, because every battle with the wild beasts was a life and death struggle. Each time he fought, he would have to go all out, and very often he needed to risk his life to defeat his opponents. Among all these battles, there were two fights in which Jian Wushuang found himself in real-life threatening situations. The first one was when he dueled with a wild beast with a total of 8 huge arms. It looked like a giant mantis, and its arms were unexpectedly sharp. When Jian Wushuang first cast an eye on this mantis-like wild beast, he could tell that the aura of this beast was weak, far from reaching the eternal realm. Jian Wushuang thought it would be no problem for him to kill this wild beast with a burst of his full power. But when deep in battle, he found that the strength of this wild beast was much more terrifying than he had imagined. This wild beast had extremely explosive power, which matched most of the one-star silver-armored ancient gods. And above all, its offensive ability was just too great. Its 8 sharp arms were like 8 sabers. When it wielded them at the same time, Jian Wushuang, who had only one sword in hand, found it impossible to defend himself. This wild beast was born to kill. Jian Wushuang's battle techniques were already very frightening. Adding his sword heart power, the force he produced was comparable to that of this wild beast. But when he confronted this wild beast head-on, he was being beaten by it every time. He was thoroughly crushed, almost had no way to strike back. After fighting for a few minutes, Jian Wushuang was already badly injured and had to retreat to save his life. He finally escaped by casting the first level of the Dragon Blood secret skill, which increased his swiftness by a multiple of 10. In the second crisis, what Jian Wushuang ran into was a wild beast that had already reached the Eternal Realm and was the most fearsome one out of all the beasts in the Eternal Realm. When Jian Wushuang spotted this wild beast, he planned to get around it. But to his surprise, this wild beast sensed his presence. The moment Jian Wushuang walked in its vicinity, this wild beast detected him, and then it started to chase Jian Wushuang. What most alarming was the speed of this wild beast. When it exerted all its effort, it ran much faster than in Chao, who he had cast a secret skill to hunt down Jian Wushuang. This time, Jian Wushuang performed the second level of the Dragon Blood secret skill and increased his speed by 100 times. But he still failed to outrun that wild beast. In the end, Jian Wushuang reluctantly gave up his slaughter body to let it lure the wild beast away, allowing his world body to flee. Being forced to flee, Jian Wushuang felt extremely helpless. This wasteland was too large. Although the wild beasts did not abound, their average strength was extraordinarily strong, and many of them could rival those in the Eternal Realm. Jian Wushuang had already experienced 2 life-threatening moments when he was wandering on the outskirts of the endless wasteland. As it stood, he did not dare approach the depths of the endless wasteland. Jian Wushuang just kept traveling on this land. He was completely absorbed in the pleasure of these risky adventures and was unconcerned about how much time had flown by. Finally, he came to a halt at a deserted mountaintop of the endless wasteland. Chapter 730, The Second Level of the Sword Heart. Chapter 730, The Second Level of the Sword Heart. On the deserted mountaintop, a fresh breeze swept across Jian Wushuang's face. He sat down in the breeze with his legs crossed and gently closed his eyes. After traveling, fighting, battling for so many years, he was proud his improvement thus far, felt the thrill of facing a powerful opponent, and also experienced the anxiety and desperation of being driven to the edge. But now, he had calmed down. All those feelings had been replaced by a sense of calm. Now, Jian Wushuang's mind was unprecedentedly poised. It's been 80 years. The past 80 years have certainly been colorful. Sitting on the mountaintop cross-legged, Jian Wushuang was smiling. His smile was sincere and brought about by the real joy held in his heart. 80 years had passed since he started to visit the 10 tribes one by one, and then entered the boundless wilds to tackle various wild beasts. The insights that he gained bit by bit during 80 years of frenetical challenges and battles suddenly matured at this moment. He managed to rise abruptly, carried by his accumulated strength. This was just like what some of the human warriors did. They spent many years to study the way, trying to expand their understanding of it. And one day, the comprehension just dawned on them, with all the wonders combined into one and infused with their hearts. This was exactly what happened to Jian Wushuang. He had learned and experienced many things over the course of the past 80 years. It had not yet been 40 years since he left the ancient world and journeyed to the eternal world, but this wasn't even half as long as the time he spent in this eternal zone. In the past 80 years, maybe his strength did not increase dramatically, and he was still in the skyscraping realm, but his experience grew significantly. Now, he had accumulated a huge amount of battle experience and innumerable battle techniques. These were huge gains for him. And what mattered most for him was the baptism of his heart. Right now, Jian Wushuang was sitting cross-legged on a mountaintop with a bland smile. Despite his benign face, his body was emitting a stream of fierce sword essence. He appeared to have turned into an unmatched sharp sword that could pierce the sky. This sword had been polished for a long time and was ready to shine. Meanwhile, something was changing inside Jian Wushuang's body. He was metamorphosing. Yes, his heart was metamorphosing. As his heart was changing, the radiance released by the sharp sword that he had transformed into started to dim. Slowly, the sword returned to its normal state. In the end, it completely vanished. On the peak of the mountain, Jian Wushuang's hair was fluttering in the wind. If someone in a place nearby were to look at him at this moment, he would regard Jian Wushuang as an ordinary guy, because no trace of sword intent was apparent. In fact, his sword intent had already dwelled deep down his heart. Learning the sword principle starts from the shallow, then to the profound, and returns to the shallow once again. Sword Heart, Level 2. Jian Wushuang suddenly opened his eyes. It seems that the brilliance of a powerful sword had burst out, but the surrounding void did not stir. This was the phase Jian Wushuang accomplished at this moment, which was actually the level 2 of Sword Heart. Learning the Sword Heart was the threshold of studying the sword principle. Just like the separation of warriors, the study of Sword Heart was also divided into 6 levels. Back then, when Jian Wushuang had an epiphany halfway through his journey to the 9th Heaven Road and conjured the Sword Heart, he merely stepped into the course of Sword Heart study, which was not even counted as level 1. After that, Jian Wushuang began to practice strenuously on the Sword Mountain for 6 years, and since then had made great progress in the sword cultivation. He had now reached level 1 of the Sword Heart study and thoroughly consolidated his power. During the 80 years he spent in the Eternal Zone, he first challenged 1-star ancient gods of the 10 tribes, and then came to the boundless wilds for adventure and experienced many fierce battles against highly powerful wild beasts for decades. Those battles and experiences elevated his heart and soul. He also made a huge breakthrough in the sword principle and successfully progressed to level 2 of the Sword Heart study. In the Eternal Realm, only a handful of people could reach this level. Similarly, when his Sword Heart skill made a breakthrough and was fully turned on, its power would soar and his ability in swordsmanship would rise to a new level. According to my master, it normally takes a genius of the sword principle more than 1,000 years to upgrade to level 2 from level 1, but I achieved this within 80 years. Jian Wushuang beamed. Each level of the Sword Heart study represented a metamorphosis. Accordingly, it was extremely difficult to progress from one level to another. For those sword principle experts in the Eternal Realm, it was common for them to be stuck at the same level for thousands of years before making a new breakthrough. Therefore, the accomplishment Jian Wushuang achieved in merely 80 years was a miracle. After 80 years of adventures, I've gained a lot. It's time to go back. Jian Wushuang got to his feet and looked into the distance. What he was gazing at was the surroundings of the 10 tribes of the ancient god clans. On that day, Jian Wushuang set off on his journey back to the ancient god clan. A month later, he already traveled beyond the endless wasteland. Then, after another 2 weeks, he finally returned to the 8th tribe where he had lived for 10 years. In the colossal mountains of the 8th tribe, Jian Wushuang was strolling among the tribe. Soon, some of the clansmen began to recognize him. That's Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang? Really? 70 years ago, Jian Wushuang left our tribe to travel around the world. Men of other tribes sometimes still talk about him. They said he continued to challenge those 1-star clansmen in other tribes. But after a while, he disappeared. Rumors had it that he went to the boundless wilds for adventure. It seems as though he has finished traveling and returned. Endless wasteland. I heard that place is extremely dangerous. Only militant warriors dare to enter the boundless wilds. When those clansmen saw Jian Wushuang, some discussed him in whispers. Some went forward to greet him. Jian Wushuang had caused a huge sensation in the 8th tribe 70 years ago when he challenged those one-star clansmen like mad. Many of them had crossed swords with Jian Wushuang, so Jian Wushuang was no stranger to them. Ha ha, Jian Wushuang. A loud and clear laughter sounded, and then a strong-looking young man headed towards Jian Wushuang. Gu Lan. At the sight of this man, Jian Wushuang beamed. You have returned from your adventures? Gu Lan walked to Jian Wushuang and gave him a soft punch. Then, he said in haste, Great timing. Come with me. Let's go to the underground palace. To the underground palace? But why? Jian Wushuang asked, bewildered. A new militant warrior just arrived in our tribe. His name is Juyu. Right now, he is going through the heaven level test in the underground palace. I heard that he has already breezed through the 5th stage. Gu Lan replied. Chapter 731. The Militant Warrior, Juyu. Chapter 731. The Militant Warrior, Juyu. A militant warrior? Jian Wushuang was surprised. Being a militant warrior himself, he had never seen any other militant warriors during his dozens of years of adventure in the boundless wilds. Wild beasts were the only things that he had encountered. That was because the land was so vast and the militant warriors on it were so few. And has broken through to the 5th level of the heaven level test? Jian Wushuang wore a faint smile. When he left the 8th tribe, he had also broken through to that level. Let's go, he said to Gu Lan, and then headed to the underground palace with him. Soon after, they arrived there and found many familiar faces among the crowd that was gathered, such as Gu Changfeng, Gu Yang, and Elder Ying. Jian Wushuang. An uproar broke out among the crowd when they saw Jian Wushuang appear. Gu Changfeng hurriedly walked up to him and said, Jian Wushuang, you're back from your adventure. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded and greeted those old friends. Jian Wushuang, look carefully at that man, Gu Yang said to him with a smile while pointing at a man who was taking the heaven level test on the battlefield. He is named Juyu, a militant warrior like you, and has just come back from the boundless wilds not long ago. Jian Wushuang immediately looked toward where Gu Yang pointed. There, he saw an elegant man dressed in a loose golden robe with his chest exposed in the air. The man held a long red spear in his hand, and from the looks of it, it was an eternal weapon. Though the power of eternal weapons could not be released fully in the heaven level test, this man still forced the 100 puppet fighters surrounding him into a corner with his spear. He is indeed excellent in utilizing power. While looking at the man, Jian Wushuang's became fired up. At that point, he could tell that the man was a real expert who was good at fighting. This man is challenging the 6th level of the heaven level test, facing 100 puppet fighters, who can launch extremely powerful attacks and overpower all the clansmen here, but still, he is utterly routing them. Every time he strikes out, in a seemingly casual way, he can catch the flaw of his opponent's joint attack and break them. Those puppet fighters are now forced to keep busy defending themselves. This is a man of great power. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands while secretly praising him. He continued watching for a while before the man ended the fight by defeating all the puppet fighters. The man passed the 6th level of the heaven level test. Bravo! It's so scary that he did it. Passing the 6th level of the heaven level test. His fighting skill is really impressive. Is this what a militant warrior can do? The palace was inundated with the onlookers' discussions. Gu Changfeng held his fists tightly and secretly thought with excitement, he is too damn powerful. Among the crowd, only Jian Wushuang still maintained a calm demeanor. Right then, he heard Elder Ying's voice say, Jian Wushuang, follow me. I want to introduce you to Juyu. Okay. He nodded and followed her. Then, He was led to where Jiyu had just walked down to after finishing his test. Jiyu, please allow me to introduce this man to you. He is called Jin Wushuang, a militant warrior just like you, Eldering said to Jiyu. Really? The man looked at Jin Wushuang with surprise in his eyes. You're a militant warrior too? Yes. Jin Wushuang nodded to him. I can see it now. The man looked Jin Wushuang up and down before continuing. I can feel the aura of a real expert coming from you, something you can get only through suffering. But it's a pity that you have not awoken your bloodline and are not a one-star ancient god yet. The man sighed, and there was disappointment in his eyes. Seeing this, Jin Wushuang retorted confidently, It's true that I haven't awoken my bloodline, but it doesn't mean that you can overpower me. Is that so? Jiyu shot him an amazed glance. At this, Elder Ing, Gu Yang, and the others all looked at Jin Wushuang with strange expressions. They had witnessed how powerful Jiyu was just now and, based on his fighting skill and that he had awoken his bloodline, which had a high density, they believed that he had to be more powerful than they had seen. Thus, they were really surprised upon hearing Jin Wushuang say that Jiyu could not overpower him. Interesting. Jiyu wore a big smile and said, I had adventured in the boundless wilds for many years, and during that time, I met two extremely powerful opponents who were militant warriors too. And now, here you are, the third militant warrior. I don't know why you're so confident, but since we're here as two militant warriors, why don't we have a fight? You're right. It's hard to meet a militant warrior, and it would be a great pity if we don't fight today. Jin Wushuang accepted his invitation. Great. In order to make it fair, I won't transform into an ancient god during the fight, Jiyu answered happily. Jin Wushuang smiled while replying, You might not want to transform, but I'll force you to. Well, Jiyu knit his brows hard, and there was a battle intent rising in his eyes. Jin Wushuang had the same expression. Militant warriors were called so because they loved to fight. They got bored with the leisure and dull life in the clan, so they went to the boundless wilds for adventure. Given that there were not many militant warriors even in the whole ancient god clan, they could rarely battle each other. That was why immediately after Jin Wushuang and Jiyu met, their battle intent became aroused. The onlookers were not surprised that these two were going to fight each other. On the contrary, they were looking forward to seeing that. A fight between two militant warriors. Who do you think is more powerful between them? I think Jiyu is. After all, he has awoken his bloodline, and we all have learned about his power from the test. He has passed the 6th level of the Heaven level test, while Jin Wushuang had only passed the 5th level before he left. I'd agree with you, under the condition of Jiyu transforming into an ancient god during the fight. But you just heard him say that he won't. In that case, I think Jin Wushuang stands a chance to win. He passed the 5th level 70 years ago, so he's not weak, and he might be able to pass the 6th level now. Chapter 732, Fighting Jiyu. Chapter 732, Fighting Jiyu. In a vast open space, Jin Wushuang and Jiyu stood facing each other, hundreds of feet apart. Around them were the onlookers from the 8th tribe. The third militant warrior I've met. Jiyu licked his lips and a sliver of light escaped his eyes. Let me test how much I've progressed during those 80 years through you. A militant warrior who has awoken his bloodline. Jin Wushuang's eyes were burning with fighting desire. As their eyes met in the air, there seemed to be a sparkle between them. The next moment, Jiyu suddenly disappeared from the sight of the many onlookers, and when he was seen again, he had crossed hundreds of feet to arrive in front of Jin Wushuang. His long red spear struck out right at him. Carrying formidable power, once the spear caught its target, it could pierce through him. However, seeing the spear approaching him, Jin Wushuang did not move to dodge it, but stood there to watch it go through his body. But no blood came out, as if the spear had gone through something insubstantial. It's his residual shadow, someone cried out. The onlookers were wide-eyed in amazement. The very next moment, Jiyu suddenly spun his head to look to the side. There, he saw a ghost-like figure appear out of thin air that came slashing toward him. The blow seemed simple. Even a child could make one more complex than that. Even so, Jiu Yu's eyes narrowed at the sight of it. Good boy. He simplified the move, but did not weaken its power. This boy is really excellent at swordsmanship. Jiu Yu became serious. His spear swept out and collided with Jian Wushuang's sword. Clang! Jiu Yu heard a deep sound and felt an overwhelming power from the sword. He knew that he had been correct, that the blow was not as simple as it looked. And before he could make his next move, countless sword lights radiated from where the weapons met and flew toward him. Thousands of moves derived from one move. Haha, interesting. However, seeing this, Jiu Yu laughed. He then waved his spear again, and with this single move, countless spear shadows rushed through the air toward the sword light. Clang, 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 clang. A series of sounds of metal on metal rang out, and in just a few breaths, they echoed 100 times. From those sounds, the onlookers could tell that the two had exchanged 100 moves. They are so fast. They are fighting at a terrifying pace. They are moving so fast that I can barely see how they are attacking. The onlookers were astonished by this scene. Even someone as strong as Gu Yong, a 2-star ancient god, could not help being amazed. He was impressed by the fighting skills of both Jian Wushuang and Jiu Yu. On the battlefield, sometimes both Jian Wushuang and Jiu Yu tried to outspeed each other. Sometimes they fought with pure power, and sometimes with fighting skills, fully demonstrating what they had. For a long time, they were locked in a close battle. I've tried my best to battle him aside from transforming into an ancient god, but I still can't gain the upper hand. Jiu Yu was shocked and sighed. As for Jian Wushuang, he looked grave. Though he has used all his fighting skills, he has yet to exert all his power and transform into an ancient god. It looks like I have to use some methods to force him to do that. Having made up his mind, Jian Wushuang changed his strategy. With a quiver of his body, a formidable power surged out from his sword heart. Level 2 of the sword heart turned out to be more powerful than level 1. He had only exerted 3/10 of the power of the sword heart, but it still improved his attacking force greatly. The others could see that Jian Wushuang's attacks suddenly had become fiercer than before, along with a great increase in speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Jian Wushuang made 3 strikes in succession, each of them looking simple yet exquisite. Under such attacks, Jiu Yu drew back quickly. After he finally regained his balance, he had a grave expression on his face. Without awaking his bloodline, this boy can still exert the power of a 1-star silver-armored ancient god. What's more, he is as good at fighting as I am, but most of all, his swordsmanship is so excellent. Jiu Yu gasped in admiration. He simplified every one of his moves, which look simple yet are powerful. I'm no match for him in view of this. In order to defeat him, I'll have to transform into an ancient god, Jiu Yu muttered. The next moment, he growled in an undertone, and immediately the aura of his bloodline arose and surrounded him. His body began to bulge to over 10 meters in height. His whole body was covered by a golden light. It gleamed brightly under the sparkling demons hanging over the palace. He transformed into a gold-armored ancient god. Jian Wushuang was startled. Gold-armored ancient gods were the most powerful ones among all 3 of the bloodlines. Jian Wushuang had met a gold-armored ancient god before when he was adventuring in the outer layer of the Eternal Zone. He had witnessed how that god had so easily killed a superior divine realm expert like killing a chick. Though, at that time, the god had just awoken his bloodline and had not reached his peak. Jiu Yu, being a militant warrior in addition to being a gold-armored ancient god, must be much more powerful than the one that I met, Jian Wushuang thought. Soon afterward, he was proved to be correct. Boom! After transforming into a gold-armored ancient god, Jiu Yu stomped hard on the ground, causing the void to shake. He then went up to Jian Wushuang and thrust his 10-meter-long spear at him. Chapter 733, The Baptismal Pool. Chapter 733. The Baptismal Pool. The spear seemed to cut the void open, which caused a huge vortex in the air. At the center of the vortex, there was a streak of terrifying red light, which turned out to be the spear itself. It's so powerful. The onlookers were amazed by the scene. Many of them could tell that Jiu Yu's strike was a 2-star level. A 2-star ancient god was equivalent to a human warrior in the Eternal Realm. That was to say, that strike reached the level of the Eternal Realm. Facing the attack, Jian Wushuang looked grave. His sword heart quivered violently in the sea of consciousness, and its power reached its peak in an instant. He held the Emperor's sword up and struck out. Crash! Countless sword lights flew outward. The sky darkened. The surroundings began shaking. This move that Jian Wushuang just made was called Netherworld. He created it based on his meditation on sword principle during the last 80 years. Also, it was his most powerful technique, which had reached level 6 of the secret skill. In the next moment, the sword and the spear collided. There was no booming sound, as others had expected, but a squeezing sound of power crushing power. Suddenly, an overwhelming force swept over the surroundings from where the weapons met. Whoosh! Whoosh! Jian Wushuang and Jiu Yu were thrown backward quickly. The onlookers, who had been watching the fight from far away, were also affected by the force, but luckily, they had many experts among them to shield them from it. After the two had regained their balance, they looked at each other closely, hundreds of feet apart. Jian Wushuang, how about we end this fight in a draw? Jiu suddenly asked him. That's exactly what I was thinking. Jian Wushuang nodded. In fact, from the very beginning, he had intended to make it a friendly competition, as well as test how much he had progressed during those years. Therefore, there was no need to battle it out. Most importantly, he was not sure that he could defeat Jiu Yu. I've displayed most of my skills, including the most powerful one, but still I haven't defeated him yet. Though I have some hidden cards to use, I believe that he does as well. Jian Wushuang became lost in thought. Being a gold-armored ancient god and a militant warrior, he must have much more than he's shown. He clearly has yet to fully use his power. Jian Wushuang came to that conclusion because he knew very well that a gold-armored ancient god could be much more powerful than a divine realm expert, and in addition to that, Jiu probably had mastered the Star River secret skill to a high level. If he fights with all his power, he can be as powerful as an eternal realm expert. I know that, even though he is just a 1-star ancient god now. As for me, I'm only able to battle the weakest eternal realm experts. As those thoughts ran through Jian Wushuang's mind, he suddenly heard Jiu Yu call his name. That man looked at him and spoke with a smile. I really admire your power. You even haven't awoken your bloodline, and yet, you impressed all of us. I believe that once you awaken it, your power will reach a new level. On hearing this, Jian Wushuang smiled. It was a pity that he had not awoken his bloodline and was still in the skyscraping realm. However, as long as he could get baptized to awaken his bloodline, he would be able to improve his power by several levels. In fact, I came back for the baptism. I want to awaken my bloodline. Jian Wushuang finally spoke. In that case, then good luck to you. I hope that I can meet you someday in the future, and at that time, let's have a showdown, said Jiu Yu. Sure. Jian Wushuang smiled again, but he knew that he would not get the chance to meet this man again. He would have to go back to the Firmament territory soon. Jiu left the 8th tribe without staying any longer while Jian Wushuang remained there. Jian Wushuang, the baptism will take place in 2 months. Until then, you can stay here and wait for it, Eldering said to Jian Wushuang. Okay, thanks. Jian Wushuang nodded. He could afford to wait 2 more months. Time quickly flew by. Finally, the annual baptism arrived. Because the baptism was held every year, there were not many people left in each clan to be baptized. This time, Jian Wushuang only had a dozen companions with him. They were led by Elder Ing to a huge valley. In the center of the valley was a round pool, larger than 10 meters in diameter. The water in it smelled strange. Beside the pool, Some people were throwing a large number of leaves and plants into it. Blub, blub. Taking a closer look, they saw that the water was boiling. This pool is where the people of our ancient god clan get baptized. We call it the baptismal pool. Elder Ying's voice was loud and clear. Everyone in our clan has a chance to be baptized in this pool. Most people can awaken their bloodlines and become ancient gods, while a few will fail to do so because their bloodlines are too thin. Please wait here for a moment. After saying all that, Elder Ying walked toward the pool. This is the baptismal pool. The dozen people who were going to be baptized all intently stared at the pool with looks of anticipation. Jian Wushuang was among them. The baptismal pool, something that all the sects in the firmament territory want to obtain. His eyes sparkled. The experts of the sects in the firmament territory all hoped that one day they could be baptized in the pool to awaken their bloodline as an ancient god. That was why every time the Eternal Zone was open, those Eternal Realm experts would crazily try to seize the baptismal pools from the ancient god clan. Luckily, those pools were heavily guarded. So even if those experts joined hands to seize one, there was little prospect of them succeeding. And besides that, even if they were lucky enough to succeed, few of them could become ancient gods all the same. Chapter 734, The Ancient God Baptism. Chapter 734, The Ancient God Baptism. No matter how powerful the experts in the firmament territory are, they are, after all, human beings without any ancient god bloodline. Even if they could get some from an ancient god's essence blood, that would not be enough to enable them to be an ancient god. Maybe some of them do have the greatest luck to become one, but it would most probably be just a copper-armored ancient god, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. Right then, Elder Ying went back over to them. Listen, when you go into that pool later, try to absorb as much of the water as you can. In that way, your bloodline is more likely to be awoken and it will have a higher level, she said. Understood. The clansman waiting to be baptized nodded. Elder Ying then added, All right, the baptismal pools are ready. Now, choose one of them to begin your baptism. She turned to Jian Wushuang and continued, Jian Wushuang, follow me. Jian Wushuang nodded and followed her to one of the baptismal pools. As for the others, they started running to the other pools. Because there were so many such kinds of pools, they could occupy one alone without disturbing anyone else. When they got into the water, there seemed to be a growl from beneath them that rocked their hearts. At the same time, the green steam floating above the surface began flowing into their bodies. They all closed their eyes while absorbing the steam. Elder Ying led Jian Wushuang to a pool that was larger than other ones. This pool is only for you. Different from the other pools, it's larger, contains more water, and most of all, there is an ancient god gem at the bottom, she said to him. Ancient god gem? Jian Wushuang was surprised. He had never heard of that before. Then, he listened as the elder explained. The ancient god gems are part of our ancient god's relics, and each one of the gems preserves some energy of the god's flesh. They are very helpful for awakening bloodlines. Up until now, few in our clan have possessed them. Generally, only those who have great potential or high-density bloodlines are qualified to have one. Since you satisfy both conditions as well as being a militant warrior, I ask them to give you one. Thank you, Elder Ying. Jian Wushuang expressed his gratitude. You're welcome. But if you really want to thank me, then awaken a bloodline of a gold-armored ancient god, said Elder Ying. Gold-armored ancient god? Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and clenched his hands. Now, get in the pool and remember to absorb as much water as you can. In the end, Elder Ying urged him. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded and looked at the pool. Staring at the steam above the water and the dazzling ripples, he took a deep breath before diving into it like a shooting star. The green steam flowed around the pool like a creeping snake. It feels special. The moment he got into the water, he felt the steam completely surround him. He felt as if he had again become a fetus in his mother's womb, as the magic and gentle power flowed into every part of his body. It gave him the pleasurable feeling of being limp and numb. "It feels so good," Jian Wushuang said to himself as he tried hard to feel the energy flowing into his body, from his skin to his muscles, meridians, even into his bones. He felt as if his every cell was breathing. He was experiencing a change inside and out. With eyes closed, he was immersed in it. Blub, blub. The water kept boiling. The people in other pools were experiencing the same things as Jian Wushuang, and around the pools, many onlookers from the 8th tribe gathered with Elder Ing as their leader, their eyes fixed on the men in the water while they chatted with each other. Each of those 13 people has a good bloodline. I think that most of them can succeed in awakening their bloodlines. Of course they all can. The point is what kind of bloodlines they can awaken. If it turns out that they are all only able to become copper-armored ancient gods, that will be quite bad. I don't think that will happen. Judging by the density of their bloodlines, 2 of them will probably become silver-armored ancient gods. Besides, Jian Wushuang is certainly to become a silver-armored ancient god as well, maybe even a gold-armored ancient god. I agree. I also heard that Elder Ing has given him an ancient god gem. Let's wait and see how long he can stay in the water. If he can make it to a whole day or even 2 days, he is very likely to become a gold-armored ancient god. The onlookers were full of anticipation. A half-day passed. Howl! A loud roar came out from one of the pools, echoing throughout the valley. The onlookers immediately looked toward the pool where that sound had come from. There, they saw a young man with a face that was flushed red and veins that were throbbing along with his roars. He is going to transform into an ancient god. The onlookers were familiar with what was happening. A moment later, the young man's body began bulging to over 3 meters in height. His body gleamed with a bronze light, his muscle grew big, and he looked like a normal copper-armored ancient god. A copper-armored ancient god. The onlookers nodded with praise. After transforming into a copper-armored ancient god, the young man gradually restored his calm. A little while later, once he learned how to control the transformation, he turned back into a human being and walked out of the water. The man, however, did not look happy. He was frustrated because he had been the first one to walk out of the pool, which meant that he had absorbed the least energy and awakened the lowest bloodline. Chapter 735, The Metamorphosis. Chapter 735, The Metamorphosis. After the first man had awakened his bloodline, others began to get out of the pools one after another. In the blink of an eye, a whole day and night had passed. Among the 13 people who had come to be baptized, 12 of them had finished and walked out of the pools, and 2 of them had even become silver-armored demon gods. The only one left in the water was Jian Wushuang. "It has been 1 day and night," Elder Ing murmured, and a sliver of light escaped her eyes. So far, except for Jian Wushuang still being in the water, the longest time any of them stayed in water was 8 hours, and that man became a silver-armored demon god. Therefore, I think Jian Wushuang will awaken his bloodline as a gold-armored demon god. A 2-star ancient god gasped in admiration. As time continued on, Jian Wushuang was still immersed in the water, absorbing energy from it. The more he absorbed, the higher level his bloodline would be. The clansmen waited for him to come out at the edge of the valley. When it had been a whole day and night since Jian Wushuang went into the pool, those men felt quite surprised, and when it had been 2 days, they became thrilled. 2 days and nights, and 2/10 of the energy of the ancient god gem has been consumed, and he is still in the pool. In all the previous cases, all those who had stayed in the pool for 2 days and nights had become gold-armored ancient gods. It seems that he is not going to disappoint us. Gold-armored ancient god. Those onlookers were full of anticipation. That was because, as time passed by, there were fewer and fewer gold-armored ancient gods in their clan. Presently, there was a total of less than 100 gold-armored ancient gods in the 10 clans combined. In that big baptismal pool, Jian Wushuang was sitting with his legs crossed with the green energy flowing into his body continuously. At the same time, he was experiencing a change. Sometime later, as the energy stopped flowing into him, he reached his limit. His blood and bones felt thoroughly alive. Excitement and jubilation filled his every cell. Ah! He suddenly let out a cry of pain, which seemed to come from deep inside him. His face twisted and his veins throbbed. He opened his mouth in difficulty and tried to say something, but except for ear-splitting roars, nothing else could be heard from him. His voice resounded loudly throughout the place and alarmed all the creatures there. The clansmen who were waiting for him at the edge of the valley had excited expressions on their faces upon hearing the roars. 7 days and 6 nights. Finally, he is going to reach his limit. He has consumed 3/4 of the energy of the ancient god Jim. Those people looked toward Jian Wushuang with eyes full of astonishment and admiration. The more energy one absorbed from the water, the higher the level his bloodline would be. At the thought of Jian Wushuang absorbing energy in the pool for such a long time as 7 days and 6 nights, those clansmen could not help wondering what kind of bloodline Jian Wushuang would awaken. I bet he is going to awaken his bloodline as a gold-armored ancient god. What's more, it should be of the highest level. Few in our clan can be his match in view of their bloodline levels. Let's just wait. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Jian Wushuang. Then, with unbearable pain, Jian Wushuang's body started to bulge, just as the other clansmen had experienced in the baptismal pools. A moment later, his body grew visibly larger to 10 meters in height and finally to 15 meters. Along with that, his skin gradually turned golden, and his arms and legs grew larger. He looked exactly like a 15-meter-tall gold-armored ancient god. He is so strong and tall. He became a gold-armored ancient god, 15 meters in height. The onlookers were a bit dumbstruck. For a man in the ancient god clan, how tall he could grow was determined by his bloodline. Normally, the copper-armored ancient gods were about 3 meters tall, while the silver-armored ancient gods were 5 to 6 meters in height. As for the gold-armored ancient gods, most of them were about 10 meters in height. Few were taller than that. Therefore, they were quite surprised by Jian Wushuang's height after he transformed. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Look! What's that?" The others immediately followed his eyes to look at Jian Wushuang's chest, and they were again dumbfounded. On Jian Wushuang's chest, they saw a pattern of a quadrangular star. The pattern represented Jian Wushuang's level as a 1-star ancient god, and what surprised the clansmen so much was the area that the pattern covered. The skin in that area was dark golden, a little different from the other areas of his skin. Dark golden? Dark golden? How is that possible? The clansmen could not believe their eyes. In their minds, each of the 3 kinds of ancient gods had skin that was just a single color. The gold-armored ancient gods were golden-skinned. Why is the skin on his chest different from the other parts of his body? What the hell is this? As the pain inside Jian Wushuang diminished, a sliver of golden light escaped his eyes. With him suddenly looking up, there was a pressing force sweeping away from him. Meanwhile, some images broke into his mind. They were the inherited memories of the ancient gods. The memories were about only one thing. The supreme skill of the ancient god clan, 3 fingers of the ancient god. Chapter 736, Against Nature Twice, the Deification Realm. Chapter 736, Against Nature Twice, the Deification Realm. The ancestor of the ancient god clan was a great ancient god. That god possessed incredible power and was highly gifted. Every time his descendants awoke their bloodlines, some of them might gain a part of his memory. Those lucky ones had to work at the memory by themselves and could not teach others their gains. As those descendants' bloodline got thinner and thinner, only a few of them could gain that ancestor's memory while awaking their bloodlines, and that was true even of the gold-armored ancient gods. Surprisingly, Jian Wushuang gained that memory. 3 fingers of the ancient god. Everything about that skill was now in his mind. It was one of the ancestors' most terrifying and unique skills. Only those clansmen with a high level of bloodline could master it. The 3 fingers meant 3 moves. According to what Jian Wushuang learned from the inherited memory, each move had amazing power. By displaying the first move, one could break realms. By displaying the second move, one could extinguish stars. By displaying the third move, one could shatter the world. Thus, the 3 moves were respectively named barrier breaking, star extinguishing, and world shattering. 3 fingers of the ancient god is a really fierce and terrifying skill. Jian Wushuang was amazed. He believed that later, after he mastered the skill, he would be able to exert extraordinary power. After a quick scan of that memory, he looked down at his body. Is this how I look after I transformed into an ancient god? Staring at his strongly built body, he found it even bigger than that of the gold-armored demon gods at over 10 meters high. He clenched his hand and could feel a mighty power gather in it. He could tell that this power was much more powerful than that of the sword heart. At the same time, he also noticed the pattern of a quadrangular star on his chest and the dark golden skin it covered. Dark golden? Jian Wushuang was a little confused. He never heard of any ancient god in the ancient god clan who had dark golden skin. However, it did not bother him that much as it was just a small area. After some time in his transformed body, with a thought of his mind, his body began shrinking into a normal human being's. When he was back into his human body, he immediately felt that his spiritual power had been changed. I broke through a realm. He was not surprised at this. He had known for a long time ago that once those of the ancient god clan accepted their baptism and awoke their bloodlines, they would break through to the level of 1-star ancient god. That level was equal to the level of divine realm experts. Therefore, he had expected that he would reach the divine realm as well after he accepted the baptism, and in view of this, he had purposely adventured longer in order to linger in the skyscraping realm. After all, in the skyscraping realm, he could comprehend Tao and swordsmanship at a great speed, but once he broke through into the divine realm, that speed would be reduced. Now, he found himself in the divine realm. That meant an overall change to his body and an increase of his power, as well as a decrease of his comprehension speed. Actually, even though his talent and comprehension would be weakened, he would still be better at it than others. Now, I've come to the second step of the heaven-defying 4 steps, deification realm. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. The 4 steps meant 4 realms: heaven-treading realm, deification realm, everlasting realm, and eternal supremo. Among them, the deification realm was equivalent to the divine realm of normal warriors. Given that the heavenly creation skill was so unique, after Jian Wushuang transformed into a human being, he did not hurry out of the pool but stayed in it, trying to figure out the difference of the second step. Soon, he got the answer. He murmured with a horrified look, "After I'm in the deification realm, I can reach the peak of my power without limit." In the heaven-treading realm, he was best at comprehending. In the deification realm, he would get the most powerful battle strength. It meant that as long as he was in the realm, he could improve his battle strength without limit. For example, if a divine realm expert could exchange some moves with an eternal realm expert and not get killed, he could be regarded as an exceptional genius among his peers, and if he could kill that expert, he would be regarded as a genius of geniuses. However, very few people in the eternal world could achieve that. The fact was that no matter how powerful a divine realm expert was of his level, he could only beat down some weak and average eternal realm experts. If he could do better than that, he would have broken through the eternal realm. However, the heavenly creation skill Jian Wushuang practiced was meant to break the recognized rules among the common people. There was no limit to his power when he was in the deification realm. With some opportunities, he could achieve what others could not. That was to say, he could be as powerful as the top eternal realm experts someday. In that realm, he could improve his power as much as he wanted. Heavenly creation skill is really incredible. Jian Wushuang let out a sigh of surprise. He raised his head and looked around, finding the clansmen all staring at him with dumbfounded looks. Jian Wushuang smiled at them, walked out the baptismal pool, and came up to them. Chapter 737, Ancient God Palace. Chapter 737, Ancient God Palace. Elder Ing and other brothers, sorry to keep you waiting. Jian Wushuang apologized to them. Those who were waiting for him all stared at him with a strange look, especially Elder Ing. Her eyes flickered when she observed Jian Wushuang. His bloodline carries a strong oppressive force, a force much stronger than those of the other gold-armored ancient gods. The others looked a bit terrified while staring at Jian Wushuang. Once the people of the ancient god clan awoke their bloodline, it would emit an oppressive force from them, and the force of a gold-armored ancient god would be much stronger than that of a silver-armored ancient god. Therefore, even if the latter was stronger than the former, he would still be in awe of him, because his bloodline was of lower level. Those clansmen had been waiting for Jian Wushuang for so long that the first time he awoke his bloodline, they immediately felt it and were shocked. The oppressive force they felt from him was fiercer than what they felt from other gold-armored ancient gods. It has been rather long since a bloodline of such high level as yours has awoken, Elder Ing said to Jian Wushuang with her eyes sparkling. After a long silence, she let out a sigh of relief and turned to her clansmen. The baptism is ended and all of you can go back now. Yes, Elder Ing. The clansmen all headed back after shooting Jian Wushuang a glance. Soon, there was only Jian Wushuang with Elder Ing. Jian Wushuang, I want to show you something, follow me. She finally spoke again. Yes, Elder Ing. Without hesitation, Jian Wushuang followed her. They left the valley and then the clan. Eternal Zone was a vast land. The ancient god clan and the wild beasts each controlled half of it. Where the two territories met was the holy place of the ancient god clan, and the place had been closed since the clan lost the ancestors' trace. During those long years, no one had gotten in or out of the place. Elder Ing led Jian Wushuang to a giant mountain near the holy place, and there was a wide path leading to its peak. Walking along the path, Jian Wushuang quickly reached the peak. What's this? He was immediately attracted by a scene in front of him. It was a group of ancient and huge palaces. Between him and the palaces was a giant stone, on which 3 words were engraved. Ancient God Palace. Ancient God Palace? Jian Wushuang frowned. He had been in the Eternal Zone for more than 80 years, and yet he had never heard of the palace before. Elder Ing, what are those palaces? Ancient God Palace is the core place of our clan and also a place where our top experts are gathered. Elder Ing started explaining. This palace contains the most important and ancient 3 secret skills of our clan. Those skills are our foundation. There are over 1 million people in our 10 tribes, and only the top ones or the gold-armored ancient gods can enter this palace to study the 3 skills. The 3 secret skills? Jian Wushuang was excited. Back when he was studying the Star River secret skill, Gu Changfeng had told him that there were 2 other secret skills in their clan apart from the one he was working on. At that time, he had only been able to learn the first 11 levels of the Star River secret skill and was not up to the rest of the levels and the other 2 secret skills. Gu Changfeng had also told him that only gold-armored ancient gods could practice those skills. However, now, from Elder Ying's words, he finally knew that not only gold-armored ancient gods, but also top experts could practice them. Jian Wushuang. Elder Ing looked towards him and spoke again. You have awoken a strong bloodline and even have dark golden skin on your chest. That's why I brought you here. Let me show you in. Thanks, Elder Ing. Jian Wushuang nodded. He could not wait to see the other levels of the Star River secret skill and the other 2 secret skills with his own eyes. Following Elder Ing, he entered the palace and in the hallway, he saw some people with terrifying power. The first person he caught sight of was a bald man. The man saw him as well and grinned at him, which, however, made his hair stand on end. He could tell that the man was powerful enough to kill him with one strike. Besides the man, the others he saw along the way all made him feel fear. Those people are as powerful as two-star ancient gods, and their battle strength have to be amazingly strong, he thought. In fact, he had met many Eternal Realm experts in the Firmament territory before, and those experts in the three magnates and the top sects numbered 100. Nevertheless, except for his master Xin Yi, none of them terrified him as much as these men he saw here. He even suspected that each expert in that palace could kill a group of Eternal Realm experts outside by themselves. Is this the main power of the ancient god clan? Jin Wushuang was stunned inside. Though he had seen some two-star ancient gods in the 10 tribes earlier, he had not been able to set eyes on the really powerful ones until this moment, for these experts remained in the palace all the time. Chapter 738, Imperial Kinsman. Chapter 738, Imperial Kinsman. Following Elder Ying, Jin Wushuang soon arrived at the core place of the palace, a huge black pavilion. On the stairs in front of him, he saw a weathered elder sit with his legs crossed and eyes closed. If someone observed the elder just by looking, he would think that this man was not breathing and was dead. But if he closed his eyes and tried hard to feel the elder's aura, he would know that the elder was alive. Elder Yi. Elder Ying bowed to the elder respectfully. The elder heard the voice and opened his eyes. As the elder's eyes fell on Jin Wushuang, the latter immediately felt his mind go blank. For a moment, Jin Wushuang felt as if he was frozen inside out. What's wrong with me? He could not help being afraid. 3-star ancient god. This elder must be a 3-star ancient god, as powerful as a Tao master. Jin Wushuang's eyes were widely opened. This was the first time that he had seen such a supreme expert. Although the elder was an ancient god, not a human being, Jin Wushuang knew that the elder was no weaker than a human Tao master and might be even stronger. He was so thrilled that such a powerful god was now sitting before his eyes. How could this boy's bloodline be even stronger than mine? The elder was surprised after staring at Jin Wushuang, and he immediately asked, "Boy, who are you?" He looked impassive, his piercing eyes fixed on Jin Wushuang as if he wanted to see through him. Being watched by such a pair of intense eyes, Jin Wushuang felt timid, but he was experienced, so he managed to remain calm while replying, "I'm Jin Wushuang." Jin Wushuang? On hearing the answer, the elder narrowed his eyes. Elder Yi, this boy is a descendant of militant warriors. A few days ago, he accepted a baptism in the baptismal pool with our clansmen and didn't get out until 7 days and 6 nights later. Elder Ying chimed in. 7 days and 6 nights? Elder Ji had a surprised look on his face upon hearing the words. Normally, staying in the baptismal pool for 2 days and 2 nights would be enough to awake the bloodline of a gold-armored ancient god. At that moment, Elder Ying continued, more than that, the gold-armored ancient god he transformed into was about 15 meters tall and had dark gold skin on his chest, while the skin of other parts was pure gold. Dark gold? On hearing this, Elder Yi suddenly rose up to his feet and watched Jin Wushuang closely while shouting. You just said that the gold-armored ancient god this boy transformed into was about 15 meters tall and had dark gold skin on his chest? Yes. Elder Ying nodded. Elder Yi was vacant-eyed with astonishment, murmuring, dark gold ancient god. Imperial bloodline. Imperial bloodline? When Elder Ying heard the 2 words, she was dumbfounded. Jin Wushuang was, however, confused. What does imperial bloodline mean? Is he talking about me? There are only copper-armored ancient gods, silver-armored ancient gods, and gold-armored ancient gods, aren't there? Lost in confusion, Jin Wushuang suddenly heard Elder Yi speak to him. Jin Wushuang, transform into an ancient god now. Yes, Elder. Jin Wushuang nodded. There was a burst of bloodline power inside Jin Wushuang unleashed with his will, and his body began to bulge. In just a moment, he had become a gold-armored ancient god about 15 meters tall, and surely, the skin on his chest was dark gold. It's indeed dark gold. Elder Yi stared at Jin Wushuang for a good while. His bloodline is so pure with an overpowering, oppressing force. Even I shiver under it. He does have an imperial bloodline. Though only being a small part, those with imperial bloodline are nobler than us. So many years have passed and finally, we have another man with an imperial bloodline in our clan. Haha. Elder Yi laughed loudly with joy and excitement. Jin Wushuang and Elder Ying were puzzled at the sudden laughter. Elder Ying was not among those seniors of the clan, thus, she did not know some secrets about the clan, such as the imperial bloodline. A noble with imperial bloodline has appeared again. Why are you old guys still staying inside? Elder Yi suddenly turned back and shouted at the palace. His voice echoed throughout the whole place, however. Only a few people in the palace could hear it. Those people were the ones who had lived for a really long time in the clan. Imperial bloodline? The direct descendant of His Majesty has finally appeared? As another loud voice echoed from the underground, the ground where Jin Wushuang stood on started shaking wildly. What's going on? Jin Wushuang was startled and looked around. Seeing the sudden change, the clansmen inside the palace were also amazed. Right then, the ground was cracked open from its center, and from inside stretched out a huge palm. Then, a giant figure climbed out, who tore the ground apart like tearing a coffin that buried him. It was a gold-armored ancient god dozens of meters tall, gleaming with golden light. The god stood towering like a giant mountain, stunning the onlookers just based on visual impact. How tall and strong it is! Jin Wushuang was amazed. It is a human being. The giant figure stretched himself after turning up, making a thundering sound. The next moment, the figure began shrinking and finally turned into a middle-aged man about 2 meters tall, who rushed towards the black pavilion, approaching Jin Wushuang. Chapter 739, Secret. Chapter 739, Secret. There was a towering mountain outside the ancient god palace. It existed for a long, long time in the Eternal Zone. The clansmen from the ancient god clan occasionally passed by this mountain when they went hunting. At this moment, imperial bloodline? The resonant sound echoed through the mountain, causing it to convulse. Crack! A huge crack suddenly appeared on the mountain wall, followed by the mountain splitting in two as if it had been parted by someone. In the blink of an eye, a 1,000-foot-tall gold-armored ancient god stepped out of the mountain. At the same time, a giant figure flew out of the lake in the Eternal Zone. A stone-faced young man walked out of a mansion. In the depths of the boundless wasteland, a gold-armored ancient god dashed forward at amazing speed while ignoring the beasts on his way. The weathered elder, Elder Yi, had sent out the messages in a special way. Those old monsters who had been living in seclusion all came out. Shortly after, they all appeared in front of a black pavilion in the ancient god palace and fixed their eyes on Jin Wushuang, who was also looking at these ancient gods in shock. Along with Elder Yi, the other 8 ancient gods all had human appearances. Regardless of their gender or age, they all had one thing in common. They were all 3-star ancient gods. 9 3-star ancient gods. Jin Wushuang gasped. A 2-star ancient god was comparable to a Dao Master. There were 4 Dao Masters in the entire firmament territory, the Masters of the 3 Magnates and the Sect Master of the Ancient Sect. Although the Ancient Sect had another 3 Dao Masters, they had already left the firmament territory. The 9 ancient gods were looking at Jin Wushuang in admiration. Imperial bloodline. He really has the imperial bloodline. Although it's just a small part of the imperial bloodline, that's enough. Haha, many years have passed. We finally have an imperial bloodline clansman, but he is not strong. He has just awakened his bloodline, so it's natural that he is still weak. It won't take long for him to meet the requirement. Things are getting better. The 9 3-star ancient gods were in a heated discussion, looking surprised and delighted. Everyone, the other 3-star ancient gods, stopped talking and nodded slightly after hearing Elder Yi's voice. Okay, since you don't have any questions, then I'll explain it to the young boy, Elder Yi said. Okay, then we'll all go to make some preparations. The other 8 three-star ancient gods could not help casting a fervent glance at Jin Wushuang before they left. Jin Wushuang felt that it was very strange. "Boy, your name is Jin Wushuang, right?" Eldery looked over at the boy with a kind expression, then said, "I guess you're very confused now, right?" "Right." Jin Wushuang nodded unconsciously. What had happened just now puzzled him, as well as Granny Ying. They had no idea about the imperial bloodline, so it was not clear to them why the three-star ancient gods were over the moon after receiving the news that Jin Wushuang had a part of the imperial bloodline. It's normal that you're confused about it. After all, in the entire clan, only we old guys know the secret. Eldery sighed and started to explain. As we all know, our ancestor was an ancient god who was strong enough to destroy the world. And actually, it's inappropriate to call him the ancient god. He is our king. King? Jin Wushuang was surprised. Right? He was a dark gold ancient god, the highest level, while the other ancient gods were his subordinates, who served him and followed his orders. Elder E continued, "We're not his descendants, but his subordinates' descendants. Many years ago, the king suddenly disappeared and the holy place closed. So many of his subordinates there became isolated from us. Over the past years, we've tried to enter the holy place. As long as we're able to enter the holy place, we can find out the reason why the king was missing and why the holy place was closed. But the formation there was too powerful, and even though all the three-star ancient gods worked together, we were still unable to break it. It's impossible to enter it with strength alone, so we have to turn to people who possess the imperial bloodline. It's a pity that our king had no lineal descendants. We've lived in this world for a long, long time. Our bloodline has become weaker and weaker, let alone have we fostered the imperial bloodline. So we've all felt hopeless. But now, you've given us a glimmer of hope. Because you have part of the imperial bloodline." Upon hearing this, Jin Wushuang finally understood. The imperial bloodline could help them unseal the holy place so that they could solve the riddles, which was of the greatest importance to the ancient god clan. "Elder E, you want me to break the seal of the holy place?" Jin Wushuang asked. "Right." Elder E nodded. "But you've just awakened your bloodline, so you're too weak to break the seal. You need some time to grow up. When you become a 2-star ancient god, you might be able to succeed." Chapter 740, The 3 Secret Skills of the Ancient God Clan. Chapter 740, The 3 Secret Skills of the Ancient God Clan. 2-star ancient god? Jin Wushuang wore a wry smile. He had just awakened the bloodline and become a 1-star ancient god, so he was far from being a 2-star ancient god. "Little Ying." Elder E addressed Granny Ying. Granny Ying was a highly respected ancient god in the 8th tribe, but in front of Elder E, she became Little Ying. Obviously, Elder E had lived longer than Granny Ying. "You brought the boy here for the 3 secret skills, right?" Elder E asked. Granny Ying nodded, saying, "That's right. The 3 secret skills are the greatest foundation for our clan. Jin Wushuang, go and do some good cultivation," Elder E responded while waving his hand. Then the gate of the black pavilion opened. "Jin Wushuang, go for it," Granny Ying said. Jin Wushuang walked inside without hesitation. Inside, there was an open space with 3 stone tablets in the center. Each of the stone tablets was 30 feet tall, black, and made from some special ore. Many small, tightly packed characters were carved on them. Each of the stone tablets had a secret skill recorded onto them. Jin Wushuang went over to the first stone tablet engraved with the Scarlet Eye secret skill. The Scarlet Eye secret skill helps you see through reality and illusions. If someone reaches its limit, everything will be exposed to him under the Scarlet Eye. Jin Wushuang was shocked by its brief introduction. See through reality and illusions? Everything will be exposed to him under the Scarlet Eye? This was a great secret skill. Jin Wushuang continued and looked at the second secret skill. The 3 secret skills were Scarlet Eye, Star River, and Mind Controlling. The Scarlet Eye secret skill was rare. The last 2 secret skills were used for attacking. He had mastered the first 3 levels of the Star River secret skill and improved his offensive power by 9 times. He had only seen the manuals of the first 11 levels of the Star River secret skill when he was in the 8th tribe. But now, faced with the complete manual of the Star River secret skill, Jian Wushuang was rocked. 34 levels? Jian Wushuang widened his eyes, staring at the second stone tablet. The Star River secret skill actually had 34 levels. What he had seen in the 8th tribe was less than 1/3 of the complete secret skill. Each level of the Star River secret skill is able to improve my offensive power by 3 times. Now I've just reached level 3, so my offensive power became 9 times greater than before. If I reach level 11, my offensive power will improve by 33 times. However, level 11 is not the limit. If I reach level 34, my offensive power will gain a 100-fold increase. 100-fold increase. 100-fold offensive power. The secret skills in the firmament territory often helped improve offensive power by 10 times at the most. For human warriors, 10 times was their limit. When he saw the first 11 levels of the Star River secret skill, Jian Wushuang was totally stupefied, and now he was even more shocked. It can actually help me obtain a 100-fold offensive power? This? Jian Wushuang was at a loss for words. Aided by the secret skill, the firmament territory experts were only able to improve their offensive power by, at most, 10 times, while the ancient gods could get a 100-fold power increase if they reached the peak of the Star River secret skill. Powerful. Terrifying. This was the formidable ancient god clan. The mind-controlling secret skill was targeted at the opponent's consciousness and soul. If someone reached the elementary level, he was capable of attacking one's consciousness. Unlike the 18 levels of hell, which could pose a threat to one's consciousness and stop his consciousness for a short moment, the mind-controlling secret skill was used to attack one's consciousness and make him tingle or confused. If someone were to reach the supreme level, he would be able to attack one's soul, which was strange and terrifying. Each of the secret skills is amazing. Jian Wushuang could not hold back his praise. The demon gods were already more powerful. Now, aided by the 3 secret skills, they would be invincible. Clansmen who have awakened the demon god bloodline are qualified to practice the 3 secret skills. The better bloodline a demon god possesses, the higher level he will reach. I'm a gold-armored ancient god and have a part of the imperial bloodline, so I'm able to cultivate it, but I don't know how far I can go, Jian Wushuang murmured. Then, he sat down with his legs crossed as he started to meditate on the Scarlet Eye secret skill, which helped see through reality and illusions. As Jian Wushuang was meditating on the secret skill, Granny Ying was still standing outside with respect. Each of our 3 secret skills is profound. Although the boy has a part of the imperial bloodline, it's impossible for him to master all of them in a short period of time. Little Ying, there's no need to wait here. Go back to the tribe. And remember, don't talk to anyone about the boy's imperial bloodline and our clan's secret. Okay. Granny Ying nodded and then left. Elder Yi sat cross-legged in front of the black pavilion. The boy has a part of the imperial bloodline, so it's easy for him to master the Riverstar secret skill. But to practice the last 2 skills requires a superior understanding. I wonder how long he will meet the requirement for the 2 skills, Elder Yi said quietly. Then, he closed his eyes. Chapter 741, Dedicated Meditation. Chapter 741, Dedicated Meditation. Jian Wushuang was quietly meditating on the secret skill in front of the 3 stone tablets. The Star River secret skill consisted of 34 levels. It was easy to reach the elementary levels. Even the clansmen who had not awakened the bloodline were able to master level 1 or level 2. However, the further they went, the harder it became. In the entire clan, few had been able to reach level 20. As for the Scarlet Eye secret skill and the mind-controlling secret skill, it was difficult for the ancient gods to meet the requirements. Some powerful clansmen, and even some gold-armored ancient gods, would spend 10 years or even 100 years meditating on the 2 skills if they wanted to reach level 1. Jian Wushuang possessed the imperial bloodline. If he had remained a skyscraping realm expert who had the highest understanding, it would have been easier for him to meditate on the two skills, but now, he was a divine realm expert, whose understanding was weaker. It took him 5 years to start getting the hang of the Scarlet Eye secret skill. Then he spent 8 years reaching the elementary levels of the mind-controlling secret skill. And as for the Star River secret skill, it only took him half a month to master level 10. In the Ancient God clan, 1-star ancient gods were only able to reach level 10 of the Star River secret skill. After keeping the 3 secret skills manuals in his mind, Jian Wushuang decided to leave. Jian Wushuang. The moment he stepped out of the Black Pavilion, Jian Wushuang immediately saw Elder Yi sitting on the ground. Elder Yi. Jian Wushuang bowed to the elder. How's it going with the 3 secret skills? Elder Yi asked. Not bad. I've reached level 10 of the Star River secret skill and elementary levels of the other 2 skills, Jian Wushuang replied honestly. What? So fast? Elder Yi was astonished, but soon calmed himself. Then, he said with a smile, You're worthy of possessing the imperial bloodline. Your understanding is excellent. Upon hearing this, Jian Wushuang smiled. But actually, he was not satisfied with his achievements. His talents and comprehension became weaker than before after he reached the deification realm. If he had been in the skyscraping realm, he would have only spent 3 years on the 2 last secret skills. As for how to use the 3 skills, you can ask some ancient gods in the Ancient God Palace. They'll help you, Elder Yi added. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded. He had planned to stay in the Ancient God Palace. I have lived in the Eternal Zone for more than 90 years. In 7 years, this zone will open again, then I'll leave for the Firmament territory. So, I can stay in the Ancient God Palace to enhance my strength until then. Jian Wushuang made up his mind. He would live in the Ancient God Palace for 7 years. There were numerous powerful clansmen in the Ancient God Palace. Although Jian Wushuang was unable to fight against them, he was raring to go. The clansmen of the Ancient God clan were born militant, as was Jian Wushuang. Therefore, Jian Wushuang started to challenge his clansmen. Time flew by in the Eternal Zone. During that period of time, he had fought many clansmen in the Ancient God Palace. Although he rarely won the fights, Jian Wushuang had never lost heart and kept challenging more clansmen. He also gained a lot from his abject failures. 7 years passed by. On the top floor of a towering pagoda, Jian Wushuang quietly sat cross-legged under an ancient copper bell, with his eyes closed and a faint smile on his face. He suddenly shook, and a surge of overwhelming aura radiated out. Star River secret skill, level 11, is complete. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes, which shone with excitement. He had reached level 10 7 years ago and improved his offensive power by 30 times. He had been practicing the Star River secret skill over the past 7 years. Now, he finally made it to level 11 and gained another 3-fold increase. The Star River secret skill was restricted to Ancient God's realm. When Jian Wushuang was a skyscraping realm expert before he had awakened his bloodline, he was capable of mastering the first 3 levels of this skill. As for his clansmen, who had not become 1-star ancient gods, they could reach level 3 at the most. Level 10 of the Star River secret skill would be the limit for the 1-star ancient gods. The strongest 1-star ancient gods, even the gold-armored ancient gods, could only reach level 10. No one had made it to level 11. However, Jian Wushuang succeeded. This was the particularity of the deification realm. His strength was limitless in that realm. Therefore, he was able to reach level 11. He would progress to level 12 or 13, as he had great potential. Jian Wushuang. A bold voice was heard before a bald man glided in from afar. Jian Wushuang addressed him. Gu Hong. The bald man was named Gu Hong, who was a powerful 2-star ancient god. Although he was a silver-armored ancient god, few gold-armored ancient gods could match him. Jian Wushuang had sparred with him more than once, but he had suffered a crushing defeat every time. Time is up. Elder Yi asked me to tell you that the outsiders are about to arrive, Gu Hong said. Finally, it's time for me to show up. Jian Wushuang raised his head, his eyes shining with killing intent. Chapter 742, 100 Years Arrives. Chapter 742, 100 Years Arrives. Elder E. Jian Wushuang bowed to the elder in front of the black pavilion. Elder E looked at the boy with a faint smile while asking, "Are you ready to fight the outsiders?" "Yes, I am." Jian Wushuang nodded. "Although they don't have much strength, they have superb skills. You should go to fight them, but you have to be careful because the outsiders are interested in our essence blood, so it will be an all-out fight if you do encounter them." "Okay." Jian Wushuang nodded again. "As a militant warrior, you have experienced such fights many times before, so I won't need to remind you more about it. Here's something for you." Elder E waved his hand and threw a wilted yellow leaf to the boy. Jian Wushuang received it and immediately felt the terrifying power contained within it. "Elder E, what is it?" Jian Wushuang asked with a confused look. "This leaf can save your life. Your imperial bloodline is important to us, so I don't dare to risk your life." Elder E responded with a faint smile. "This leaf contains my finger power. If you're in danger, just tear it." "Thank you, Elder E." Jian Wushuang expressed his appreciation with a flicker of delight in his heart. It was clear to him that Elder E was really a 3-star ancient god, even superior to a human Dao master, so the power of his finger would be a brilliant weapon. "I've ordered Gu Hong to go with you. If you have any problem, just ask him." Elder E waved his hand. Jian Wushuang nodded and then left. Gu Hong had been waiting outside of the ancient god palace. Seeing Jian Wushuang approaching, Gu Hong stepped forward and said with a smile, "Jian Wushuang, we'll work together this time." Jian Wushuang smiled and asked, "Gu Hong, have you fought an outsider?" "Of course I have," Gu Hong replied. "The outsiders invade our homeland every 100 years, so our clan arranges some clansmen to fight them. Aside from ordinary 2-star ancient gods from the 10 big tribes, our clan sometimes dispatches 1 or 2 clansmen from the ancient god palace. I have fought the outsiders 3 times, so this is my 4th crusade." "Oh, really?" Jian Wushuang understood. "Right, you haven't brawled with the outsides, have you? Their strength is poor, but they have amazing skills." Gu Hong started to talk about the outsiders. Jian Wushuang listened attentively, but he felt inwardly aggrieved. Because after all, he also came from the outside world and could be regarded as an outsider. Therefore, he had a better understanding of the skills of the human experts than Gu Hong did. Shortly after, they arrived at the Great Mountains, which stretched out for thousands of miles. They were called the Tianqi Mountains. Due to their years of experience, the clansmen from the ancient god clan knew that the outsiders would appear at any corner of the mountains, so they waited there. Hundreds of 2-star ancient gods were standing close by in the void. They all came from the 10 tribes. Aside from a few powerful ones, most of them were mediocre. Gu Xiu, who had saved Jian Wushuang once, was considered the strongest among the group of 2-star ancient gods. At this point, they gathered in 2s and 3s and were chatting with each other. "I heard that the ancient god palace will send someone here. As we all know, only gold-armored ancient gods or real supreme clansmen are qualified to enter the ancient god palace, so every one of them is far superior to us. I wonder which one will come here." The 2-star ancient gods were looking forward to it. The ancient god clan paid more attention to strength and bloodline. Many clansmen dreamed of having access to the ancient god palace. At this point, 2 figures glided over from afar. "Finally, 2 masters are coming." The 2-star ancient gods widened their eyes. Those 2 figures quickly appeared in front of them. The 2-star ancient gods were a bit surprised when they saw the bald man. "Gu Hong, Master Gu Hong. Wow, Master Gu Hong came here. Gu Hong will personally fight the outsiders. Do they have any chance to survive?" The 2-star ancient gods obviously knew about Gu Heng's strength, so they were shocked. However, the moment they noticed the young man beside Gu Hong, they all wore odd expressions on their faces. 1 star? A 1-star ancient god? Are you kidding me? He definitely came to the wrong place. A one-star ancient god should go to the outer layer and fight with those so-called divine realm experts. Upon hearing this, Jin Wushuang gave them a wry smile, as he had foreseen that they would have such a reaction. After all, he was only a one-star ancient god. Even though he came from the ancient god palace, his level did not convince them. Jin Wushuang, it seems that you'll have to prove yourself, Gu Hong teased him. Jin Wushuang shrugged his shoulders with resignation. Okay, listen up, this is Jin Wushuang. Although he is just a one-star ancient god, his strength is far superior to most of ours. Gu Hong introduced him in a resonant voice. As for this fight with the outsiders, we will be your commanders, so you have to follow our orders over the next 10 days, understand? Understood, chorused the two-star ancient gods. Although they responded in a loud voice, Jin Wushuang could tell that they still doubted his strength from their unnatural expressions. Chapter 743, The Eternal Zone Reopens. Chapter 743, The Eternal Zone Reopens. The clansmen from the ancient god clan assembled while the experts and divine realm disciples from all the sects gathered in the void over an ancient forest outside of the Eternal Zone. The three magnates, Cloud Sea Asgard, Immortal Dynasty, and Boundless Demon Sect, also dispatched many experts. Although Cloud Sea Asgard had lost 7 Eternal Realm experts who were killed by the furious Xian Yi, it had not suffered seriously as this magnate was full of brilliant experts. 2 Eternal Realm experts had emerged in Cloud Sea Asgard over the past 100 years. One of them was Wu Dao, who had been set up by Jin Wushuang and had to make a great effort to save his life. That narrow escape had probably stimulated his potential. And once he returned to Cloud Sea Asgard, Wu Dao spent 70 years in closed-door cultivation until he made a breakthrough to the Eternal Realm. Now, as a supreme expert in the firmament territory, he looked energetic and confident. Wu Dao, it's your first time going into the inner layer of the Eternal Zone, so you should be careful. Unlike those in the outer layer, the demon gods in the inner layer are more powerful than us. Although they have a limited understanding of the Tao, it's not easy for us to take the baptismal pools from them. You've just reached the Eternal Realm, so you're not strong enough to fight against them. After you arrive there, go to find other elders as soon as possible. If you collaborate to fight them, you might be able to pull it off. A barefoot elder with a tender face and white hair urged Wu Dao, who nodded in agreement and did not dare to disobey his order. The experts from the other sects looked at the barefoot elder with a flicker of terror in their eyes. Eventually, an Eternal Realm expert from the Mortal Dynasty who could not suppress his curiosity asked, Yun Fan, I didn't expect that you'd personally come here. Are you going to take more baptismal pools for your people? Yun Fan was the great elder of Cloud Sea Asgard, second only to Xian Yi, who was known as the most powerful Eternal Realm expert in the firmament territory. He was also the only Eternal Realm expert who had become a silver-armored demon god through the demon god baptismal pool. Therefore, there was no need for him to enter the Eternal Zone. Acquiring one more baptismal pool would be useless to him, unless he grabbed it for the other experts. Humph, whether I go into the Eternal Zone or not is none of your business. Yun Fan looked around with a frosty expression. Perceiving his sharp eyes, the other experts did not dare to say anything further. In fact, Yun Fan was drowning in conflicting emotions. He was reluctant to enter the Eternal Zone. As the Eternal Realm expert from the Immortal Dynasty said, it was not appealing to him. He had to show up here because of the order of his palace master. Cloud Sea Asgard had lost 7 of their Eternal Realm experts 100 years ago, which was a great loss for the sect. It was nearly impossible for human warriors to change into demon gods by using a baptismal pool, but 3 baptismal pools were enough. So the palace master of Cloud Sea Asgard asked Yun Fan to head to the Eternal Zone and snatch at least 3 baptismal pools to improve the strength of their Eternal Realm experts. A glum elder from the Boundless Demon Sect was inconspicuously standing nearby. He was Chao, who had crazily hunted Jin Wushuang and forced him to escape into the inner layer. And Chow was also terrified of Yun Fan. The old monster actually came. I should be more careful. This brutal and heartless old guy might grab things by any means. The ancient sect had sent 9 Eternal Realm experts here, one more than the last time. Palace Master Destruction was the strongest among the 9 experts. Last time, I was the only one to obtain a baptismal pool, though I failed to change into a demon god. This time, we have to take more pools, Palace Master Destruction said. Okay. His comrades nodded in agreement. Soon after, 2 wormholes, which were respectively connected to the outer and inner layer, appeared in the sky. Upon seeing this, the expert's eyes lit up. Let's go. Haha, the Eternal Zone. I'm coming. Demon gods, wait for my killing. Numerous Eternal Realm experts instantly stepped into the wormhole, while the Divine Realm disciples glided into the other access to the outer layer. After 100 years, the Eternal Zone had reopened. At the same time, in a white robe, Xianyi was sitting in a chair on the 2nd floor of the Sword Tower while watching a streak of light float over a long, narrow table next to the wall. 100 years prior, this sword spark seemed faint, as if it would die out at any time. But now, it was extremely brilliant and dazzling. 100 years have finally passed, Xianyi said with a faint smile. It only took him less than 50 years to grow up to be a superior Divine Realm expert. Now, 100 years have passed. Which level has he reached? Let me have a look. Xianyi murmured with an enigmatic smile on his face. Chapter 744, Arrival. Chapter 744, Arrival. In the Tianqi Mountains, Gu Hong looked up to the void over his head, mumbling, "It's almost time. The outsiders are about to arrive." He immediately cried out to his people, "Gu Mian, Gu Wu." 2 clansmen walked over instantly. "You 2, stay with Jian Wushuang. The rest of you scatter and take action separately. Go." Gu Hong ordered in a resonant tone. Hundreds of 2-star clansmen immediately teamed up in 2s or 3s and glided in all directions. Gu Mian and Gu Wu appeared behind Jian Wushuang. Gu Hong looked over at Jian Wushuang, saying, "Most of the outsiders will join hands to attack us. You're good, but it's too dangerous to travel alone." Both Gu Mian and Gu Wu are 2-star silver-armored ancient gods. Their powers are not bad, comparable to the human warriors at Step 2 of the Eternal Realm. With them following you, they can be your helpers. Jian Wushuang nodded and asked, "What about you?" Gu Hong smiled and said with confidence, "Of course, I'll travel alone. The outsiders won't threaten me. Even if 4 or 5 outsiders attack me together, I'm able to defeat them by myself." Jian Wushuang shrugged. He had never doubted Gu Heng's strength. Over the past few years in the ancient god palace, he had fought with Gu Hong several times and had lost badly each time. "Okay, be careful. Don't underestimate those outsiders. I will leave first. Goodbye." Gu Hong reminded before he left. Only Jian Wushuang, Gu Mian and Gu Wu remained standing there. "We should go too," Jian Wushuang said and then walked away. Gu Mian and Gu Wu looked at each other. Although they were unwilling to follow Jian Wushuang, they had to obey Gu Heng's order. Not long after the clansmen dispersed, the void above the Tianqi Mountains suddenly shook, and a surge of space waves spread out. "Is it coming?" Jian Wushuang raised his head with a flicker of delight in his eyes. "Master, shall we guard a baptismal pool or travel around to support others?" Gu Mian suddenly asked. Jian Wushuang responded with a smile, "We'll take the second option for sure." The Tianqi Mountains was the main battlefield between the ancient gods and the experts from the firmament territory. The mountains stretched for thousands of miles, and the ancient god clan intentionally set 100 baptismal pools in every nook of the mountains to attract experts from the firmament territory to compete. The clansmen were scattered all over the mountains. Some of them would choose to guard the baptismal pool, waiting for the arrival of outsiders. The others would travel around to trace the outsiders or support other clansmen who were in fierce fights. In fact, It could be said that the attractive demon god baptismal pool was the bait the ancient god clan put down in order to train their own clansmen. The experts from the firmament territory realized it, but the baptismal pool was too irresistible that they would take the bait without hesitation. For the ancient god clan, it would be a great opportunity to fight fiercely with the various experts. After all, they had lived in peace for a long time, so they were raring to fight to the death. The outsiders have just arrived, so they will first get together, then collaborate to grab the baptismal pool. To duel with them, we have to wait for quite a while, Gumian said. Right. Jian Wushuang nodded, his heart full of expectation. Just 2 hours later, buzz, a mighty power was transmitted towards the three of them. That is, Jian Wushuang and his clansmen all raised their heads while seeing strange power waves radiating in all directions. Gu Mian's face darkened and said, "This is an SOS from our clansmen. If I'm right, a baptismal pool is set in there." Gu Wu added, "Oh, they've already started to attack?" Jian Wushuang replied with a glitter of excitement on his face. In the Eternal Zone, it was impossible to use messaging slips. The ancient gods live here all year round and had honed their own way to send messages. The strange power waves that emerged in all directions were distress signals from the clansmen of the ancient god clan. Once an SOS was sent, clansmen within a radius of thousands of miles would sense it. "Let's go. Hurry up," Jian Wushuang growled. The three of them instantly streaked toward the battlefield. At the same time, Jian Wushuang put on a full-faced silver monster mask. After all, his identity was somewhat special, and it was better not to be recognized by the experts from the firmament territory. He was dressed in a black robe and carrying a long sword. Under the mask, his sharp eyes shone with a flicker of killing intent. The three magnates of the firmament territory, Cloud Sea Asgard, the Immortal Dynasty, and the Boundless Demon Sect. 100 years ago, you compelled me to this misery and forced me to be stuck in this eternal zone. Big Brother Gu Qiong also died for me. I have remembered all these clearly. Now, it's time for you to pay back." Jian Wushuang was murderous. After a while, the three of them arrived at their destination where a fierce fight had broken out. A silver-armored ancient god and a copper-armored ancient god were battling with three human experts from the firmament territory. There were 2 men and 1 woman. Jian Wushuang had even met before one of them. "It's him." Jian Wushuang stared at the white-haired elder among the 3 human experts. Although they did not know each other, Jian Wushuang had met this elder 100 years ago before entering the Eternal Zone. This old guy comes from the Immortal Dynasty, so might be the other 2 experts. Thinking of this, an overwhelming killing intent gushed out from his eyes. Chapter 745. I will deal with the 3 guys. Chapter 745. I will deal with the 3 guys. 3 versus 2. No wonder our clansmen can't resist them. Gu Mian and Gu Wu were furious. They were about to make a move, but Jian Wushuang was blocking them. "I'll deal with the 3 guys." Jian Wushuang spoke. "Sir?" Gu Mian and Gu Wu looked at the young man in shock. "Just watch," Jian Wushuang replied. He drew his long sword and charged forward. "What should we do?" Gu Mian and Gu Wu looked at each other, debating whether to go or not. They had to obey Jian Wushuang's orders, but they also needed to protect him. "Don't worry," Gu Wu said solemnly. "Jian Wushuang is from the ancient god palace. He should be pretty strong. He wants to fight alone. Let him do it. We only need to ensure his safety." "Okay." Gu Mian nodded. "Let's be prepared. If he's in danger, we'll save him." They had made up their minds. The 3 Eternal Realm experts from the Immortal Dynasty were fighting fiercely with the 2 clansmen from the ancient god clan. The 3 experts were holding all the cards. If they finished the 2 clansmen off, they would take all the pool water from baptismal pool. They noticed that 3 figures were quickly approaching. Although Jian Wushuang and his clansmen were not ancient gods, the 3 Eternal Realm experts recognized that the newcomers were not experts from the firmament territory. "Shit," Demon gods. They're the demon god reinforcements. It hasn't been that long since we launched the attack. They've come so soon? Their faces fell. They knew they would be unable to deal with another 3 demon gods. We have no choice but to retreat, the purple-clothed lady said through gritted teeth. Okay. The other 2 experts nodded in agreement. They were just about to leave. What happened next was totally unexpected. They saw 2 of the demon gods stop suddenly. The other one, wearing a silver mask, dove forward. The attacker did not have a strong aura. 1 star demon god. The 3 Eternal Realm experts were astonished. They were familiar with demon gods. They had learned about their ranking system. In their eyes, a 1-star demon god was only comparable to a divine realm expert. They could not understand why a 1-star demon god would charge out and attack 3 Eternal Realm experts while the other 2 2-star demon gods stood by. The silver-robed man asked with a frown, "What are the other 2 demon gods doing?" "Whatever, they are courting death. Don't blame us." "Luo Ao, go kill the 1-star demon god," the white-haired elder ordered. Okay. The silver-robed man nodded and charged forward. He appeared in front of his opponent and thrust at him with his long black spear. Chew! The spear lashed out at an amazing speed like a viper taking its prey by surprise. It caused a swirl to appear before Jian Wushuang, who immediately sensed a surge of killing power sweeping over. A hint of such power was enough to kill a superior divine realm expert. Upon seeing this, Jian Wushuang showed a frosty smile. Over the past 100 years, I've sparred with numerous ancient gods, including 2-star ancient gods many times, but I've never fought against an Eternal Realm expert. You're the first one. Let me see how powerful you are. Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up. When the long spear was about to touch his robe, he moved and waved his emperor's sword. The strike looked simple, but it was exquisite indeed. Jian Wushuang had given full play to the Star River secret skill and increased his offensive power by 33 times. Boom! A loud boom rang out just before the long spear was knocked away. Jian Wushuang attacked again, stabbing at his opponent's throat. So fast. Luo Ao paled. He was shocked by the young man's quick reaction. He did not expect that Jian Wushuang would strike back so quickly with such brilliant swordsmanship. Humph! He snorted. A mighty spiritual power gushed out from his body. A huge, powerful palm materialized in front of him, slapping toward Jian Wushuang. Shua! The moment the long sword crashed into the palm of spiritual power, brilliant sword light radiated, causing the giant hand to shatter into pieces. What? Luo Ao was stupefied. This boy is just a 1-star demon god. How could his strength be so amazing? Luo Ao, what are you doing? Kill him. Quick! The white-haired elder shouted. The 3 experts were at a disadvantage now. Although Gumian and Gu Wu had not made a move, the 2 demon gods also posed a threat to them, so the outsiders wanted to leave as soon as possible. Bastard! Luo Ao's eyes blazed with anger as he lashed out. Go to hell, boy! A roar reverberated through the area. Demon Heart Spear Technique. His long spear shot out, causing a harsh sound of piercing air. Like a huge, spiraling awl, it darted violently toward Jian Wushuang. Chapter 746, 6 Steps of the Eternal Realm. Chapter 746, 6 Steps of the Eternal Realm. Oh! Jian Wushuang raised his head and watched the awl draw closer. Faced with this powerful strike, Jian Wushuang just smiled faintly. He casually brandished his emperor's sword. Luo Ao snarled. His eyes were scarlet. Go to hell. The Demon Heart Spear technique was Luo Ao's trump card. It consisted of 9 moves. Although Luo Ao had only mastered the first 3 moves, the 3 strikes were extremely powerful. But, clang, 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 3 continuous crashes echoed through the sky. Jian Wushuang only took 3 steps back before he regained his balance. Luo Ao was stunned. How is this possible? Normally, even an expert at step 1 of the Eternal Realm would need to use full strength to resist his strongest moves. However, the boy, a 1-star ancient god, had withstood 3 strikes with ease. Is that your best move? Jian Wushuang spoke. Huh. Luoao was shocked. He nodded subconsciously. Jian Wushuang sighed. You're too weak. What did you say? Luoao's face darkened. A divine realm expert dared to humiliate him, an eternal realm expert. Although he had just reached the eternal realm, he was stronger than ordinary divine realm experts. The secret skill you displayed was good, but your spear principle is poor. You haven't condensed the spear heart, so you can't give full play to this skill. 6 steps of the eternal realm, you might not reach step 1 of the eternal realm, Jian Wushuang said in a flat, toneless voice. Eternal realm experts were considered to be supreme existences in the firmament territory. However, their strength differed. There was a yawning gap between the strongest and the weakest. It was said that Xianyi was the most powerful Eternal Realm expert, and all the other Eternal Realm experts were in awe of him. If an Eternal Realm expert had a full understanding of the 9 occults of a Tao, he would have an opportunity to break through the Eternal Realm. In other words, all Eternal Realm experts had fully comprehended an origin Tao, and even if some of them had mastered more than one origin Tao, their strength would not increase. Their battle strength depended on their comprehension of weapon Tao. The Eternal Realm was comprised of 6 steps. It was equivalent to the 6 levels of weapon Tao. Each level brought a dramatic increase to their strength. Furthermore, it caused their sword or saber techniques to metamorphosize so that their overall strength surged. Jian Wushuang had reached level 2 of Sword Heart, so he was able to make a breakthrough to step 2 of the Eternal Realm. Luoao did not possess the Spear Heart, which meant he had not reached step 1 of the Eternal Realm. He was at the bottom of the Eternal Realm experts. I haven't condensed the Spear Heart, but I'm still an Eternal Realm expert, far superior to you at the Divine Realm. Luoao was infuriated by Jian Wushuang's words. He attacked again with his long spear. Jian Wushuang looked at his opponent with scorn. Then he made a move. His sword heart shook slightly, activating 10% of its power. Now his strength had reached a new level. Secret skill, Twilight. A cold sword light flashed across the sky like a shooting star. Over the last 100 years, Jian Wushuang had made unprecedented progress. He had invented numerous secret skills, such as the Netherworld, which had unmatched offensive power. Twilight targeted speed. It unleashed the fastest strikes among the numerous sword moves that Jian Wushuang had invented. The sword light flashed by ruthlessly. Luoao looked ferocious, his eyes blazing with fury, but the next moment, he had no head. The Eternal Realm expert was killed in a single strike. What? Upon seeing this, the other 2 Eternal Realm experts, who were busy fighting the 2 demon gods, were petrified. Gumian and Guwu also widened their eyes. They could not believe what had just happened. With a look of indifference, Jian Wushuang waved his hand. He took Luoao's interspatial ring and then charged toward the other experts. Oh no. Shit. The white-haired elder and purple-clothed lady were terrified. The 2 demon gods had been difficult to deal with, but now there came another. Run, the woman shouted. I don't believe it, the elder roared. He did not try to escape. Rather, he turned to dive toward Jian Wushuang and slashed at him with his broadsword. Chapter 747, The Mind-Controlling Secret Skill. Chapter 747, The Mind-Controlling Secret Skill. It seemed as if the void had been hacked open, and a raspy, wind-breaking sound broke in. The sound blasted into Jian Wushuang's face, but he stood rooted in place like an unshakable mountain. This guy has already produced his saber heart. He is much more powerful than Luoao. Yet, he has merely accomplished step 1 of the Eternal Realm. Jian Wushuang murmured to himself. He hoisted his emperor's sword up in the air, and half of the sword heart power from his sea of consciousness was instantly released. When he killed Luo Ao, he had only used a tenth of his sword heart power. But now, he was directly unleashing half of its power. Secret skill, the Netherworld. Jian Wushuang's eyes shone. He thrust out his Emperor's sword without mercy, casting out his strongest offensive secret skill. Whoosh! A bright sword light shot out. In an instant, the climate changed drastically. The void in his vicinity started to tremble. Boom! A deafening rumble suddenly broke out. The saber that the white-haired elder was holding was also an eternal weapon. He used it to its full capacity. In addition, the move he performed was his strongest saber move. This attack should have been overbearing. However, when it collided with Jian Wushuang's sword light, splat! He spat out a mouthful of blood. He lost his balance and was forced to take a few steps back under the impact of the bombarding power. I'm at step 1 of the Eternal Realm. How could I, a Divine Realm expert, get crushed by a demon god? And he hasn't even turned into a demon god. The elder was shocked, unable to believe what had just happened. What the elder did not know was that though Jian Wushuang was merely at the level of Divine Realm expert, the skill he had practiced was the defiant heavenly creation skill. He had a flawless foundation, and his explosive force was stronger than any Divine Realm expert of the same rank to begin with. And most importantly, he also practiced the Star River secret skill of the ancient god clan and had reached the 11th level, so his power amplitude was 33 times higher than most people. As for most experts in the Eternal Realm, such as the white-haired elder and Luo Ao, their power amplitude could reach 10 times that of others, at most. Despite the fact that Jian Wushuang was only a Divine Realm expert, in light of his pure power, he would absolutely not lose to anyone in the Eternal Realm. He might even overpower them. Besides, Jian Wushuang had already reached level 2 of Sword Heart Cultivation. He had stayed at this level for 20 years, which meant he had long since climbed to the peak of level 2. The only thing he lacked was comprehension of the Origin Tao. But he was only a few inches away. The gap was easy to narrow. In other words, putting aside his current swordsmanship and secret skills, his battle strength was at step 2 of the Eternal Realm. If he went all out and transformed into a gold-armored ancient god, he wouldn't even fear step 3 Eternal Realm experts. This was the strength Jian Wushuang had attained in the Eternal Zone through 100 years of earnest cultivation and countless fierce battles. A Divine Realm expert, without transforming into a gold-armored ancient god, he was already on par with someone at the peak of step 2 of the Eternal Realm. This was incredible for a human being. However, given that he had practiced the heavenly creation skill, his current phase, the deification realm, was a phase in which his battle strength could be limitless. His battle strength could go completely beyond normal people's expectations. Accordingly, when dealing with the white-haired elder at step 1 of the Eternal Realm, even without employing his full power, he could still butcher him easily with only half of his strength. Run, quickly run. When the purple-clothed lady saw this scenario, she was thunderstruck as well. She let out a series of shouts and fled to the void. Run! The white-haired elder also lost his composure, rushed to escape. Although the strength Jian Wushuang just demonstrated utterly astonished them, they still had some assurance about making a successful flee. After all, though men from the ancient god clan tended to excel at using power and defending themselves, they were not good at moving quickly, and their survival skills were also less brilliant. The two fleeing were both from the Eternal Realm of the Immortal Dynasty. Their survival skills were quite good. Actually, there were many experts from various sects in the Firmament territory who possessed unique survival skills. Precisely for this reason, the two had dared to step into the Eternal Zone. Even if they bumped into a demon god that they had no way of defeating, they still had the chance to run away. However, these two had obviously underestimated Jian Wushuang's capabilities. Escape? Can you really escape? Jian Wushuang bellowed. Killing intent was raging in his eyes. If the experts who had broken into the Eternal Zone were from the top sects, perhaps Jian Wushuang would have had mercy and left his opponents a way out. After all, in the battle a century ago, the the top sects had not attacked him. If they had not been under the leadership of the three magnates, the whole thing would have been different. As long as I can, I won't let any of the three magnates' men get out of here alive, Jian Wushuang said, fixing his cold eyes on the white-haired elder who had just fought against him. Between the two of you, I can only kill one, and I pick you. Jian Wushuang held out his palm and threw a handprint in the direction of the fleeing elder. A shot of strange energy rose up. Ancient God's secret skill, mind controlling. Buzz! An odd energy flooded out, immediately flinging itself at the elder. As he was running for his life, the elder noticed the weird energy oozing out from Jian Wushuang's body. What the hell? The elder's expression altered slightly. He had no idea what this odd energy was, but it caught up with him in no time and enveloped him completely. The elder turned pale with fright. He attempted to react, but a fit of fierce pain gripped him. This pain was so strong that he could not bear it. He let out an involuntary wail and instantly stopped in his tracks. He stood in the void, his hands clutching his head. His mind stopped working. Of course, the pain he felt only lasted a split second. Soon, he regained his senses. He looked up. A jet of chilling sword light was millimeters from his neck. The tip of the sword was sinking into his throat. No. He only had time to let out his last cry before Jian Wushuang chopped his head off, as if cutting a piece of paper. The sharp power concealed in the sword edge penetrated his body and shattered his life core. Once the life core was crushed, even an expert in the eternal realm would die on the spot. With one hand on his emperor's sword, Jian Wushuang watched the already dead elder fall to the ground with a note of aloofness. It's a pity I'm still in a relatively low phase. The mind-controlling secret skill I cast only influenced him for a second. If I was in the same phase as him, his mind might have collapsed directly. Or maybe I would have killed him simply with the mind-controlling secret skill. Chapter 748, An Acquaintance. Chapter 748, An Acquaintance. The mind-controlling secret skill was one of the ancient God clan's top 3 secret skills. It aimed to target the opponent's mind. If one practiced this secret skill to its fullest, he might be able to control others' minds. But apparently, Jian Wushuang's present phase was too low. He had just learned the rudiments of this secret skill. Thus, even though he cast it with all his strength, he could only disrupt the mind of the white-haired elder for a moment. But thanks to this moment, Jian Wushuang had seized the chance and destroyed him for good. Now, he had killed 2 of the 3 Eternal Realm of Immortal Dynasty experts. Only one had escaped by fluke, the purple-clothed lady. Your Excellency, Gu Mian, Gu Wu, and the 2 clansmen who guarded the baptismal pool approached Jian Wushuang, their faces frightened and awe-stricken. The last time they saw Jian Wushuang, he had only been at the 1-star level. They had taken word of his strength with a grain of salt. Although they knew Jian Wushuang was from the ancient God Palace and Gu Hong had once told them in person that Jian Wushuang's strength was stronger than most of the clansmen, they still found it hard to believe because none of them had ever witnessed his true strength. But now, seeing Jian Wushuang strike with their own eyes, they did not dare to doubt his strength anymore. Oh my God, that outsider was really quite powerful. If it had been me dueling with him, even if I turned into an ancient god and went all out, I could at most suppress his power a bit. But he didn't hold himself together long under Jian Wushuang's attack. And at last, he was killed, wasn't he? And Jian Wushuang did all this without transforming into an ancient god, right? Gu Mian and Gu Wu voiced their admiration in hushed tones. They were both 2-star silver-armored ancient gods. Their strength was quite impressive, almost rivaling human combatants at Step 2 of the Eternal Realm. Subduing the elder out in the open would be a piece of cake, but to actually kill him, that would be impossible. But Jian Wushuang had done it, without even transforming into an ancient god. Gu Mian, Gu Wu. Jian Wushuang turned to look at them. From now on, the 2 of you can stop following me. You should go on your own adventures. What? Their expressions quickly altered. Gu Hong had ordered them to follow Jian Wushuang for all time. The reason Gu Hong ordered you guys to accompany me was to protect me, Jian Wushuang began. Now, as you witnessed, I am much stronger than you. I can travel in the Tianqi Mountains by myself. If I actually fall into a dangerous situation, you too won't be much help. You might even be an extra burden. Gu Mian and Gu Wu exchanged dismal looks, and both gave a wry smile. They knew that he was only telling the truth. Right then, that's settled. I'll take off first, Jian Wushuang said briskly. Then, he left. Gu Mian and Gu Wu stood there, watching Jian Wushuang's silhouette fade into the distance. Jian Wushuang was walking alone in the Tianqi Mountains. He suddenly came to a halt and looked back. Seeing that Gu Mian and Gu Wu were not following him, a hearty smile curled on his lips. One day, I'll leave the Eternal Zone and go back to the Firmament Territory. If these two from the ancient God clan keep tailing me, how am I supposed to get out of here? He said, shaking his head. At this precise moment, he sensed something weird and looked out toward the end of the void ahead. A vague black dot appeared. Is someone there? Could it be an ancient god or an expert from the Firmament Territory? Jian Wushuang was intrigued. He headed towards the black dot. As he approached the black dot, its true appearance gradually became clear. Is that him? Jian Wushuang's eyes suddenly brightened, and a smile spread across his face. This smile was icy cold, as piercing as a blade. He quickly sped up and flew straight towards the black figure. He could see a young man carrying a saber on his back. He was flying slowly, his eyes cold and lofty. His clothes were a bit tattered. His face looked a little glum. It was obvious that he had just had a fierce fight. It was Wu Dao. A century prior, he had been a disciple of the Cloud Sea Asgard. But now, he was an elder. Damn demon gods, they are so tough. Especially the silver-armored demon gods. Wu Dao cursed through gritted teeth as he flew by himself. He had known perfectly that he had just arrived in the Eternal Realm and could not face the demon gods on his own. Thus, when he entered the Tianqi Mountains, he had immediately joined two other elders of the Cloud Sea Asgard, and they had started the journey together. But the three of them had bumped into a group of 4 demon gods, and one of them was a silver-armored demon god. The two sides instantly started to fight. Of course, the 3 elders were no match for the demon gods. They had been forced to flee in panic. But each of them had chosen a different way to escape, and this was why Wu Dao was now traveling all alone in this stretch of void. Those demon gods have built-in advantages. If I come across a copper-armored demon god, it will be very difficult to tackle him on my own. If I run into a silver-armored demon god, all I can do is run away, Wu Dao said thoughtfully. Based on my current circumstances, the first thing I should do is go to the contact station and rejoin the other 2 elders. Just when Wu Dao had made up his mind, a figure suddenly emerged in the void just ahead of him. Air, is that? Wu Dao widened his eyes and tried to see what it was. His expression became strange. Demon god? A 1-star demon god? Wearing a mask? The 1-star demon god abruptly sped up and hurtled towards him. He noticed that the 1-star demon god's eyes were flickering with a trace of killing intent. You're just a 1-star demon god. How can you kill me? Go to hell. Wu Dao was infuriated. His saber appeared in his hand. Raging killing intent rose up from his body. He charged directly towards the figure. Holding his sword in one hand, Jian Wushuang made a hacking move. He also performed the coordinated 11th level of the Star River secret skill to the extreme. The sword heart in his sea of consciousness unleashed half of its power as well. This move seemed casual, but its power was so overwhelming that even a man at step 1 of the Eternal Realm might not be able to sustain it. Wu Dao also thrust his saber out. He spared no effort in this first strike. A streak of sparkling saber light stretched out. It remained there for a long time before it dispersed. Its power was equally astonishing. Damn you, demon god bastard, your essence blood is mine now. Wu Dao's eyes were scarlet. He had a savage look in his face. Soon, the 2 figures confronted each other in the void. Chapter 749, The Scarlet Eye. Chapter 749, The Scarlet Eye. Clank. A thunderous clank sounded. Wu Dao's chilling smile suddenly stiffened. In the next moment, his smile was replaced by shock and consternation. He felt a strong force that he had never experienced before pushing him upwards. The saber in his hand was instantly tossed aside in the air. The horrible force landed on his arms and crushed them inch by inch. Then, it spread to his insides. Splat! A stream of blood squirted out from his mouth. His body was thrown backward like a kite with its string cut off. His aura began to thin. He's still alive? Jin Wushuang was slightly taken aback. His attack was no less powerful than the one he'd launched at the white-haired elder. The elder had been at step 1 of the Eternal Realm, but he had been unable to avoid being seriously injured. Wu Dao was way below step 1 of the Eternal Realm. Normally, this attack should be more than enough to kill him. However, it was evident that in spite of Wu Dao's unprecedented severe injuries, his life core was not shattered. An expert in the Eternal Realm would not die as long as his life core was intact. Run. Run for it. Soaked in blood, Wu Dao, whose face was too miserable to look at, regained his balance and stood up. Without hesitation, he wheeled around and fled. You can't escape. Jin Wushuang growled, his face frosty. He started chasing Wu Dao. He was extremely swift, much faster than Wu Dao. Jin Wushuang was not much better than Wu Dao at running. But since Wu Dao was severely injured, there was a serious dent in his speed. Damn it! Jin Wushuang was getting closer and closer. Wu Dao's pale face became even more gloomy. I have to make a move. Wu Dao clenched his teeth, and a stream of blood surged up inside his body. The next moment, 17 figures who looked exactly like Wu Dao jumped out. A total of 18 Wu Daos appeared before Jin Wushuang. Their appearances and aura were exactly the same. It was impossible to tell them apart with the naked eye. They swiftly fled in different directions. They were extraordinarily fast. This move again? Jin Wushuang's pupils contracted. He was not surprised at all. 100 years ago, Wu Dao had walked into his trap, hunted by a gold-armored ancient god. He had cast the same move in order to run for his life. But back then, he could only conjure 8 doppelgangers. Now, he could produce 17. His chance of survival had increased significantly. All 18 figures are exactly the same. Indeed, I cannot distinguish the true one from the others. As long as his original body is alive, it's useless to kill his doppelgangers. What a smart move. Jin Wushuang nodded. He then tittered, Unfortunately, it's not going to work on me. Jin Wushuang's face was stony, his eyes transfixed upon the 18 Wu Daos who were running away from him frantically. Between his eyebrows, a scarlet mark emerged. It looked like a vertical crack. It was slowly widening. An eerie blood-red upside-down eye suddenly opened. Secret skill, the Scarlet Eye. A jet of blazing blood-red light shot out of the eye and swept across the 18 figures ahead. It was the Scarlet Eye secret skill, one of the ancient god clan's top 3 secret skills. It was devised to penetrate all sorts of illusions. There's his original body. Jin Wushuang targeted one of the figures. He fixed his eyes on Wu Dao's original body. How can it be? Seeing Jin Wushuang go straight for him without being disturbed by the 17 doppelgangers he'd conjured, Wu Dao lost his poise. How? How did he see through my original body and doppelgangers? Wu Dao found this utterly inconceivable. A sense of terror came over him. In his entire life, he had only felt this kind of overbearing terror once. It had been during the last fight with Xian Yi. Xian Yi had grabbed him and taken control of his mind. He had been as horror-stricken then as he was now. Today, he was once again gripped by this terror. You have no way to escape. Jin Wushuang's icy voice sounded in Wu Dao's ears. A huge sword shadow hacked down on him. The sword shadow was so dazzling that Wu Dao had to narrow his eyes. He frantically wielded his saber in an attempt to resist the attack. But boom! An explosion erupted. Wu Dao's body plummeted downwards like a meteorite. It landed hard on the ground, producing a huge pit that measured 300 meters across. At the center of the huge pit, Wu Dao's body had almost been blasted into pieces. His life core was also damaged, but it had not shattered yet. Wu Dao just lay there, struggling helplessly to get to his feet. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang zoomed in and looked down at him condescendingly. I assume you guys from the Cloud Sea Asgard have set up secret assembly sites in the Tianqi Mountains. Where are they? Jian Wushuang asked. When experts from assorted sects of the Firmament territory entered the Eternal Zone, they often turned up at a certain place in the Tianqi Mountains. Their messaging slips could not function in the Eternal Zone, so the sects circled out secret assembly sites to exchange messages. Humph, you really think I'll tell you? Wu Dao sneered, his eyes already filled with despair. Oh, Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. You think as long as you don't tell me I can't figure it out? Wu Dao, you just made a breakthrough and reached the Eternal Realm. This is your first time in the Tianqi Mountains. Unlike other experts from the Cloud Sea Asgards who have traveled the Tianqi Mountains several times, you're completely ignorant of the environment and topography of the Tianqi Mountains. So, you must be carrying the map the Cloud Sea Asgard drew for you. The Cloud Sea Asgard's secret assembly sites ought to be marked on the map, am I right? Jian Wushuang smiled blandly. Wu Dao was thoroughly terrified. How? How do you know this? How come you know my name? You know I'm from the Cloud Sea Asgard? And you even know I just entered the Eternal Realm? Are you a demon god? No, the demon god clan couldn't have learned these things. Who on earth are you? Lying on his back, Wu Dao barked desperately, staring at Jian Wushuang. Looking down at Wu Dao, Jian Wushuang smirked coldly, slowly took down his mask, and unveiled a handsome but stern face. Chapter 750, Secret Assembly Sites. Chapter 750, Secret Assembly Sites. You're... Wu Dao's eyes widened. He stared unblinkingly at the face before him. He was too familiar with this face. 100 years ago, precisely because of the owner of this face, he had successfully stepped into the Eternal Zone. Jian Wushuang. Wu Dao growled in a note of disbelief. No way, no way, how could it be you? You're supposed to be dead. You should have died a long time ago. How is this possible? How could this be? He was at a total loss. To his shock, this exceptional genius who he thought had already died 100 years ago was reappearing in front of him today. And he had become an incredibly powerful expert. It should be noted that a century earlier, though Jian Wushuang was an exceptional genius, he had been too young to reach any realms beyond the skyscraping realm. At that time, Jian Wushuang might have been able to put up a fight against him by exercising all his skills and means. But over the past 100 years, Wu Dao had gained a remarkable breakthrough. He had entered the Eternal Realm and crossed the threshold of being an expert. Once he stepped into the Eternal Realm, his strength soared. 100 years ago, Wu Dao had been quite confident that he could kill Jian Wushuang with a casual slap. But now, the Jian Wushuang standing before him had cornered him with invincible strength, leaving him not a single chance to fight back. He was too powerful. The strength Jian Wushuang displayed was too powerful. He is already at step 2 of the Eternal Realm, perhaps even higher than that. He is merely a divine realm expert. How could he be so powerful? And it only took him 100 years to achieve this? Wu Dao mumbled to himself, his eyes growing out of focus. Wu Dao, do you still remember when you, Dao Mei, and Long Tao joined hands and attempted to kill me 100 years ago? Jian Wushuang looked down at Wu Dao and asked with cold viciousness. Back then, I was too weak. I had to resort to the power of the demon gods to deal with you guys, mere disciples of divine realm experts. But now, it's different. Think about what the 3 magnates, the Cloud Sea Asgard, the Immortal Dynasty, and the Boundless Demon Sect, did to me 100 years ago. Now, I'm going to make them pay for what they did at a cost 10 times, or even 100 times higher. And destroying you is just the start. You're the first. It won't take long before I send more experts from the Cloud Sea Asgard to keep you company in hell. Jin Wushuang shook his hand, and a violent force pressed down on Wu Dao. Wu Dao had long since lost the ability to resist his attacks. He had no choice but to allow this force to destroy him, to crumble his life core and crash his body into dust. Ho! Ho! Wu Dao's eyes were wide open, filled with terror and rage. Blood was trickling down from the corners of his mouth. It was unbelievable that the three magnates should have provoked such a dreadful monster in the battle 100 years ago. How much he wished he could tip off the three magnates, warning them to dispatch top-ranking experts and do this monster in before he could incur real disasters upon them. However, he had no chance to do so. As death descended upon him, Wu Dao caught a vague sight of the kind of outrageous mayhem Jin Wushuang was about to cause in the Tianqi Mountains and the Firmament territory. In the beginning, Jin Wushuang's battle strength had merely scraped the level of a superior divine realm expert. But now, just 100 years later, he was already in the eternal realm and could kill anyone as easily as slaying a chicken. In another century, or 2 centuries, or a millennium, what kind of level would he reach? Unfortunately, since message tokens were useless in the Eternal Zone, his words obviously could not be spread. After destroying Wu Dao, Jin Wushuang picked up the interspatial ring that Wu Dao left. His mind racing, he started to rifle through its contents. A moment later, he found what he was looking for. He lifted a hand, and a token appeared in his palm. It was the token carrying the records of a map, the map of the Tianqi Mountains. Just as Jin Wushuang expected, Wu Dao had reached the Eternal Realm not long ago, and this was the first time he had traveled to the Tianqi Mountains. Accordingly, the map he carried was a map of the Tianqi Mountains, on which several of the Cloud Sea Asgard's secret assembly sites were marked out. One of the secret assembly sites lay not far from the region where Jin Wushuang was standing. It was actually in the direction that Wu Dao had been heading. This Wu Dao looked sort of shabby. Apparently, he just went through a huge fight. I suppose he got separated from the other Cloud Sea Asgard experts. If nothing else, he was going to rejoin them at one of the assembly sites. However, halfway through his journey, he happened to bump into me. Jin Wushuang gave a cold laugh. If Wu Dao had been heading for a secret assembly site, that meant other experts were waiting or about to arrive at the assembly site. If Jin Wushuang went there, he was likely to run into other experts from the Cloud Sea Asgard. The Cloud Sea Asgard. Jin Wushuang's eyes were shining with excitement. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Well, since I figured this one out first, I'll make it my first target. After taking a short break, Jin Wushuang set off straight towards the Cloud Sea Asgard's secret assembly site. 2 hours later, he arrived at a very ordinary canyon in the Tianqi Mountains. At first, the canyon had been unnamed. But since the Cloud Sea Asgard had made it one of their secret assembly sites, it was given a name, the Cloud Canyon. Jin Wushuang did not descend down into the canyon directly from the high void. Instead, he strode across a forest and came to stand on the top of a stone wall. He gazed down at the canyon, taking in everything. A black-robed woman was sitting cross-legged on a boulder in the canyon, quietly waiting for someone. She was quite vigilant, casting her eyes on her surroundings from time to time. Jin Wushuang had never met this woman. She was not one of the ones who had entered the Eternal Zone last time. But despite the long distance between them, Jin Wushuang could still feel her rich aura. This told him that she was definitely stronger than Wu Dao. There are many ancient god clansmen in the Tianqi Mountains, and they are all very tough and powerful. If experts from the Cloud Sea Asgard want to take the baptismal pool, they'll have to attack in groups of 3 or 4. Counting this woman and Wu Dao, I've only met 2 of them. So, that means there are more experts coming this way, Jin Wushuang muttered. The woman is alone. I should attack her now. Otherwise, once the others arrive, it'll be much harder to kill them all. I'd better kill her first, and then stay in the Cloud Canyon and wait for more stupid hares to crash into a tree stump. His mind made up, Jin Wushuang's Emperor's sword emerged in his hand. He slinked towards the canyon without making a sound, Chapter 751. Waiting for hares to crash into a tree stump. Chapter 751. Waiting for hares to crash into a tree stump. In the canyon, the black-robed woman was sitting cross-legged on a boulder, her eyes continuously sweeping the surroundings in vigilance. Although Jian Wushuang flew to her from behind, when he was still 100 meters away, she had already spotted him. Swish, 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 swish. Jets of aquamarine light suddenly shot out. They were as sharp as spears. At least 10 shot towards Jian Wushuang at the same time. They traveled so fast that he was instantly enveloped in aquamarine light. She, who had had her back to him, turned around abruptly, revealing a grotesque face. A hideous grin was spreading across her ugly face. Which reckless dumbass dares to throw a sneak attack on me? 10 shots of aquamarine light zoomed over. Jian Wushuang's eyes were freezing cold. The Emperor's sword in his hand stabbed forward. Half of the sword heart power was unleashed. Get away from me. A roar sounded. A towering sword shadow wielded in the air and produced several currents of wind, fending off every jet of aquamarine light. Battle strength at step 2 of the Eternal Realm? The woman was startled, but soon, a dull black stone staff appeared in her hand. Holding the staff, she gave off an intimidating aura. All of a sudden, she hurled it toward Jian Wushuang. The long staff quickly swelled and grew in midair. In an instant, it was the size of a mountain. It continued to propel toward him. Jian Wushuang did not panic. He pulled out his sword single-handedly. Secret skill, the Netherworld. Jian Wushuang cast his killing move. A thunderous bang sounded. The black-robed woman gave a violent shudder, and then blood spilled from her mouth, too. I am at the peak of step 1 of the Eternal Realm. If I was seriously wounded by him from only one move, I'm afraid his battle strength is approaching the peak of step 2, she murmured. She quickly turned and fled. A puff of bizarre aquamarine mist rose from her body, and her speed instantly skyrocketed. Secret skill, mind controlling. Jian Wushuang clenched his teeth and performed the mind-controlling secret skill. When he'd thrown this attack on the Elder from the Immortal Dynasty, he had frozen on the spot for a second on account of the pain. Now, caught off guard, the black-robed woman also sensed a piercing twinge in her mind, rendering her motionless for a moment. Although this momentary motionlessness was even shorter than that of the Elder, Jian Wushuang still seized the opportunity. Secret skill, Twilight. He launched his fastest move with the sword. The sword heart power in his sea of consciousness also released 70% of its power, accelerating the speed of the sword significantly. Then, before she could react, Jian Wushuang finished her off. Yeah. After killing the black-robed woman, Jian Wushuang let out a slight sigh of relief. He turned to look at the dead body at his feet. Most of the experts in the Eternal Realm have a way to escape. If it wasn't for the mind-controlling secret skill, even if I become stronger, it would still be very difficult to kill them. Jian Wushuang said to himself. Being good at escaping was a crucial ability. Experts from the Firmament territory relied on it when they journeyed in the Tianqi Mountains. But unfortunately for them, the target of the mind-controlling secret skill was the mind. This was highly eccentric and always put the enemy off his guard. If Eternal Realm experts were not careful enough, they would easily fall into Jian Wushuang's trap, offering him the chance to launch his fatal attack. With a wave of the hand, the black-robed woman was turned to dust. After burning the corpse and destroying the evidence, Jian Wushuang slinked aside and hid in the canyon. He was waiting for more Cloud Sea Asgard experts to arrive. He did not wait long. In less than half a day, a stocky, muscular elder appeared in the canyon. Jian Wushuang, who was still hiding in the dark, recognized with just one glance that this muscular elder was also from the Cloud Sea Asgard. Without hesitation, he struck out again. This elder was not as strong as the woman he had just murdered. In spite of his unique way of fleeing, under the impact of Jian Wushuang's mind-controlling secret skill and Scarlet Eye secret skill, it was impossible for him to escape. In the end, he was slaughtered as well. After destroying 3 Eternal Realm experts, Wu Dao, the black-robed woman, and the muscular elder, Jin Wushuang decided to keep hiding in the Cloud Canyon. But apparently, these two were the only experts Wu Dao had joined hands with, because Jin Wushuang waited in the canyon for almost another full day but failed to spot any more. He only saw a few clansmen from the ancient god clan. Seems that the only Cloud Sea Asgard experts around the Cloud Canyon are the three of them, he thought. With no more prey to hunt, naturally he chose to leave. He continued his traveling in the Tianqi Mountains. Each time, the Eternal Zone's opening period was only 10 days. Today was already the third day. In the vast void of the Tianqi Mountains. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures swiftly flitted across the void, each of them emitting a rich aura of spiritual power. Obviously, they were desperately running away from something by casting their secret skills to the fullest. An enormous silver figure emerged behind them. It was obviously a silver-armored ancient god. He was sprinting in hot pursuit after the 3. Usually, ancient gods were not good at running fast. However, this silver-armored ancient god was amazingly fast, even a bit faster than the 3 who were fleeing hastily with their secret skills. Nor far behind him were 2 human experts. Bastard! Among the 3 who were fleeing with all their efforts, the one taking the lead was giving off a devastating aura. This man was a palace master from the ancient sect. His name was Destruction. The other 2 were Palace Master Ming Xian and Palace Master Mo Tao. Destruction, we're not quite as fast as him, and we're already performing our secret skills to the fullest. This costs us a great deal of our spiritual power. Soon our spiritual power will be depleted. What should we do? Separate and run in different directions? Palace Master Mo Tao asked. Separate? Palace Master Destruction's eyebrows furrowed in concentration. If we run together, we might all be killed or all survive. If we separate, one of us will definitely die. We will not separate from each other unless there is no other alternative. Palace Master Mo Tao and Palace Master Ming Xian both nodded. If they had to separate and flee on their own, it meant they had no way but to sacrifice one's life in order to save the lives of the other 2. Once they made such a choice, one of them was bound to die. But for now, they were not that desperate. I've sent the emergency signal. I hope experts from our ancient sect can rush here and back us up. Otherwise, Palace Master Destruction said. His face was gloomy. That guy is crazy. Mo Tao yelled, fixing his eyes on the silver-armored ancient god who was hurtling towards them. Chapter 752, Emergency Assistance. Chapter 752, Emergency Assistance. In the Tianqi Mountains. Run, run for your life. This guy is only a 1-star ancient god. How come his strength is so strong? I'm at step 1 of the Eternal Realm. Why was I subdued by him? Quick, cast your secret skills and run by yourselves. The 4 cast their secret skills and fled in 4 different directions. The ancient gods who had been chasing after them with all their strength quickly gave up the hunt. In terms of escapability, the human experts from the Firmament territory who ventured into the Tianqi Mountains were quite impressive. Your Excellency. Several ancient gods were standing respectfully in front of a black-robed masked figure. They all looked at him in admiration. The black-robed figure with the wicked mask was, of course, Jin Wushuang. A moment ago, he had noticed a fierce fight was happening here, and he had come immediately. Working together with the other ancient gods, they'd beat the 4 human experts and force them into fleeing. Among the 4 experts, the most powerful one had a battle strength at step 2 of the Eternal Realm, but Jin Wushuang easily overpowered him by unleashing merely 70% of his sword heart power and employing some of his offensive skills and swordsmanship, causing them to flee in disorder. If Jin Wushuang had performed the mind-controlling secret skill at the least expected moment, he could have caught 1 or 2 out of the 4 experts. However, he chose not to do that. These 4 were not from the 3 magnates but another top sect. 100 years ago, the 3 magnates had struck against him. As to the other 8 top sects, Maybe they had considered taking him on, but none of them actually did. Thus, Jian Wushuang was not so determined to kill experts from the other 8 top sections. The experts of various sects in the firmament territory are coveting the ancient god's essence blood and baptismal pools. That's why they entered the eternal zone and started fighting. But the ancient god clan regards them as objects that they can use to hone their own skills. Further, they even deliberately placed several baptismal pools in the Tianqi Mountains to lure more experts in. No one can tell which of the two sides is justified. But given that the experts of the 8 top sects have never pissed me off, I see no reason to put them to death. Jian Wushuang pondered. Just at this moment, buzz, a peculiar energy fluctuation suddenly rippled in from afar. This strange energy spread far beyond the normal range, but it went quite furtively and did not cause any racket. Clansmen from the ancient god clan and the experts from other sects did not sense this energy fluctuation. But Jian Wushuang, a disciple of the ancient sect, detected it clearly. That's the ancient sect's emergency signal? His expression altered abruptly. He knew what the emergency signal of the ancient sect was like. Now, he sensed this signal inside the Tianqi Mountains. It meant that the expert who sent this signal was in great danger, or even that he could die at any second. The expert sending the signal was hoping that other experts in the vicinity could go and help him at once. "Your Excellency, what's wrong?" Seeing the sudden change in Jian Wushuang's expression, the clansmen of the ancient god clan wanted to know what was wrong. "You guys go on your adventures, no need to bother about me," Jian Wushuang replied. Then, he leaped up and flew out. The clansmen stood gazing at one another. They were clever enough not to try and follow him. "The source of the signal is not too far from here. At the speed I'm going, I can be there in 8 minutes. Jian Wushuang was grim-faced. He was flying towards the source of the signal at top speed. 8 minutes might be a short amount of time, but for real experts, a battle could end in just a second. It was more than enough time to allow two sides to fight several rounds. Jian Wushuang was not sure he could get there in time. But thanks to the good luck of the Palace Master Destruction and his lot, the direction they were heading for happened to be the direction Jian Wushuang was coming from. It didn't actually take 8 minutes. It was only a minute before he spotted them running furiously towards him. He also caught sight of the silver-armored ancient god who was chasing closely behind the Palace Master Destruction. The 3 are Palace Master Destruction, Palace Master Ming Xian, and Palace Master Imotao. Jian Wushuang's heart skipped a beat. He had been in the ancient sect long enough to know the Palace Master's strength. Among the 12 Palace Masters of the Dao Palace in the ancient sect, Palace Master Destruction was the most powerful one. He had a battle strength at the peak of Step 2 of the Eternal Realm and was even approaching Step 3. As for Palace Master Imotao, he was also at Step 2. And the last one, Palace Master Ming Xian, was a bit weak, but he was still at the peak of Step 1. The 3 of them should have been able to handle anything in the Tianqi Mountains, unless they were unfortunate enough to be besieged by a crowd of clansmen from the ancient god clan, or happened to run into Gu Hong, who was also wandering about in the Tianqi Mountains. Even if they met enemies that they could not fight off, they could always escape without effort. But now, even though the 3 palace masters had joined hands, they were being chased into a tight corner. Helplessly, they had sent the emergency signal. A silver-armored ancient god? Jian Wushuang cast another glance at the silver-armored ancient god, who was following Palace Master Destruction and his lot closely. He was continuously narrowing the distance between them. His size and height were the same as that of a normal silver-armored ancient god from the ancient god clan. But at first glance, Jian Wushuang instantly realized that this silver-armored ancient god was not a member of the ancient god clan. It was a human expert. It was obvious that his aura did not belong to the ancient god clan. And there were 2 human figures following him at a distance. Jian Wushuang recognized that one of them was from the Cloud Sea Asgard. Cloud Sea Asgard experts dare to hunt down 3 ancient sect palace masters? Jian Wushuang's face darkened, flames of fury dancing in his eyes. Palace Master Destruction and the other 2 who were hastily running away were fuming as well. Yun Fan, The Cloud Sea Asgard is really going to turn against our ancient sect, isn't it? Palace Master Destruction snarled harshly. The silver-armored ancient god following behind Palace Master Destruction and his lot was Yun Fan, a great elder of the Cloud Sea Asgard. He was the only expert in the whole firmament territory who had managed to turn into a silver-armored ancient god. Among all the experts in the eternal realm of the firmament territory, his strength was second only to Xian Yi, and this was widely acknowledged. Humph! When he heard Palace Master Destruction's snarl, Yun Fan just let out a snort. He did not slow down at all. 100 years ago, Xian Yi murdered our top 7 experts. Our Palace Master is a bit afraid of Xian Yi and unwilling to go against him. But this doesn't mean the Cloud Sea Asgard has forgotten what your ancient sect did to us. We have no fear of the rest of your experts. If anything, this is all Xian Yi's fault. Yun Fan's complexion was icy cold. Immense killing intent was gushing out of his eyes. The Cloud Sea Asgard was prone to be tough and domineering. But when 7 of their experts in the Eternal Realm were murdered, they had been surprisingly silent. They didn't even file a complaint. This was not their style. But at this moment, the 3 Palace Masters and Yun Fan all noticed that a mysterious figure had suddenly emerged in the void ahead of them. Chapter 753. An outburst of the strongest battle strength. Chapter 753. An outburst of the strongest battle strength. Who's that? A demon god? Palace Master Destruction, Palace Master Mo Tao, and Palace Master Ming Xian caught sight of Jian Wushuang, but they did not stop running. Jian Wushuang was standing motionlessly in the void, staring coldly at Yun Fan, who had transformed into a silver-armored ancient god. Is that Yun Fan, the great elder from the Cloud Sea Asgard? His mind was racing. It is said that aside from his master, Yun Fan is the most powerful Eternal Realm expert in the Firmament territory. His strength is at least at the peak of Step 3. Perhaps it's already at Step 4. No wonder he has driven Palace Master Destruction and the other 2 to flee in haste. He is stronger than any of the human Eternal Realm experts I've met before. Such being the case, Jian Wushuang squinted. A dark golden light flickered in his eyes. He activated his inside bloodline and his body started to grow at an incredible speed. A 15-meter-high gold-armored ancient god appeared, exuding blazing golden lights. A gold-armored demon god? Palace Master Destruction and the other 2 were stunned. They had been told that there were only a few gold-armored demon gods in the whole demon god clan, and they were the most powerful of all the demon gods. They had once fought with a gold-armored demon god, so they were perfectly aware of the terrible strength such a creature could possess. Although it seemed that the gold-armored demon god before them was only at the 1-star level, as they watched him turn into a demon god, they still shuddered with fear. He was way too big and strong. He was 15 meters tall. A 15-meter-high gold-armored demon god looked like a small mountain in their eyes. Behind them, the silver-armored demon god Yun Fan had turned into was only 5 meters high. When Jian Wushuang transformed into a gold-armored ancient god, his emperor's sword also grew to 10 meters long. He held the sword in his hand. A majestic aura started to permeate to the surroundings. Fight! Jian Wushuang howled. His huge feet strode quickly forward. A series of heavy footsteps sounded. Each step carried enormous power. When he stomped, the void was distorted by his weight. He made one step after another. His aura grew increasingly thicker. The moment Palace Master Destruction and the other 2, who were busy escaping at top speed, saw the gold-armored ancient god galloping towards them, their expressions altered in terror. Palace Master Ming Xian was utterly petrified. What a dreadful, dreadful power. He is only a 1-star demon god, but the pressure he imposes on me is even more unbearable than that of the strongest 2-star silver-armored demon god I've ever met. What should we do? What should we do now? Palace Master Mo Tao lost his poise and started shouting in panic. Yun Fan, who had turned into a silver-armored demon god, was still chasing after them. And now a horrible gold-armored ancient god had appeared in front of them. Despair. Palace Master Amo Tao and Palace Master Ming Xian were gripped with anguish. "We're screwed," Palace Master Destruction shouted. The 15-meter-high gold-armored demon god arrived in front of them. Shocked and terrified, Palace Master Destruction and the other two forgot to even defend themselves. But in the next second, something astonishing happened. The 15-meter-high gold-armored demon god was very close to them, but he seemed to have no intention of taking them on. He barely looked at them and passed by swiftly. What? How come? He. Their minds went numb for a moment. They had fought against demon gods many times. Whenever demon gods spotted them, they attacked without hesitation. However, this gold-armored demon god had just swept past them without even looking at them. How could that be? What was really going on? In fact, Yun Fan was just as startled. What the hell? His face turned grim. The gold-armored demon god didn't do anything to those three, but is rushing towards me? Is it because I'm a human being transformed into a demon god? This gold-armored demon god hates me for this? Myriads of thoughts popped into Yun Fan's mind. But at this moment he had no time to figure it out, for Jian Wushuang was already in front of him. Secret skill, the Netherworld. Jian Wushuang held the Emperor's sword with both hands. The sword heart was shaking fiercely in his sea of consciousness. He released all of his power. His strength skyrocketed to the extreme. He quickly launched his most formidable secret skill. Jian Wushuang went all out on the first attack. Since his arrival in the Tianqi Mountains, Jian Wushuang had gone through several battles with Eternal Realm experts from various sects in the Firmament territory. But during these fights, he had never fully demonstrated his power. In terms of sword heart power, he always kept a portion of it reserved. And he had never transformed into an ancient god to fight, either. But now, he had turned into a gold-armored ancient god and unleashed the full power of his sword heart. Boom! A colossal sword light appeared. When Jian Wushuang put in all his strength, his mighty sword unleashed a stream of force that astounded the world like a starry sword river. Swoosh! The force shot toward Yun Fan with great momentum. The sky changed color, and everything started to tremble. Although the sword attack had not reached its target yet, its frightening momentum was already whirling about, relentlessly squeezing the air and pressing against the vast earth below. Crack! On the ground below, cracks emerged one after another. Each of them was more than 300 meters in length. Bang! A rumble sounded. The entire earth sank a few meters under the impact of the terrifying momentum. At this point, Palace Master Destruction and the other two had already fled far from the battlefield, and so had the two experts from the Cloud Sea Asgard. But despite the distance, they could still feel the horrible power this sword light carried, and they all gasped. As for Yun Fan, he was the one the sword light targeted, so he distinctly felt its dreadful power. His face grew solemn. You're a gold-armored demon god? So what? You're just a 1-star. I am a 2-star silver demon god. Yun Fan bellowed. He was clenching a black stone staff, which suddenly grew to 3 meters long. It emitted an overbearing aura. As Yun Fan hoisted it up with his both hands, whiffs of world-devastating aura began to converge into it. Secret skill, Heaven Anthem. Suddenly, a clear and melodious voice reverberated throughout the area. The voice was beautiful, but it was also mingled with a trace of sorrow. It sounded like the music of lament. The music kept ringing. A towering stone staff streaked furiously across the sky. It was heading straight for Jian Wushuang. Chapter 754, Yun Fan. Chapter 754, Yun Fan. Yun Fan, who had turned into a silver-armored ancient god, had blue veins bulging out of his skin. This meant he was also pulling out all the stops. The powerful starry sword river finally crashed into the Yun Fan staff shadow. Bang! A A deafening bang sounded. A frightening shock wave spread out and swept across the area with overwhelming momentum. On the ground below, numerous pits appeared. The entire earth started trembling like mad. The sky was falling and the earth was opening up. It looked like doomsday had arrived. The two Eternal Realm experts from the Cloud Sea Asgard, who were still quite far from Jin Wushuang and Yun Fan, were also influenced by the shock wave. They let out a muffled yell and quickly retreated in disorder. When they finally came to a halt and regained their balance, they found blood trickling down the corners of their mouths. In the center of the battlefield, the energy collision was still causing explosions. But the fierce collisions only lasted a few minutes before two huge bodies were thrown into the air. Blood spilled from the corners of Jin Wushuang's mouth. His 15-meter-long body flew back several thousand meters and then came to a halt. As for Yun Fan, he was not much better off than Jin Wushuang. "I've spared no effort, but still failed to get the upper hand?" Jets of dazzling light burst out from Jin Wushuang's eyes. His giant body broke into a run at an amazing speed and charged at Yun Fan again. He laughed heartily. Another round. Yun Fan's face was expressionless. He clutched the black stone staff more tightly and stepped forward. The two crossed swords again. This time, they were in close combat. Jin Wushuang displayed his real swordsmanship. Yun Fan also gave a full play of his staff technique. Clank, 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 boom. Fearful roars could be heard incessantly. Each rumble was thunderous and expansive, spreading in all directions. Though Palace Master Destruction, Palace Master Imotao, and Palace Master Ming Xian had long since fled far away, they noticed what was happening behind them. Seeing the horrible power created by the close combat between Jin Wushuang and Yun Fan was extremely nerve-wracking. "How powerful!" Palace Master Ming Xian exclaimed, clasping both hands. "Stop dawdling. Let's get out of here." Palace Master Destruction growled. "Yes." Palace Master Ming Xian and Palace Master Imo Tao nodded. They took off. But before they left, Palace Master Destruction cast a significant look at Jin Wushuang. The look was slightly peculiar. Bang! Two strikes crashed into each other again. He is only a one-star demon god. How can his battle strength be so overbearing? He didn't even suffer when he crashed into me head-on. Yun Fan thought, his face quite grim. To defeat him, I will have to resort to my trump card. But the most I can do is defeat him. Killing him, I'm afraid, is impossible. Yun Fan grumbled. All of a sudden, he realized that Palace Master Destruction and his lot were already out of his vision. Damn it, they got away. Yun Fan cursed, but he could do nothing about it. The only thing he could blame was his luck. He was just unlucky to come across such a fearful demon god who deliberately picked on him. Let's go. In spite of his defiance, Yun Fan still chose to give up and take off. He had no way of killing Jin Wushuang. Considering the large number of demon gods in the Tianqi Mountains and the commotion he had caused in the fight, there were probably several demon gods in the vicinity already coming this way. He had to leave now. When Yun Fan attempted to leave, Jin Wushuang showed no intention of stopping him. He just watched Yun Fan take his departure. When Yun Fan left, Jin Wushuang's body shrank and he returned to his human appearance. He put his silver mask on, but you could still see his dismal eyes through the two holes in the mask. Yun Fan really is a great elder of the Cloud Sea Asgard. He is way too strong. I turned into a gold-armored ancient god and gave a full play of my strength. My battle strength must have reached step 4 of the Eternal Realm, and yet I still couldn't finish him. Plus, he's a great elder from the Cloud Sea Asgard. He must have some trump cards or awesome secret skills that he could but didn't use. Jin Wushuang murmured. He knew that to break through any of the 6 steps of the Eternal Realm would require a real metamorphosis of strength. Although the Eternal Realm was divided into 6 steps, most of the Eternal Realm experts in the Firmament territory were stuck at Step 1 or Step 2. Some experts could not even reach Step 1. Only a handful of experts could bring their battle strength to Step 3. You could count the Eternal Realm experts who were equipped with a Step 3 battle strength on 2 hands. Even if you counted in solitary experts as well, there were still less than 20. As for the number of experts at Step 4, it would be even less. Currently, the only Eternal Realm expert who had reached beyond Step 4 in the entire Firmament territory was Xian Yi. Yunfan had the potential to reach Step 4, but no one had verified it. After all, ever since he became a great elder of the Cloud Sea Asgard, people seldom saw him strike. But after this fight, Jin Wushuang was certain that Yunfan had a battle strength at Step 4. He used a long staff as his weapon, and he also produced the staff heart. Like my sword heart, his staff heart is also at the peak of level 2. However, he can turn into a silver-armored ancient god. Once he transformed, his strength soared up, which could probably match someone at the peak of Step 3. In addition, he has practiced the Star River secret skill. He had clearly sensed the power of the Star River secret skill Yunfan cast. Level 5. His Star River secret skill has already reached level 5. He can unleash an offensive power 15 times more than his original power, which is 5 times stronger than normal Eternal Realm experts. In light of this sole advantage, I'm sure his battle strength has already passed Step 3 of the Eternal Realm and entered Step 4. If he also uses one of his trump cards or another secret skill, he can never lose to other experts at Step 4. As for Jin Wushuang, when he was not an ancient god, his battle strength was at the peak of Step 2. But once he transformed into an ancient god, it should be noted that he was a gold-armored ancient god with part of the imperial bloodline, much tougher than the silver-armored ancient god Yunfan could turn into. When he assumed the form of an ancient god, his battle strength could reach Step 4 as well. My overall strength is very close to his. If we actually get into a life or death battle, the result will likely depend on whose trump cards are more imposing. Jin Wushuang clenched his hands, eyes glinting. He had been holding a grudge against the 3 magnates for a long time. Among the 3 magnates, the one he resented most was the Boundless Demon sect. After all, it was an expert from the Boundless Demon sect that had incurred the death of Gu Qiong. Nevertheless, the one he favored least was the Cloud Sea Asgard. Now that Yunfan was a great elder, if Jin Wushuang could murder him, it would certainly be a huge blow to the Cloud Sea Asgard. Chapter 755. The Revenge of the Cloud Sea Asgard. Chapter 755. The Revenge of the Cloud Sea Asgard. When Jin Wushuang blocked Yunfan, Palace Master Destruction, Palace Master Imotao, and Palace Master Ming Xian had seized the opportunity and fled without stopping. A series of blasts had sounded from behind, keeping them in constant terror. They did not breathe a sigh of relief until they had escaped far from the battlefield and met Baiyu and Lingyu, who had also detected the emergency signal and hurried to help. On a rather deserted hill, the 5 Eternal Realm experts of the ancient sect gathered together. Destruction. What on earth happened? What made you send the emergency signal? Palace Master Destruction's face went somber. It was because of Yunfan. Yunfan? Baiyu and Lingyu were both taken aback. At first, the 3 of us were pretty lucky. We snatched up a baptismal pool from the demon gods. But as soon as we got it, we bumped into Yunfan, who happened to be passing by, and 2 other experts from the Cloud Sea Asgard. Palace Master Destruction started to recount the whole story. They're all human beings as we are. So even though Yunfan felt jealous about us obtaining the baptismal pool, he should have restrained his temper a bit. But to our surprise, the old bastard launched a direct strike against us. At this point, Palace Master Destruction, Palace Master Imotao, and Palace Master Ming Xian looked highly infuriated. The 3 of us naturally found this outrageous and tried our best to fight back. But Yunfan has concealed his strength for so many years, he must have brought his strength to a higher level in secret. By my calculation, his present battle strength rivals someone at Step 4 of the Eternal Realm, Palace Master Destruction said. Step 4? Baiyu and Lingyu were shocked. He turned into a silver-armored demon god and totally subdued us all by himself. Palace Master Destruction went on. We could only flee in a haste, but he didn't give up and kept chasing after us. We thought he was coming for the baptismal pool. Since he was so desperate to get the thing, to save our lives, I proposed that he could have the baptismal pool in exchange for our safety. But to everyone's shock, he refused. Refused? Palace Master Bayu's expression altered. You promised him the baptismal pool of the demon gods. How could he turn you down? Who knows? Destruction shook his head. That guy was crazy. He just wanted the three of us dead. Palace Master Imo Tao cursed under his breath. We were being chased, and were running out of solutions. So, we had to send the emergency signal and ask for help, Palace Master Destruction said helplessly. When he finished, Palace Master Bayu and Vice Palace Master Ling Yu both turned quite solemn. The three had been willing to give him the baptismal pool of demon gods, yet he still didn't let them off the hook. It seemed that he was really going to kill Palace Master Destruction and the other two. We then asked ourselves whether Yun Fan held some personal grudge against us. Judging by his behavior, it's obvious that he wants to have a go at our ancient sect. If nothing else, I reckon it's because 100 years ago Palace Master Xin Yi killed 7 Eternal Realm experts from the Cloud Sea Asgard. I bet that ever since, the Cloud Sea Asgard has been bearing a grudge against our ancient sect. And this was why Yu Fan vented his anger on us. What a jerk. Isn't he afraid of provoking the entire ancient sect? Bayu swore. No, he isn't. Vice Palace Master Ling Yu suddenly spoke. Palace Master Destruction and the other two immediately turned to look at him. Ling Yu continued with a note of seriousness. Everybody, as you know, although our ancient sect is a very special sect in the firmament territory, sometimes we still have to look out for the three magnates. To be honest, the overall strength of our ancient sect is not that remarkable, nor is our history or foundation. All we have are our sect master and palace master Xian Yi. Now, in terms of the three magnates, the strength of any of them is way above our ancient sect. They have no fear for our ancient sect or our eternal realm experts. They really only care about our sect master and palace master Xian Yi. However, our sect master always acts in secret. It's been years since he revealed himself before us. We don't even know if he is still in the firmament territory or not. As for Palace Master Xian Yi, well, you all know his temper. He has his own style. As long as others don't offend him to an unbearable extent, such as killing his top disciples, his close relatives, or putting the ancient sect in a life-threatening crisis, he won't strike back. Precisely for this reason, Yun Fan has no scruples in attacking you guys. 100 years ago, it was Palace Master Xian Yi who killed 7 Eternal Realm experts from the Cloud Sea Asgard, causing them to suffer a great loss. But they don't dare get back at Palace Master Xian Yi, so they can only attack our experts as revenge. After hearing Vice Palace Master Ling Yu out, Palace Master Destruction and his lot nodded in agreement. They all sincerely approved of what Vice Palace Master Ling Yu had just said. Indeed, the only ones in the ancient sect that could really frighten the three magnates were their sect master, who was titled as the top expert in the firmament territory, and Palace Master Xian Yi, who was famous for his mysterious but formidable power. Other than these two, the three magnates never took other experts seriously. Accordingly, it was only normal for the three magnates to retaliate against them instead of Xian Yi. Seems that in the next few days we have to be more cautious, Palace Master Destruction exclaimed. The other Palace Masters nodded in agreement. By the way, Destruction, Palace Master Bayu looked back. You said you were in such a dangerous situation, but how on earth did you escape from Yun Fan? The three Palace Masters exchanged embarrassed looks. Their expressions became a bit odd. Here's the thing, Palace Master Destruction started to explain. When we were running away, we came across a gold-armored demon god with horrible strength. This gold-armored demon god was only at the 1-star level, but his battle strength was just as great as Yun Fan's. And the most important thing is that he showed no interest in us at all. No interest? Palace Master Bayu was a bit startled. Yes, he was not interested. Palace Master Ming Xian nodded as well. He was right in front of us. But when he came near, he just went past, didn't even shoot a glance at us. He didn't attack, either. Instead, he got into a fight with Yunfan. Thanks to him barring Yunfan's way, we finally got a chance to run away. Really? The other two palace masters found this a bit fishy. How could a demon god have no interest in the three experts? Actually, there is another thing, Palace Master Destruction spoke suddenly. His brows furrowed slightly. What is it? The other palace masters all turned to look at him. When the gold-armored demon god was battling with Yunfan, I observed the sword he was using. The sword appeared to be the Emperor's sword. Palace Master Destruction grunted. What? Palace Master Amo Tao, Palace Master Bayu, and the rest were all astonished at these words. The Emperor's sword? The one Palace Master Xianyi had made? The one that belonged to the successor of the Sword Palace? Chapter 756, A Reunion. Chapter 756, A Reunion. Destruction. Did you see it clearly? Palace Master Amo Tao asked anxiously. They had been in a rush. He and Palace Master Ming Xian had not even cast a proper glance at the long sword Jian Wushuang was wielding. Only Palace Master Destruction saw it. The sword in the gold-armored demon god's hand was enlarged several times, but I still recognized it. I'm sure it was the Emperor's sword. Palace Master Destruction nodded again to confirm his judgment, whetting the curiosity of the ancient sect's other palace masters. For all time, the Emperor's sword was supposed to be in Jian Wushuang's hands, wasn't it? 100 years ago, Jian Wushuang had gotten caught up in a serious crisis in the Eternal Zone and never walked out of it. He had probably died long ago. As for the Emperor's sword, it had likely fallen into the hands of the demon gods. They would not be surprised at all to see a demon god carrying the Emperor's sword show up to kill them. But the gold-armored demon god they just met had not intended to attack them. Considering that he was only a one-star demon god but was carrying the Emperor's sword, they could not help but feel very skeptical about the whole thing. Guys, tell me, do you think the gold-armored demon god we met could possibly be... Palace Master Destruction broke off. The other four palace masters also fell into silence. At this precise moment, a swoosh of wind sounded, and a figure suddenly appeared before them. Who's there? Palace Master Destruction and the other four instantly swiveled around to look at the figure. When they caught a clear sight him, the palace masters were all dumbstruck. The black-robed figure, carrying a long sword on his back and wearing a wicked silver mask, was the same gold-armored demon god that had just gotten rid of Yunfan for them. He slowly took off his wicked mask. Then, his voice sounded, reverberating in the mountainous space. It's been 100 years since we last met. Palace Masters, I hope that you are all well. Jian Wushuang's voice held a trace of sorrow, whereas a smile was curling along his lips. After getting rid of Yunfan, he had set off in the direction of Palace Master Destruction and the others. Sure enough, he had caught up with them and saw the 5 palace masters of the ancient sect assembled here. When the 5 palace masters recognized Jian Wushuang's face, they were stunned and soon overjoyed. Jian Wushuang, is it really you? You didn't die? The 5 palace masters quickly approached him and blurted out their amazement at the same time. They were shocked, thrilled, and apparently blown away by this rather unbelievable miracle. When Jian Wushuang did not walk out of the Eternal Zone 100 years ago, almost everyone thought he was dead. The experts of the ancient sects also believed he had met his downfall. But now, here he was, standing before them unscathed. I have a tough fate. How could I die so easily? Jian Wushuang said with a faint smile. This is utterly unbelievable. Jian Wushuang, how did you survive? They stepped forward and sized him up with intense curiosity. Human experts from the Firmament territory often got involved in fights against demon gods, so the demon god clan hated them bitterly. But it turned out that a total of 100 years had passed. Jian Wushuang turned out to be fine after staying 100 years in the demon god clan. I'm just lucky, Jian Wushuang explained half-heartedly. After exchanging short greetings, the 5 palace masters gradually calmed down. Jin Wushuang, quickly tell us, what really happened? You didn't die 100 years ago. Why didn't you get out of the eternal zone in time? Palace Master Destruction posed several questions in one breath. Here is my story. Jin Wushuang gave them a summarized version of what had happened 100 years ago. He told them how the disciples from the Cloud Sea Asgard and the Immortal Dynasty attacked him and how the Boundless Demon Sect dispatched an Eternal Realm expert who chased him to the outer layer. Of course, he said nothing about the ancient God clan arresting Wu Dao, Dao Mei, and Long Tao by luring them into a trap. No wonder you didn't return in time. It turns out you were being hunted by an Eternal Realm expert from the Boundless Demon Sect and were forced to flee to the inner layer. Palace Master Destruction scowled. Then, he let out a snort. Humph! How ruthless the Boundless Demon Sect is. They not only send out their disciples to strike, but also dispatched an Eternal Realm Elder to turn around and assassinate you. A nobody in the skyscraping realm? The Boundless Demon Sect is truly vicious. The Boundless Demon Sect is treacherous and despicable. And the Cloud Sea Asgard and the Immortal Dynasty are not good guys either. Palace Master Mo Tao and Palace Master Bayu echoed his comments. Thanks to my luck, I narrowly escaped from the Boundless Demon Sect expert. But due to my severe injuries, I failed to get back in time. And during the past 100 years, I stayed in the Eternal Zone. For a few special reasons, the Demon God Clan did not go hard on me. In fact, they treated me fairly well, Jin Wushuang said. He merely told them it was for special reasons, but did not elaborate further. Palace Master Destruction and the other Palace Masters were eloquent enough to not insist on poking into this matter. Right then, no matter what you've been through in the past 100 years, it's enough that you're still alive. When your Master Xianyi hears about this, he will certainly be very glad, Palace Master Destruction said, beaming. Yeah, 100 years ago, Palace Master Xianyi was furious at the news of your death. In front of all the experts of various sects, he directly launched an open attack against the Cloud Sea Asgard and killed 7 of their Eternal Realm experts. It really devastated them. Palace Master Mo Tao laughed. But precisely for this incident, the Cloud Sea Asgard began to hold a grudge against our ancient sect. And this is exactly why the 3 of us were being chased just now. Really? His words stirred something in Jin Wushuang's mind. His master, Xianyi, had slaughtered 7 Eternal Realm experts from the Cloud Sea Asgard to vent his rage when he heard of his death. Besides that, Jin Wushuang, your strength truly surprised us, Palace Master Destruction added. Mo Tao, Ming Xian, and the other Palace Masters all gazed at each other speechlessly. They smiled, but their eyes revealed a trace of terror. Especially Palace Master Destruction, Palace Master Mo Tao, and Palace Master Ming Xian. After all, they had witnessed the fierce fight between Jin Wushuang and Yun Fan with their own eyes. Jin Wushuang could turn into a gold-armored demon god, and he was thoroughly qualified to battle with Yun Fan head-on. It was evident that his strength had reached step 4 of the Eternal Realm. That was to say his strength was much stronger than any of theirs. And Jin Wushuang was still a Divine Realm expert. For people in the Firmament territory, it was completely inconceivable that a Divine Realm expert could have a battle strength at step 4 of the Eternal Realm. They had never heard of the existence of such a formidable Divine Realm expert within the Firmament territory. Chapter 757, Traces. Chapter 757, Traces. On a nameless hill in the Tianqi Mountains, Jin Wushuang and 5 palace masters of the ancient sect were chatting. Jin Wushuang, I'm so happy to see you alive, Palace Master Destruction said. In a few days, the Eternal Zone will close again. Please leave with us before that happens. Sure. Jin Wushuang nodded. Well, what's your plan for the next couple of days? Do you want to travel with us, or go by yourself? Palace Master Destruction asked another question. I still have some things to take care of, so I may not be able to join you this time, Jin Wushuang answered. Are you going to deal with the 3 magnates? Palace Master Destruction cast a significant look at him. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. With your current strength, experts from the three magnates in the Tianqi Mountains are hardly a threat to you. But you still need to be careful, Palace Master Destruction advised. I know. He gave a smile. By the way, is there any chance you know who the Eternal Realm expert from the Boundless Demon sect that hunted me down was? Jian Wushuang had not forgotten Gu Qiong, to whom he owed a lot. Gu Qiong had died for him. His death had become a thorn growing in Jian Wushuang's heart. He was absolutely determined to kill the Eternal Realm expert who had chased after him back then. Judging by his appearance, strength, and the attack style that you just described, I reckon it was In Chao. Palace Master Destruction said solemnly. In Chao? Jian Wushuang memorized this name by heart. Speaking of In Chao, the expressions of Palace Master Baiyu and Vice Palace Master Ling, you suddenly turned weird. What's the matter? Jian Wushuang looked at them. Jian Wushuang, frankly, not long ago, when Ling Yu and I were adventuring in the Tianqi Mountains, we ran into In Chao, Palace Master Baiyu began. Really? Jian Wushuang's face altered. The place we met him is not far from here. When we saw him, he was with 3 guys, all experts from the Boundless Demon sect. One of them was Xia Yuan. Palace Master Baiyu said. Xia Yuan? Jian Wushuang repeated, staring at Palace Master Baiyu in bewilderment. Xia Yuan is extremely strong. He is at step 2 of the Eternal Realm. A few days ago, he usurped a baptismal pool and successfully used it to transform into a copper-armored demon god. When he assumes the form of a copper-armored demon god, his battle strength will reach step 3 of the Eternal Realm, Palace Master Baiyu said. An Eternal Realm expert with a battle strength at step 3 of the Eternal Realm could be counted as the strongest expert in the Firmament territory. Among the Palace Masters of the ancient sect, only Palace Master Destruction had a viable chance of putting up a fight against him. The 4 of them must be traveling as a group. I'm afraid that they are still wandering about in that area, Palace Master Baiyu added. Jian Wushuang simply took out the map of the Tianqi Mountains. Palace Master Baiyu, where did you meet them? He asked. Palace Master Baiyu quickly looked through the map and pointed a finger at a giant mountain. Here, near the Icefire Mountain. Here. Jian Wushuang tilted his head a little. Thanks a lot. Jian Wushuang put the map away. He cupped his hands at Palace Master Destruction and the other 4. He was ready to leave. Jian Wushuang, remember, in 7 days, you have to hurry to the Heavenly Stone Valley and find our ancient sect's assembly place. If you miss this chance, you can only stay in the Eternal Zone for another 100 years, Palace Master Destruction yelled. Got it. Jian Wushuang shouted back. He was already flying away. On the hill, Palace Master Destruction and the other 4 were standing in a line. They watched Jian Wushuang gradually fly out of sight and then heaved a sigh. The kid has upgraded his strength to such a level in merely 100 years. Even we can't catch up with him now. I always knew he was very talented, but I never expected him to be so powerful. Destruction. Over the past 100 years, you've been bragging about Feng, your personal disciple, showing him off like a star, right? You also said that in less than 1,000 years, Feng could enter the Eternal Realm, right? How about you let this disciple have a fight against Jian Wushuang, and we can see who is better? Palace Master Mo Tao said jokingly. Fight? What for? Palace Master Destruction breathed a puff of air into his beard, his face thoroughly bitter. Feng. Whether he could break through the Eternal Realm was still unknown. Even if he did, there was no way he could be more powerful than Jian Wushuang, could he? Following Palace Master Baiyu's directions, Jian Wushuang headed for the Icefire Mountain. It took him less than half a day to reach the foot of the Icefire Mountain. I wonder if In Chao and his lot are still around, Jian Wushuang muttered. He began to loaf about in the vast region around the Icefire Mountain. Only 2 hours later, he detected the emergency signal of the ancient god clan. He rushed there as fast as he could. However, since the source of the signal was quite far, by the time he got there, the fight was already over. The water in a baptismal pool had been taken by someone. The two ancient god clansmen responsible for guarding the baptismal pool were both severely injured. Thanks to the timely arrival of other clansmen, they had not been killed. Jian Wushuang inquired about the human experts who attacked them. The answers they gave were exactly what Jian Wushuang wanted to hear. According to the account of the two injured clansmen, four human experts had attacked them, one of whom transformed into a copper-armored ancient god. There was also a glum elder in their group, who was supposed to be in Chao. Seems that the four from the Boundless Demon sect are still around. Jian Wushuang squinted into the surroundings and muttered, "There are 6 baptismal pools in the vicinity of the Ice-Fire Mountain. They've already robbed one of them. They must be biding their time to rob the rest." Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold. Once the Boundless Demon sect expert struck again, his opportunity would come. Jian Wushuang continued to wander around the Ice-Fire Mountain, waiting for the 4 Boundless Demon sect experts to strike again. Meanwhile, on the bank of a small nameless lake near the Ice-Fire Mountain, 4 figures were sitting together. "Haha, following Mr. Xia Yuan is great. Look, we obtained a baptismal pool without effort." And Chao, a glum black-robed elder, said with a chilling voice, "Well, it's just a baptismal pool, not a big deal." A strapping shirtless man snorted. This was Xia Yuan, the most powerful among the group of 4. And Chao gave a dry smile and did not dare to say more. Xia Yuan looked around. "We investigated before. There are 6 baptismal pools at the Ice-Fire Mountain. We only have 1. It's nothing to brag about. If we can obtain all 6 baptismal pools, that will be something. And our next target is this one." Chapter 758, Returning a Favor. Chapter 758, Returning a Favor. Next to a baptismal pool near the Ice-Fire Mountain in the Tianqi Mountains, 2 imposing figures were standing quietly. They kept casting nervous looks at their surroundings. In the void not far from the baptismal pool, a group of 4 people gathered together. They were from the Boundless Demon sect and led by Xia Yuan. They were overlooking the distant baptismal pool through the void. "We've scouted out the baptismal pool. 2 demon gods are guarding it. Both of them are 2-star silver-armored demon gods, and their battle strength rivals experts at Step 2 of the Eternal Realm. One of them, in particular, carries a longbow on his back. He is a very good archer," Xia Yuan said in a deep voice. "Well, I can handle the demon god with the longbow. Kongjing, the other demon god is yours. It'll do if you just hold him back. Can you do that?" Xia Yuan asked the man standing beside him. "No problem." Kongjing nodded. Although he was only at Step 1 of the Eternal Realm, what he did best was tangle with the opponent. It was not difficult for him to hold a 2-star silver-armored demon god back. "As for the 2 of you, just hurry down at your fastest speed and collect all the water in the baptismal pool. Understand?" Xia Yuan turned to look at Chao and the last Eternal Realm expert. "Yes." And Chao and the other guy nodded in unison. "All right then, let's get started." Xia Yuan took the lead and zipped ahead of them towards the baptismal pool at an incredible speed. And Chao and the other 2 Eternal Realm experts were on his heels. A few seconds later, they were visible to the 2 clansmen from the ancient god clan. A rich aura burst out from Xia Yuan. As he advanced forward, he was also growing in size. In an instant, he turned into a copper-armored ancient god. Invasion. The 2 clansmen instantly realized what was happening. One was a hairy middle-aged man, carrying a longbow and wrapped in fur. It was Gu Yang, the same person who had saved Jian Wushuang from Chao 100 years ago. Seeing Xia Yuan and the others charging toward him, Gu Yang gave a snort and immediately transformed into a silver-armored ancient god. The longbow he usually carried on his back appeared in his hands. His huge hands drew the bow forcefully. A stream of horrible power started to converge in the longbow. The power was so formidable that even Chao and Kongjing, who were both at Step 1 of the Eternal Realm, began to shudder involuntarily. "It's him." And Chao's pupils contracted as he recognized Gu Yang. 100 years ago, Gu Yang had shot 2 arrows at him. The first one seriously wounded him. When the second one was about to hit him, he had thrown out one of his trump cards and escaped by a fluke. He knew that Gu Yang's strength was far superior to that of an ordinary 2-star silver-armored ancient god. Go to hell. A snarl sounded. Gu Yang suddenly loosened his right hand, which had been tensely drawing the bowstring. A pitch-black arrow shot out, streaking across the void like a bright shooting star. The frightening arrow appeared in front of Xia Yuan in the blink of an eye. Xia Yuan had a cold look. A sense of contempt flitted through his eyes. He was holding a giant axe in one hand. He hacked his giant axe lazily forwards and split the air in 2. Clang! With a loud clang, the arrow was smashed to pieces. What? Gu Yang looked panic-stricken. He shouted, "Hurry up! Send the emergency signal. These outsiders are powerful." The other clansman standing next to Gu Yang had already registered the current situation. Without hesitation, he sent out the emergency signal. It would take some time before anyone who picked up the signal could come here. The two did not know whether they could hold it together that long. Humph! Xia Yuan snorted. He strode up to Gu Yang with his giant axe in hand and swung it at Gu Yang. Gu Yang pushed his longbow onto his back and a long black spear emerged mysteriously in his hand. He threw himself into a fierce fight with Xia Yuan. Gu Xiu's battle strength was more than enough to allow him to deal with an expert at the peak of Step 2 of the Eternal Realm. However, it was still way below Xia Yuan's. Shortly after they began to fight, the outcome was clear. Xia Yuan was totally quashing Gu Yang. On the other side, Kang Jing had also successfully entangled the other clansmen. And Chao, and the last Eternal Realm expert, had reached the baptismal pool of demon gods. They began to extract the water using their interspatial rings. Bastard! Gu Yang felt a rush of fury flowing into his heart. When he caught sight of Chao and the other guy frantically drying up the pool, his expression turned even darker. He broke free with all his force, drew his longbow once again, and shot another arrow towards Chao. It was a lethal attack, and Chao and the other Eternal Realm expert jumped sideways. The arrow missed its target and failed to cause any injuries. Instead, Gu Yang's missed attack offered Xia Yuan a good opportunity. You're dueling with me, but you still have time to care about the baptismal pool. You really don't know death is approaching. Xia Yuan's chilling voice sounded in Gu Yang's ears. He heard a howling wind. Axe Shadow was already in front of him. Crap? Gu Yang's expression changed drastically. Even though he was a silver-armored ancient god, he knew he would die if this powerful axe landed on his head. The axe soared towards him so fast that the moment he shot the second arrow, the axe shadow was already before him, leaving him no chance to escape. Am I really going to die? Gu Yang was seized by despair. But just at this moment, whoosh, a jet of dazzling swordlight suddenly appeared. It was extremely vast and menacing, just like a sword river. It zoomed in front of Gu Yang and blocked the giant axe that was roaring toward him. Bang! With a loud clash, the sword river was shattered to pieces. But in this split second, Gu Yang retreated to the other side and dodged the deadly strike. What a narrow escape! Gu Yang widened his eyes. He felt half surprised, half grateful. He saw a black-robed figure with a wicked silver mask appear next to him. Although he could not see the man's face, based on the one-star aura he was emitting, he quickly realized who it was. Thank you, Gu Yang said curtly. 100 years ago, you saved me. Today, I saved yours, so I've returned your favor, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Yeah. Gu Yang nodded slightly. Jian Wushuang had been wandering about in this area for a while, and was not too far away when he heard the emergency signal. He had rushed here only to see Gu Yang in great danger. Naturally, he struck without delay. Chapter 759, Jian Wushuang? Chapter 759, Jian Wushuang? How lucky I am! I found Chao and another 3 boundless demon sect experts. And just as I'm about to leave the eternal zone, it even saved me from thinking of how to return Gu Yang's favor. Jian Wushuang smiled. He did not like to owe others. Gu Yang had saved his life, so he wanted to do him a good return. And Chao. Killing intent flashed in his eyes, the only uncovered part of his body, as he cursed the name in secret. In order to kill An Chao, I have to kill Xia Yuan first. Jian Wushuang made up his mind. The bloodline power started surging inside his body. In an instant, he had transformed into a 10-meter-high gold-armored ancient god. His emperor's sword also expanded to 10 meters long. He dove forward. His aura was rising ferociously, higher and higher. A gold-armored demon god? Xia Yuan was startled to see the ancient god. No wonder he could withstand my blow. He is a one-star gold-armored demon god. However, he is not enough to threaten me. He sneered and charged toward Jian Wushuang, his giant axe in hand. The two neared each other. Mind-controlling secret skill. Jian Wushuang growled and punched at Xia Yuan. He was immediately enveloped by a strange power. Xia Yuan felt his mind struck by a sudden pain. He paused his move. A moment later, he managed to recover from the pain. He regained his senses before Jian Wushuang could destroy him. Jian Wushuang sighed in disappointment. My realm is too low. I can't overpower an expert in Step 3 of the Eternal Realm with mind-controlling secret skill yet. His skill didn't affect Xia Yuan at all, except for slowing down him a little. Fine. I never expected that I could defeat him relying on this skill. He displayed his best skill, Netherworld. Xia Yuan struck out with his axe. It then became a battle of pure power. Puff! Xia Yuan coughed out a mouthful blood, and his axe almost slipped out his hand. He is in Step 4. Xia Yuan's eyes betrayed his horror. He wanted to retreat. However, Jian Wushuang did not let him leave. He came up to Xia Yuan again and launched a series of attacks. Soon, Xia Yuan was overwhelmed by sword shadows. Jian Wushuang went all out. Damn! Those damn moves! Xia Yuan cursed as he hurriedly tried to defend himself. He felt he was going to lose. Sometime later, he finally got his golden chance to escape. He quickly displayed a secret skill. However, he had only made it 100 meters when he heard a whooshing sound from one side. He turned his head only to see a black arrow flying toward him at an amazing speed. If he kept running forward, it would hit him. He had to stop. The arrow flew past him, but before he could let out a sigh of relief, Jian Wushuang had caught up with him from behind and displayed twilight. No! Xia Yuan let out a roar of despair before Jian Wushuang's sword went through his body, breaking his life core. After killing Xia Yuan, Jian Wushuang looked toward Gu Yang and gave him a thumbs up. The latter put down his long bow and looked back with a nod. The arrow had contributed to Xia Yuan's death to some extent. It was true that Jian Wushuang was more powerful than Xia Yuan. However, Xia Yuan was faster than him. If it were not for the arrow blocking him temporarily, Jian Wushuang could not have caught up with him and killed him. The other three Boundless Demon Sect experts were panic-stricken by Xia Yuan's death. Run. Run as fast as you can. They started running in different directions. And Chao had kept a close eye on the battle between Jian Wushuang and Xia Yuan. Thus, he was the first one to sense the danger and react. He assumed the ancient god would chase after the other two experts, because it would be easier than catching him. However, to his surprise, he saw the ancient god coming after him. Among the 4 Boundless Demon Sect experts, and Chao is first place on my kill list. Jian Wushuang's killing intent was booming. He had to kill this murderer to avenge Gu Qiong. Swish, swish. Both Jian Wushuang and An Chao ran very fast, and soon, they were lost from sight. How could he be so fast? Looking back at Jian Wushuang, who was drawing nearer and nearer, An Chao turned pale. Why did he only target me? Though he was puzzled, he pulled his attention back to his feet. He displayed all his skills to speed up and became visibly faster. Jian Wushuang found he was further and further behind despite running at his full speed. He was becoming anxious. He knew if he did not display a secret skill to become quicker, he would lose his target. This guy responded so fast. He took off the moment he saw me kill Xia Yuan, leaving me no chance to display the mind-controlling secret skill. Jian Wushuang thought with a frown. The skill was powerful, but it could only produce a magical effect on its target within a certain distance. And Chao had escaped far from Jian Wushuang right away. He could not attack him with it. It seems that I have to use another skill. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. He began shrinking back into a normal human being. With his will, his spiritual power began burning inside him. He was displaying the Dragon Blood secret skill. It was a skill that could increase one's speed by consuming his spiritual power. The cost of using such a skill was so great that Jian Wushuang would use it only in an emergency. 100 years ago, when he was being pursued by An Chao, he had used this skill and managed to escape into the inner layer where he was finally saved by Gu Yang. Now, the tables had turned. He was pursuing An Chao. "You can't escape from me," Jian Wushuang shouted. His voice echoed throughout the place. With the Dragon Blood secret skill, he could run 10 times faster than before, faster than An Chao. It appeared he would catch up with An Chao soon. Oh no, this can't be real. An Chao was struck by horror as he sensed Jian Wushuang's aura near him. He could not help looking back and was shocked to see Jian Wushuang in human form. It's... He stared at the man running after him with wide eyes. Even though the man had his face covered behind a mask, he was very familiar with this man. He recognized his secret skill, the long sword on his back, and even the way he moved. They were exactly the same as the man he'd met 100 years ago. The only difference was that, now, he was the one being hunted. "It's you. It should be you," An Chao murmured. If Jian Wushuang hadn't transformed into a gold-armored ancient god before, An Chao would have recognized him much earlier. "Jian Wushuang. I know you're Jian Wushuang," An Chao shouted back at the man running after him. There was horror and disbelief in his voice, and his words echoed throughout the void for a long time. Jian Wushuang heard him and smirked. "So, you finally recognized me? You have to die all the same." Jian Wushuang sped up again. Neither one noticed that there was a gray-haired elder hidden in the forest they just passed. He was waiting there for his injuries to recover. However, the elder had spotted them and was amazed. "Is that Jian Wushuang? The peerless genius of the ancient sect? Didn't he die 100 years ago?" Chapter 760, The Ancient God Token. Chapter 760, The Ancient God Token. In the Tianqi Mountains, there were two figures running forward one after the other. It was Jian Wushuang and An Chao. Jian Wushuang was only 100 meters from An Chao. At this distance, it would be less difficult for him to deal with An Chao. Secret skill, mind-controlling secret skill. He displayed the skill. An Chao immediately felt as if there was a sharp stinger stabbing him inside his head. "Aya!" He let out a scream of pain and stopped running involuntarily. Jian Wushuang closed the distance between them in an instant. "Die!" He shouted and struck. An Chao was still in confusion from the pain. He was hit before he could even struggle. His head was chopped off and his life core was destroyed as well. He was killed on the spot. Finally, the criminal who had caused Jian Wushuang to be trapped in the Eternal Zone for 100 years was dead. Jian Wushuang stopped fighting and stood in the void silently. He looked down at An Chao's body coldly. "Brother Gu Qiong, I finally killed An Chao for you." Jian Wushuang clenched his hand, but in his heart he was relaxed. He had been living with his hatred for An Chao and his guilt for Gu Qiong's death all those years. He could finally live in peace. He smashed An Chao's body into pieces. He looked around. After finding there was no one around, he left. However, not long after he left, a figure appeared where he had been standing. It was Ming Yi, a gray-haired elder from the Nine Heavens sect. And Chao, the expert from the Boundless Demon sect, was killed? The elder could not believe it. And the one who killed him was Jian Wushuang, the peerless genius of the ancient sect and Xian Yi's disciple. I can't believe he is even still alive. More than that, he has grown so powerful. And Chao was an ordinary expert for his level, yet he was in the eternal realm. How could he be killed without struggle? Ming Ye's eyes were open wide. The image of Jian Wushuang killing and Chao kept flashing in his mind. He had hidden nearby when it happened and witnessed the entire thing. He could even recall the desperate scream and Chao let out right before he died. 100 years ago, when the news that Jian Wushuang was trapped in the Eternal Zone spread, Xianyi was extremely angry about it. It was only after killing 7 of the Cloud Sea Asgard's Eternal Realm experts and the other 2 magnates giving him 10 million divine gems as compensation that he finally stopped pursuing the matter. At that time, we all thought Jian Wushuang dead. No one dared to enrage Xianyi again. All the sects gave him their gems no matter how unwilling they were. Now, it turns out Jian Wushuang is still alive. If the 3 magnates find out, there's no way they'll let it go. Especially the Cloud Sea Asgard. It seems there will be plenty of fun waiting for us once we get out of the Eternal Zone. With this in mind, Mingyi left. After killing Chao, Jian Wushuang went back to the baptismal pools. Guyang and others who had received the signal, asking for help, were waiting there. Master! They saluted Jian Wushuang. Guyang, where are the other 2 men? Jian Wushuang asked. When the 3 Boundless Demon sect experts had started to flee, he had chosen to chase after Chao. The other 2 experts had been left to Guyang and the other clansmen. Those outsiders can move so fast, and they're good at defending. I shot one of them down and killed him, but the other one escaped, Guyang answered. You killed one of them? Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up. What Guyang said about the outsiders was true. They were indeed good at defending, and it was hard to kill them. Because he had the mind-controlling secret skill, Jian Wushuang could have killed some of the outsiders, but most of the ancient god clansmen were not fast. Few of them had managed to kill an outsider. Given that, it was good of Guyang to kill one. The one you killed, show me his interspatial ring, Jian Wushuang ordered. Here you are. Guyang handed it to him. Jian Wushuang searched carefully inside the ring. He found a detailed map of the Tianqi Mountains, and his look brightened. Haha, how lucky we are. He laughed happily. He found what he had failed to find in Xia Yuan's and in Chao's interspatial rings before. On the map, he saw a few places had been carefully marked and assumed they were the Boundless Demon sect's assembly sites. The map was similar to the one he had gotten from Wu Dao. Obviously, its owner had taken it with him for the same reason. It was his first time in the Tianqi Mountains. I already know the assembly sites of the Cloud Sea Asgard and Boundless Demon sect. And now, Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. He took a token out from the ring and gave it back to Guyang. Since Guyang had killed the outsider all by himself, Jian Wushuang would not take the ring. Guyang, this is an ancient god token. Jian Wushuang handed him a token. Use it to send a message to gather all the clansmen here. I have some orders to give. Yes, master. Guyang nodded heavily and immediately sent out the message. Chapter 761, Assembly Sites. Chapter 761, Assembly Sites. Among those who were still adventuring in the Tianqi Mountains, only 2 of them held ancient god tokens. Those 2 were Jian Wushuang and Gu Hong. By using the token, they could quickly gather together the nearby clansmen. It was normally only used in an emergency. And at this time, Jian Wushuang used it. Immediately, many clansmen raced toward Jian Wushuang at maximum speed. In less than half a day, about 150 people were gathered in front of him, ready to receive his orders. Even Gu Hong arrived there, having left as soon as he got the signal sent out by the token. Gu Hong went up to Jian Wushuang and said, Jian Wushuang, I thought you were in danger when I received your signal. I really got a shock. On hearing these words, Jin Wushuang gave him a smile. Tell me, what's going on here? Gu Heng asked. He thought that there had to be a reason for this. I've killed some outsiders during the last several days and got a map from their interspatial rings. I think some of the places marked on it should be their temporary assembly sites. Jin Wushuang explained it to them. Oh, their assembly sites? Gu Heng's eyes lit up when hearing this news, and he hurriedly continued. I knew that they have some assembly sites on this mountain, but I failed to discover them. One reason is that the mountain is so vast that there are many places that can be where their sites are located. The other reason is that those outsiders are so cunning that they will frequently change their assembly sites. That brought us a lot of trouble. Because most of the outsiders memorize the locations of the sites in their mind, I think this map must belong to those who have never been here before and are unfamiliar with the topography. Therefore, they are usually more careful than other outsiders, so it will not be easy to kill them. Besides, most of our clansmen don't know what to do with the map, only we commanders know its value. Throughout the many long years that we've been fighting the outsiders, only one time did we get a map from them. At that time, we found their assembly sites according to the map, set an ambush, and struck them hard. Therefore, Jin Wushuang, if we can find their assembly sites this time, we can set another ambush and strike them like before. After saying those words, Gu Heng looked at Jin Wushuang with sparkling eyes. Great. That's what I'm considering now, and it's the reason why I've gathered all of you here, Jin Wushuang said with a smile. Then, with a flick of his hand, he took out the map, which had been combined from 2 maps into one. On the combined map, there were 13 places marked in total. 7 of them were the assembly sites of Cloud Sea Asgard. The rest of them were the assembly sites of the Boundless Demon Sect. There are so many places marked on it, Gu Heng cried out excitedly while scanning the map. If those marks really represent their assembly sites, certainly they do. Jin Wushuang smiled. Based on his knowledge of Cloud Sea Asgard and the Boundless Demon Sect, he could tell that the assembly sites were really there. Normally, there will be 2 or 3 outsiders gathered at each assembly site. So, to prevent them from fleeing from us, we will go to those locations in groups that consist of 1 silver-armored ancient god as the leader along with 10 clansmen. And when we get there, we must hide our aura until the outsiders are all there. Then, we will kill them directly. Good idea, but I think 12 groups are enough, so we can have more members in each group. As for their last assembly site, I'll deal with it by myself, Gu Heng said with a grin. By yourself? Jin Wushuang was a little surprised, but he still nodded his approval. He knew that Gu Heng was powerful enough to destroy a group of Eternal Realm experts. At that moment, he even mourned for the people in the assembly site that Gu Heng was going to visit. Having arrived at a plan, Jin Wushuang started to implement it. Among the 150 clansmen in front of him, some of them were as powerful as Eternal Realm experts at the first level, some of them were as powerful as experts at the second level, and some of them, such as Gu Yang, were even close to the experts at the third level. Jin Wushuang divided those people into 12 teams, with 12 people in each team, and had them head for the 12 assembly sites out of the 13. Gu Heng would go to last assembly site alone. Watching the clansmen march away, Jin Wushuang's eyes were filled with killing intent. Cloud Sea Asgard and Boundless Demon Sect, wait for my gift for you. As for Immortal Dynasty, I won't destroy you, but I won't let you go easily either. The Tianqi Mountains was a dangerous place for the experts from the Firmament territory, and when they encountered a stronger group of clansmen from the ancient god clan, they would choose to flee separately. In such cases, they would have to go back to their assembly sites to find their companions later, as they had no other way to connect with each other in the mountains. As a result, those assembly sites meant a lot to them. 5 days had passed since the Eternal Zone had opened. In the middle of a hill, 2 experts from the Boundless Demon Sect were hiding inside a cave. Before long, another expert of the sect arrived in the cave. Since the 3 of them had found each other, they decided to leave the hill to adventure in other places. And right then, a disaster took place. Chapter 762, The Massacre. Chapter 762, The Massacre. You three. The three of them suddenly heard a voice from outside. They immediately looked up. Demon gods. At first, when they caught sight of several demon gods in front of them, they managed to remain calm. After all, it was normal for human experts to encounter demon gods in the Tianqi Mountains. However, when they saw that there were demon gods on both their left and right and even behind them, they began to panic. Oh my gosh! Why are there so many demon gods? With horrified expressions, the three scanned the demon gods surrounding them. The 12 demon gods started charging at those three from every direction. Shit, we're in trouble. Run. Even one life matters. The leader of the three shouted. They knew very well that if it was a smaller group that they had encountered, they could probably make it out alive by staying calm and displaying their skills. However, at that moment, they were facing 12 demon gods at the same time. They fell into their enemy's ambush and had no way out. So they knew it was less likely that they would survive this time. Kill them all. Following their leader, an ancient god at the top of level 2, the 12 ancient gods came slashing at those three. The three of them tried their best to fight, but still, 2 of them were killed on the spot while the other one escaped heavily injured. In another remote valley lay one of the assembly sites of Cloud Sea Asgard. 2 experts of the sect were gathered there, and suddenly, they spotted a tall figure nearby. Who's there? They were alarmed as they looked toward the newcomer. It turned out to be a bald man who wore a bloodthirsty smile on his face. It seems that I really have bad luck to find only 2 of you here. When they saw that man, those 2 changed their expressions. A demon god, one of them questioned in a low voice. The bald man was no other than Gu Hong himself. Without saying anything further, he dived at the 2 while transforming into a silver-armored ancient god. His aura shot up high, and at the same time, he had a huge saber in his hand. During the last 5 days in the Tianqi Mountains, I've killed 4 outsiders, and soon, I'll kill the 2 of you as well. He quickly moved forward as he spoke. Humph. The 2 experts had sensed Gu Heng's formidable aura, but because they were facing just one ancient god, they thought they could kill him in collaboration. But, soon after, they found out they were wrong. Gu Heng made his move. It seemed to just be a casual strike, but it killed one of the experts and badly wounded the other one. The surviving expert was frightened out of his wits and started running desperately. However, his opponent was a silver-armored ancient god, more talented than many of his companions. What was worse, this opponent had also learned some secret skills, including the mind-controlling secret skill. Therefore, the moment that Gu Heng displayed that skill, this poor guy immediately lost all his senses and was killed in a single strike. Massacres like this took place on many peaks of the Tianqi Mountains. The assembly sites of Cloud Sea Asgard and the Boundless Demon sect all suffered sudden attacks from the ancient god clan. The 2 or 3 experts in each of the sites could barely fight against 12 clansmen at a time and could only run away in desperation. Some of them even lost their lives after falling into an ambush. Although those experts had mastered excellent skills that offered them little help in fleeing from a well-prepared joint attack, only a few of them, like Wu Dao, who had a secret skill to create 18 doppelgangers, could make it out alive. No matter how fast they were, it was useless when every path was blocked. The entire Tianqi Mountains fell into a widespread massacre. Many years ago, there was an expert from the ancient god palace who got a map with the assembly sites of their opponents marked on it. During that time, the ancient god clan hit the outsiders hard. However, this time, the battle between the 2 sides was much fiercer. After all, Jin Wushuang's side was trying to battle 2 magnates at the same time. With each magnate having more than 15 experts in the Eternal Zone, Jin Wushuang had over 30 Eternal Realm experts in his rival side, but to the whole ancient god clan, those people were nothing to fear. Having been targeted, most of the experts from Cloud Sea Asgard and the Boundless Demon sect were killed. As time went on, the battle between the clansmen and the outsiders for the baptismal pools went on. Nevertheless, It would come to an end very soon because the Eternal Zone would only remain open for a short 10 days. 9 days passed by in the blink of an eye, and this was the last day that the zone would be open. And on that day, most of the experts of the sects would give up trying to seize the baptismal pools, go back to their assembly sites, and leave the zone together. In the Tianqi Mountains, there was a place named Heavenly Stone Valley. This valley was the last assembly site of the ancient sect. Many palace masters were gathered there. Haha, you guys are so fast. With Palace Master Bayu's arrival, all the 9 Eternal Realm experts of the sect had arrived. Among them, except for Palace Master Destruction, Palace Master Imotao, and Palace Master Ming Xian looking bad due to an encounter with Yun Fan, the others all looked good. Chapter 761, Assembly Sites. Chapter 761, Assembly Sites. Among those who were still adventuring in the Tianqi Mountains, only 2 of them held ancient god tokens. Those 2 were Jin Wushuang and Gu Hong. By using the token, they could quickly gather together the nearby clansmen. It was normally only used in an emergency. And at this time, Jin Wushuang used it. Immediately, many clansmen raced toward Jin Wushuang at maximum speed. In less than half a day, about 150 people were gathered in front of him, ready to receive his orders. Even Gu Hong arrived there, having left as soon as he got the signal sent out by the token. Gu Hong went up to Jin Wushuang and said, "Jin Wushuang, I thought you were in danger when I received your signal. I really got a shock." On hearing these words, Jin Wushuang gave him a smile. "Tell me, what's going on here?" Gu Hong asked. He thought that there had to be a reason for this. "I've killed some outsiders during the last several days and got a map from their interspatial rings. I think some of the places marked on it should be their temporary assembly sites." Jin Wushuang explained it to them. "Oh, their assembly sites?" Gu Heng's eyes lit up when hearing this news, and he hurriedly continued. "I knew that they have some assembly sites on this mountain, but I failed to discover them. One reason is that the mountain is so vast that there are many places that can be where their sites are located. The other reason is that those outsiders are so cunning that they will frequently change their assembly sites. That brought us a lot of trouble. Because most of the outsiders memorize the locations of the sites in their mind, I think this map must belong to those who have never been here before and are unfamiliar with the topography. Therefore, they are usually more careful than other outsiders, so it will not be easy to kill them. Besides, most of our clansmen don't know what to do with the map. Only we commanders know its value. Throughout the many long years that we've been fighting the outsiders, only one time did we get a map from them. At that time, we found their assembly sites according to the map, set an ambush, and struck them hard. Therefore, Jin Wushuang, if we can find their assembly sites this time, we can set another ambush and strike them like before." After saying those words, Gu Hong looked at Jin Wushuang with sparkling eyes. "Great. That's what I'm considering now, and it's the reason why I've gathered all of you here," Jin Wushuang said with a smile. Then, with a flick of his hand, he took out the map, which had been combined from 2 maps into one. On the combined map, there were 13 places marked in total. 7 of them were the assembly sites of Cloud Sea Asgard. The rest of them were the assembly sites of the Boundless Demon Sect. "There are so many places marked on it," Gu Hong cried out excitedly while scanning the map. "If those marks really represent their assembly sites, we—" "Certainly they do." Jin Wushuang smiled. Based on his knowledge of Cloud Sea Asgard and the Boundless Demon Sect, he could tell that the assembly sites were really there. Normally, there will be 2 or 3 outsiders gathered at each assembly site. So, to prevent them from fleeing from us, we will go to those locations in groups that consist of 1 silver-armored ancient god as the leader along with 10 clansmen. And when we get there, we must hide our aura until the outsiders are all there. Then, we will kill them directly." "Good idea, but I think 12 groups are enough, so we can have more members in each group. As for their last assembly site, I'll deal with it by myself," Gu Hong said with a grin. "By yourself?" Jin Wushuang was a little surprised, but he still nodded his approval. He knew that Gu Hong was powerful enough to destroy a group of Eternal Realm experts. At that moment, he even mourned for the people in the assembly site that Gu Hong was going to visit. Having arrived at a plan, Jin Wushuang started to implement it. Among the 150 clansmen in front of him, some of them were as powerful as Eternal Realm experts at the first level, some of them were as powerful as experts at the second level, and some of them, such as Gu Yang, were even close to the experts at the third level. Should he just tell them that he actually had the bloodline of the ancient god clan, which was why they treated him like their own people? If he said so, the three magnates and other sects would seize him. After all, as a gold-armored ancient god who also had imperial bloodline, he had the highest status and rank in the clan. Those three-star ancient god treated him with respect. As long as he was willing, he could easily set up a baptismal pool or get his hands on the essence blood of an ancient god. This was much faster than waiting for the experts of Firmament territory to enter the Tianqi Mountains every 100 years and fight for them. Fine. If you really can't think of other excuses, make do with this. Palace Master Destruction smiled. The Eternal Zone is so big, it's actually possible that you found a place to hide for 100 years without running into any demon god. Besides this, there is one more thing I must tell you. 100 years ago, Palace Master Xian Yi was enraged by the news that you were killed inside the Eternal Zone. He killed 7 Eternal Realm experts of the Cloud Sea Asgard and forced another 2 magnates, on top of numerous sects, to give out their divine gems to take revenge for you. After all, it was about your death during that time. Besides, it was proven that the Cloud Sea Asgard did send their disciples out to kill you. Since Xian Yi was so powerful, the 3 magnates, as well as the other top sects, could only suck it up and do as told. Thus, if they find out that you are still alive, they will not let this 100-year-old matter down easily. Humph. Hearing this, Jin Wushuang could not help but gave a bitter laugh. He never thought that his master would do so many things to take revenge for him. But after all, this whole thing was started by Xian Yi. He is very capable and will have a solution for it. You don't have to worry too much about it. After we get out of Eternal Zone, you can explain the matter to Xian Yi and get him to tidy things up, said Palace Master Destruction. Okay. Jin Wushuang nodded slightly, but deep down, he could not help being worried. He knew that the others would think there had to be a secret behind him surviving such a long time in Eternal Zone. The 3 magnates and top sects would be desperate to get the secret out of him. The world outside was now a lion's den to him. Desperate times call for desperate measures. No matter what, since I have to leave this place sooner or later, I can't hide from it forever. I can only face it straight on. Jin Wushuang clenched his hands and his gaze flickered. Let's go. After Palace Master Destruction gave his orders, the other masters, as well as Jin Wushuang, gradually stepped into the wormhole in front of them. Finally, Jin Wushuang was leaving this place that he had been staying in for a whole 100 years. He was leaving the ancient god clan. Perhaps he would return someday, but it was for sure that it would be many years later. Chapter 764, Jin Wushuang Returns. Chapter 764, Jin Wushuang Returns. 10 days had passed, and all the sects started leaving the Eternal Zone one after another. The ancient gods who had been adventuring in the Tianqi Mountains all gathered together, ready to go back to their tribes. Gu Hong, the leader of those gods, had a grave expression on his face at this moment. Where is Jin Wushuang? Where is he? He shouted at the clansmen. Before they left, Elder Yi had told him to keep Jin Wushuang safe, as he had a very special position in the clan. At the moment, other than those who were killed by outsiders, all those clansmen who went to the Tianqi Mountains were all gathered here. However, there was no trace of Jin Wushuang. Could Jin Wushuang have already died in the hands of the outsiders? Sir, Gu Yang went up to Gu Hong and passed him a token, saying, Jin Wushuang told me to give this token to you not long ago. Token? Gu Heng's face darkened. He took it and started reading the information on it. He left? He went to the human territory? He's going to return in a few thousand years? Gu Heng's eyes were wide opened. Soon later, he began laughing bitterly. Jian Wushuang might have left in an admirable way, but he was going to have a hard time explaining to Elder Yi with just this token. In the dense ancient forest, outside the Eternal Zone, experts and disciples of the sects in the firmament territory were gathering here, in this place above the void, after exiting the wormhole. Within half a day, most of them had arrived. Among those people, the experts of Cloud Sea Asgard and Boundless Demon sect all looked grim. How many people did Cloud Sea Asgard and Boundless Demon sect lose this time thanks to him? I remember that there were a total of 15 experts from the Cloud Sea Asgard entering the Eternal Zone, but now only 7 of them made it out alive. The Boundless Demon sect is no better. It lost half of its people there. TSK, I really want to know what happened to the 2 magnates there. The surrounding experts from the top sects were surprised, although they did show it. Each sect had their own losses in this trip to the Eternal Zone. Among them, the Cloud Sea Asgard and Boundless Demon sect had suffered the greatest losses. Half of their people died inside the Eternal Zone. As for the Immortal Dynasty, its situation was not as miserable, but it still lost 4 experts. 2 of them were killed by Jian Wushuang. Bastard! The demon gods found out about our assembly site on the Tianqi Mountains. The great elder of the Cloud Sea Asgard, Yun Fan, wore a grim expression, and his eyes glistened with anger. His sect and the Boundless Demon sect all suffered a great loss. However, they could only admit that they had bad luck. It never occurred to them to blame others, much less Jian Wushuang. Just then, a blinding light shone from the wormhole, following which, a group of people came out one after another. Are they from the ancient sect? I wonder if they lost anyone inside. The waiting experts immediately turned towards the men from the ancient sect. When they saw that all 9 palace masters of the sect survived, they were surprised, although they did not show it. Obviously, the ancient sect did not suffer any loss in the Eternal Zone. Soon, the experts noticed the black-robed youth standing beside Palace Master Destruction. He was carrying a long sword. Judging from the youth's aura, they could tell that he was just a Divine Realm expert. A Divine Realm expert? Who is this guy? He is. Everyone's eyes were fixated on the youth. The experts from the 3 magnates, as well as their disciples, all stared at the youth. Their gaze turned from confusion to suspicion and then to shock. Finally, they were all horror-struck. Jian Wushuang. Someone blurted out in shock. Instantly, this fact registered in everyone's brain like a thunderbolt being struck across a cloudless sky. It's him, Jian Wushuang. He is the one who shook the whole firmament territory 100 years ago and was taken in by Xian Yi as his own personal disciple. Isn't he supposed to be dead? How is this possible? How is he possibly not dead? This is impossible. Everyone was stunned. Even those experienced Eternal Realm experts could not believe their eyes when they saw Jian Wushuang standing in front of them again. Jian Wushuang, who was supposed to have died 100 years ago, was now appearing in front of them in one piece. Jian Wushuang, he isn't dead? The experts from the 3 magnates were dumbfounded. The only one who was not surprised at Jian Wushuang's appearance was white-haired Ming Yi, an elder from the 9 Heaven sect. He had witnessed how Jian Wushuang killed An Chao in the Eternal Zone. Hence, he was naturally not surprised at his appearance. Just when everyone was still in a state of shock, Jian Wushuang looked around and took in a deep breath. A comfortable smile widened on his face. After 100 years, I'm finally out. Jian Wushuang could not help but told himself that in his heart. For him, it was really a long time. The clansmen of the ancient god clan had treated him well. He also had the bloodline of ancient gods. However, he was born in the human territory after all. That was where he was rooted in. All these people, Jian Wushuang glanced at each and every single one of them, not missing any of their expressions. Looks like they're all surprised. Jian Wushuang gave a cold smile. Just ignore them. Let's go. Palace Master Destruction. Palace Master Destruction spoke in a low voice, following which the many palace masters of the ancient sect followed Jian Wushuang back to the sect. However, just as they were about to start off, "Wait!" The low voice echoed throughout the place, following which a figure came to stand in their way. It was an old man with a youthful face. The moment he appeared, his aura suppressed all the others. "Jian Wushuang, where are you hurrying to?" The elder asked in a casual manner. However, his sharp eyes targeted Jian Wushuang. Chapter 765. No consequence will fall on you. Chapter 765. No consequence will fall on you. "Yun Fan, what do you want?" The crowd stood by Jian Wushuang, staring deadly at the elder. "Yun Fan. Nothing. I'm just really curious how this boy, Jian Wushuang, managed to walk out of the Eternal Zone alive after staying inside for 100 years. What a strange thing, isn't it?" Yun Fan answered with a smile. "Strange thing? Indeed." The Firmament Territory had been in the Eternal Zone for a long time. During those years, the experts from the Firmament Territory would enter the Eternal Zone once every 100 years. After all their expeditions, they have already affirmed a fact. Anyone would die if they did not leave within 10 days. However, Jian Wushuang proved this wrong. This boy is the only one so far who has made it out alive after 100 years in the Eternal Zone. There must be something behind this. The surrounding experts' gaze became frenzied as they looked at Jian Wushuang. The Eternal Zone was a land of both opportunities and dangers. The ancient God clan, which lived in the Eternal Zone, was very unique. Although the experts from the Firmament Territory had adventured into this land countless times, they only managed to attain a small fraction of the opportunities. However, they were still kept clear of the real big opportunity, the real big secret that was hidden in the Eternal Zone. They had been dying to attain the real big opportunity. However, none of them was powerful enough to battle the ancient God clan. There were once 2 Dao Masters from the Firmament Territory who also wanted to venture into the deepest parts of Eternal Zone, where the demon gods' so-called tribes were located at. However, once they entered the Eternal Zone, they immediately encountered some of the 3-star ancient gods. Their adventure ended with them running away in a hurry. For so many years, they knew that the Firmament Territory could be a huge treasure on its own, but it was one that they would never attain. All that they could get were the insignificant baptismal pools and essence blood of demon god. Seeing that Jian Wushuang made it out alive, they saw hope. Jian Wushuang noticed the fervent gazes on him, and he was not surprised. He poured out the words he prepared in advance. 100 years ago, I ran into danger in the Eternal Zone and did not get out in time. Later, I found a secret place in the zone and hid in it the whole time. I didn't come out even once until several days ago, and I was lucky to meet our palace masters again and managed to leave the zone with them. Hiding for 100 years? Yun Fan raised his eyebrows, saying, "You had been hiding in the Eternal Zone for 100 years, but yet not one demon god found you? And you even managed to find the people from Ancient Sect? Well, it seems that you were really lucky." Despite his words, Yun Fan was not convinced. Apart from him, none of the surrounding experts believed Jian Wushuang's words. Hiding in the Eternal Zone for 100 years. If it was possible for someone to hide in the Eternal Zone for 100 years without being found, all those who had failed to leave the zone in the past should have been able to as well. "Elder Yun Fan, is there anything else?" Jian Wushuang looked at the elder with calm eyes. "Yes, one more," the elder replied. 100 years ago, your master, Xian Yi, killed 7 Eternal Realm experts of our sect to take revenge for your death. Back then, everyone thought that you were dead. Considering that our disciples did attack you first in the Eternal Zone, we did not fight back against him at that time, nor did we continue to harp onto the matter. But now, you turn out to be alive. Then we should talk about how you can make up for our loss." The elder's voice became colder as he talked. "Make up for your loss? How do you want me to do that?" Jian Wushuang asked with a smile. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I just want you to stay at our sect as a guest for a period of time, Yunfan said. A guest? Jian Wushuang looked nonchalant, but he knew it was a trick. Jian Wushuang knew that he meant to keep him as a prisoner rather than a guest. While doing so, the Cloud Sea Asgard would then think of ways to learn about the secrets of the Eternal Zone and ancient God clan from him. What if I say no? Jian Wushuang spoke. If you say so, then don't blame me for being merciless. Yunfan's expression turned cold suddenly. As those words escaped his mouth, he held up his pale hand and pointed his index finger at Jian Wushuang. Immediately, a fully formed substantial wild wind of spiritual power blew violently towards Jian Wushuang. Seeing that, Palace Master Destruction shouted loudly, Yunfan, what are you doing? Don't forget that Jian Wushuang is Xian Yi's personal disciple. Humph. Yunfan snorted and ignored Palace Master Destruction's words. The wild wind did not die down. Instead, its momentum grew even stronger and enveloped Jian Wushuang. Whoosh! The strong wind raged in the sky. Soon, it formed a black light cocoon and enveloped Jian Wushuang inside it. He stood still in the light cocoon and watched it envelop him completely. However, Jian Wushuang did not even struggle. At this time, he took out a messaging slip and sent a message to Xian Yi. Master, I'm back. The message was simple and straight to the point. I see. It's good to have you back. Xian Yi replied to him immediately in a calm tone. Jian Wushuang could not help but feel that something was not right. It seems that Master has expected my return. Did he know that I didn't die? Jian Wushuang shook his head and did not think about it further. He sent another message to Xian Yi. Master, though I made it out of the Eternal Zone alive, I'm in trouble now. Before he could finish his words, Xian Yi interrupted him, saying, The three magnates have always wanted to kill you. Now that you are the first one to come out of the Eternal Zone alive, it is normal that they would cause trouble for you. It would be strange if they do not make things difficult for you. Xian Yi seemed to have long expected Jian Wushuang's current situation. Kid, you've been in the Eternal Zone for 100 years. Your strength must have increased quite a lot, right? Xian Yi asked suddenly. Well, yes. Jian Wushuang nodded repeatedly and asked, Master, why are you asking me this? There was a silence before Xian Yi spoke again. As your master, I know what you're thinking about. What I'm trying to say is, do what you want to do with no hesitation. With me here, no consequence will fall on you. Chapter 766, I Give You a Chance. Chapter 766, I Give You a Chance. Do what you want to do with no hesitation. No consequence will fall. Xian Yi's words were little, but Jian Wushuang could hear his confidence. It sounded as if everything was in Xian Yi's control. With the addition of Xian Yi's mysteriousness and overbearingness, those words gave Jian Wushuang an enormous boost in confidence. 100 years ago, the seeds of the grudge between him and the three magnates had been sown when they attacked him. Until now, Jian Wushuang had always been trying to take revenge against the three magnates. However, considering their enormous strength and long history in the Firmament territory, Jian Wushuang faced many difficulties. During the 10 days in the Tianqi Mountains, he had to wear a mask and conceal his identity when attacking the experts from the three magnates. He did not dare to take revenge explicitly, for fear that his master and the ancient sect would be involved in this matter. He clearly wanted to annihilate the three magnates, but he could not voice it out due to the many concerns. Now, things had changed. His master's words dispelled all his worries, and he now felt supported. Master, I know what to do now. Jian Wushuang nodded. Okay, Xian Yi responded and ended the conversation. Jian Wushuang was still in the light cocoon. However, he now had a grin on his face. This grin was as cold as a sharp blade. Emperor's sword appeared in his hand. All those years of training, near-death failures, as well as bloody lessons again and again. I had no choice but to hide my talents and skills. But today, with my master's support, I'll display all my abilities without restraint, Jian Wushuang thought to himself as his gaze shone fervently. He was a sword cultivator, a peerless swordsman. He was good at using the long sword and immersed himself in sword principle, which he loved. It was a principle that could annihilate, destroy, and tear apart everything. Thus, as a peerless sword cultivator, Jian Wushuang had to be extraordinary. Jian Wushuang's killing intent was blooming while he remained in the light cocoon. His enthusiasm had died down after all these years of sufferings and miseries. There was no other choice. He had just entered the eternal world. His strength was not strong enough. He had to endure most of the time. But right now, he could feel his enthusiasm boiling in his blood. Jian Wushuang even felt that all the blood in his body were boiling. Today, nothing can stand in my way. His loud voice echoed through the skies. It was like a thunder that stayed in the skies for a long time. On the void, after trapping Jian Wushuang in the light cocoon, Yun Fan decided to take him to the Cloud Sea Asgard directly. Palace Master Destruction and the others were very anxious about Jian Wushuang's situation. They tried to intervene but were stopped by the people from Cloud Sea Asgard. Yun Fan stared at the light cocoon flying towards him. A sinister grin spread across his face. Though we suffered a great loss in Eternal Zone this time, bringing Jian Wushuang back will be enough to make up for it. Jian Wushuang, Yun Fan was in a fever of excitement. He was not excited over Jian Wushuang. He was thrilled at the thought of uncovering the big secrets of the Eternal Zone and getting the opportunities. Soon, he could get them from Jian Wushuang. As for Jian Wushuang's teacher, Xian Yi, the Cloud Sea Asgard was indeed fearful of Xian Yi. However, it was not to the extent of being frightened. The secrets of Jian Wushuang were enough to make Cloud Sea Asgard go crazy. They could not bother about Xian Yi at this point in time. Come here. Yun Fan waved his hand slightly at the cocoon. Just as he was going to reach it, whoosh! A bright and dazzling sword light flashed out of the cocoon, blinding everyone. The sword light had an incomparable sharpness and an unexplainable edge. It had shone suddenly from the light cocoon and reached everywhere after the sword struck out and cut the cocoon open. The accompanying ear-piercing sounds it made while doing so were like a peerless swordsman's roars in rage. Instantly, everyone was in distress and started running around. What's going on? Yun Fan was startled. He was just trying to entrap Jian Wushuang, but what was his identity? He was the great elder of the Cloud Sea Asgard, as well as an expert in Step 4 of the Eternal Realm. Hence, he thought that there was no way a Divine Realm expert could break free from his trap, not even those experts in Step 1 or 2 of the realm. However, Jian Wushuang made it. After breaking open the cocoon, Jian Wushuang appeared in front of the crowd again. At this moment, his black robe was billowing even without the wind blowing. Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed, and he had a cold face while holding a sword in hand. Hiss! Faint sword essences emitted from his body. He looked all the same as before, but the crowd could tell, with just one glance, that he was now completely different. In the past, he used to keep all things to himself. No one knew his strengths. Now, he was like an unsheathed sword revealing its shining edge. This feeling, looking at Jian Wushuang, the experts of the sects frowned. They sensed a special aura coming from Jian Wushuang, spread by his sword essence. However, rather than calling it his aura, it was more of his temperament. Yes, that was it. Jian Wushuang's temperament had changed completely. Now, Jian Wushuang was just standing there, not moving. However, he made others feel as if he was an extreme precious sword that could destroy everything in the world. Nothing could stand in his way. Invincible. Unstoppable. This was the temperament that he was showing. The temperament of the sword principle. Yun Fan. Jian Wushuang finally spoke, and his voice seemed to pass through everything before it rang in everyone's ears. Didn't you said that you want to invite me to the Cloud Sea Asgard to be your guest? I will make your wish come true. Everyone present became quiet. Countless gazes were fixed on Jian Wushuang as people listened to him. Make Yun Fan's wish come true? The experts were puzzled at Jian Wushuang's words. In the next moment, Jian Wushuang threw the Emperor's sword in his hand. The sword emitted a chilly sword edge as it headed straight towards Yun Fan. As long as you can take my sword away from me, I'll go with you. Jian Wushuang's loud voice was filled with endless sharpness. It echoed through the vast place. It rose up high into the sky with the sword essence and alarmed all the creatures there. Chapter 767, Jian Wushuang vs. Yun Fan. Chapter 767, Jian Wushuang vs. Yun Fan. The vast place had now quietened down. The experts and disciples were all looking at Jian Wushuang, who was standing in the void, in great fear. They could not help it. What Jian Wushuang said really terrified them. How could a divine realm expert dare to challenge the great elder of the Cloud Sea Asgard? After all, Yun Fan was at step 4 of the Eternal Realm. Out of all the people there, who could be his match? Even Yun Fan himself looked at Jian Wushuang with a startled look, but in the next moment, he started laughing hysterically. "Haha, kid, are you sure you're not sleep-talking? You're just a divine realm expert. Winning you is not even glorious. You know what? I once got a puppet fighter by chance and never used it before. Now, I'll have it fight with you to test its power." After speaking, Yun Fan waved his hand, and a puppet fighter immediately appeared before everyone's eyes. The puppet was covered with purple gems and only had one mouth and a vertical eye on its head. After its appearance, its body began to expand at an alarming speed. In an instant, it grew to over 100 meters tall. It gave off a terrifying aura. What kind of a puppet fighter is this? It's so big, too big. Oh my god. A puppet fighter over 100 meters tall. Its aura is too strong. It's already so far beyond step 1 of the Eternal Realm. I'm guessing it's nearing step 2. The experts of the sects were all in shock. Jian Wushuang's expression remained cold. He lifted his head and looked at majestic puppet fighter covered in purple gems. In the next instant, his body moved suddenly. He was so fast, it looked as if he was teleporting. His figure traveled through the void. At the same time, he struck out his Emperor's sword. Whoosh! The sword light started to shine, and in the next moment, the crowd saw that Jian Wushuang's figure had already moved to behind the puppet fighter. The puppet fighter's aura was still overwhelming, but the crowd saw a clear sword scar on its waist. This scar broke its waist completely, and its body was cut into 2. How is this possible? Yun Fan widened his eyes at his puppet fighter. Obviously, all that just happened were totally beyond his expectations. Before he had enough time to be in shock, he heard a whooshing sound. A figure appeared out of nowhere in front of him. Secret skill, Twilight. Jian Wushuang's low voice rang in Yun Fan's ears. By the time he realized it, he saw a cold sword light lighting up in front of his mid-brows. It was less than half a meter away from him. How fast? Yun Fan instantly narrowed his eyes. He was too close to the blade and had no time to fetch his own weapon. He could only shake his long sleeves violently, causing a strong wind to surge and form into a powerful dragon. The dragon bellowed and charged towards Jian Wushuang with its mouth wide open. Bump! Yun Fan turned into a meteorite, smashing into the ground ferociously. When he reached the ground, he created a huge pit that was 10 meters deep. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang immediately dived toward the pit. At the bottom of the pit, Yun Fan rose up to his feet and took out a black stone staff. However, he did not manage to get out of the pit in time. Secret skill, Netherworld. Immediately, a net of terrifying sword lights covered the pit and fell mercilessly into the pit that Yun Fan was in. Boom! The earth began shaking. Some of the sword light hit the ground and created huge cracks on the floor instantly. These cracks then branched out in all directions. Eventually, the whole ground, which covered a few kilometers, were filled with cracks. Countless blocks and rocks were sent flying in all directions like shooting stars. The crowd in firmament territory were lucky to be standing above the void and not get hit. Bang! With another loud sound, a certain part of the cracked ground sunk in, following which two figures were seen, in the cloud of ashes, running into each other at the same time. Die! Jin Wushuang's eyes were burning with killing intent, and his sword essence seemed to be able to cut the sky open. This shocking sword essence of his was then split into innumerable sword lights which shot towards Yun Fan. Yun Fan's aura rose tremendously at this moment. He spun the stone staff so fast as if it was causing the surrounding air to form a wheel of fast wind. At the same time, air flows were coming out from his body. They formed a stiff air shield to block off the sword light coming towards him. While he was busy defending himself, Jin Wushuang had approached Yun Fan and was less than 2 meters away from him. With the two fighters so close to each other, they had to rely on their near-distance offensive ability to win. Jin Wushuang used to cultivate earnestly during his long years in the underground palace of the 8th tribe. His offensive ability had increased tremendously since then. Jin Wushuang's terrifying near-distance offensive ability was in full launch. He had turned into an unbeatable sharp sword. The Emperor's sword that he was holding onto was a cold and dark sword edge. His body had turned into the sword's blade, and his every move was full of sword light. Bang, 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 bang. Loud banging sounds rang through the skies. In just a short moment, Jin Wushuang and Yun Fan had exchanged over 100 moves. Each of their exchanges produced a rigorous wave that awed all the onlookers. Get lost. Jin Wushuang's roar echoed again in the skies, after which his thighs were seen kicking hard against Yun Fan's back, as if they were a sword blade of a long sword. The terrifying strength caused Yun Fan to fall onto the disheveled ground once again. Bump! Another huge pit appeared. Seeing this, the onlookers were all shocked. Just several moments before, they had thought that Jin Wushuang was just joking when he challenged Yun Fan. However, with one strike, Jin Wushuang cut Yun Fan's puppet fighter into 2 parts. After that, he went up to Yun Fan directly. In just a few moves, he caused Yun Fan to smash into the ground below. Twice. What kind of strength was that? After knocking Yun Fan into the pit again, Jin Wushuang finally ceased his attacks. He gazed down at the pit with a stolid face. Suddenly, a thundering roar sounded from the pit. Soon, the crowd was blinded by silver light, following which a huge figure rose up and appeared before everyone. It was a silver-armored ancient god. Yun Fan had transformed into an ancient god. Chapter 768, The Gold-Armored Ancient God Jin Wushuang. Chapter 768, The Gold-Armored Ancient God Jin Wushuang. Yun Fan had transformed into a demon god. He's the great elder of Cloud Sea Asgard. Was it necessary? He is just battling a divine realm expert. This Jin Wushuang. The onlookers had already scrambled far away from the fight. All of them had an odd expression as they watched the battle. Yun Fan, who had transformed into a 5-meter silver-armored ancient god, stared deadly at Jin Wushuang with his silver-light eyes. He had never thought that Jin Wushuang would push him to this stage. But after the fight just now, he understood that while Jin Wushuang was just a divine realm expert, his strength was strangely extraordinary. Kid, you should be proud of yourself for pushing me to this point, but you should stop now, Yun Fan growled in a low voice. Stop now? Jin Wushuang had a cold impression, even as he saw Yun Fan turn into an ancient god. Well, I don't think so. Jin Wushuang's voice was harsh and cold. As his voice fell, he activated his bloodline power instantly. Rumble, a dark golden light shone in Jin Wushuang's gaze. His body then started enlarging at an alarming speed. In just a short moment, he transformed into a 15 meters gold-armored ancient god. Everyone present was startled by the scene. What's that? A gold-armored demon god. Oh my god. It's so huge. I've never seen a demon god this big before. The whole place was in an uproar mixed with some angry voices. It's him. A purple-haired man from the Boundless Demon sect cried out in horror. His eyes were widened, and he had a fearful expression. His companions immediately looked towards him and asked, Kang Jing, you've seen him before? Yes, in the Tianqi Mountains. He is the man who killed Xia Yuan, Kang Jing growled. When he was adventuring in that mountain with Xia Yuan and Chao and another expert, they encountered an extremely terrifying one-star gold-armored ancient god. Out of the four of them, he was the only one lucky enough to run away. During then, he had witnessed how that ancient god killed Xia Yuan. Before Jian Wushuang transformed, he did not think of him that way. But now that he had transformed into an ancient god, Kang Jing recognized him immediately. He was certain that Jian Wushuang was that gold-armored ancient god he had met in the Tianqi Mountains. His companions were shocked. You're saying that Xia Yuan was killed by Jian Wushuang? But it's impossible. Wasn't he killed by a demon god? It's him. It's him. A purple-haired lady shouted in fear from the Immortal Dynasty camp. Back then, Jian Wushuang had just reached the Tianqi Mountains. His first fight was against the three from Immortal Dynasty. In the end, Jian Wushuang killed two of them. This lady was the one that got away. Now, she recognized Jian Wushuang as well. Gradually, the survivors who had encountered Jian Wushuang during the 10 days in the Tianqi Mountains all recognized him. Two majestic figures were standing far apart from each other on the ground, facing each other. Though the silver-armored ancient god that Yun Fan transformed into was big, it looked tiny in front of the one that Jian Wushuang transformed into. Yun Fan stared at Jian Wushuang with a gloomy gaze. He spoke with an icy voice, "So you're the gold-armored demon god who stopped me last time. No wonder you attacked me instead of the experts from ancient sect." "Yes, it was me." Jian Wushuang admitted to it generously. "Hee. You told us that you were hiding in the Eternal Zone for 100 years. Now it seems like it was a complete joke." Yun Fan sneered and continued. "If what you said was true, how did you get the chance to become a gold-armored demon god?" Everyone looked at Jian Wushuang, waiting for his reply. They were not convinced by what he said before. After seeing Jian Wushuang transform into a demon god, they were even more certain that Jian Wushuang was hiding big secrets. It's the gold-armored demon god. A number of those in the crowd were eyeing on it. All the experts in the firmament territory had the same desire. It could be a big platform for their strength to increase tremendously. However, after so many years, only a few of them had transformed into demon gods. Furthermore, almost all of them only became copper-armored demon gods. Yun Fan had the best luck, yet he only transformed into a silver-armored demon god. But now, standing in front of them, someone had transformed into a gold-armored demon god. How could they not be agitated? Under watchful eyes, Jian Wushuang's expression did not change. He cast Yun Fan a cold gaze and spoke in a low voice. "You talk too much nonsense. I've told you that as long as you defeat me, I'll follow you to your sect. I'll then tell you everything that you want to know." "Very good. I'll show you no mercy then." Yun Fan continued. "I underestimated you just now and let you get an upper hand. But now, things are different. Let me see how much your strength had increased after staying in the Eternal Zone for 100 years. You peerless genius from the ancient sect." Yun Fan continued standing at the same spot. The jet-black long staff expanded in size while radiating a powerful aura. The onlookers all nodded at Yun Fan's words. They could all see that Yun Fan lost an upper hand because he had not taken Jian Wushuang seriously in the fight just now. Although Jian Wushuang had the ultimate advantage, Yun Fan obviously took him too lightly, despite Jian Wushuang throwing him against the ground twice. But now, Yun Fan was obviously going to go all out. "I also would like to know just how strong is the Great Elder of the Cloud Sea Asgard, the expert from Eternal Realm whose powers are officially known in the firmament territory to second my masters." Jian Wushuang's gaze was cold. While he was speaking, the Emperor's sword in his hand had been elongated to 10 meters long and sword essences flew in all directions. A dark golden light was glistening in his eyes. His battle intent was shooting high up into the sky. Currently, Jian Wushuang's blood was already boiling. An angry voice kept echoing at the back of his mind. Fight! 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 His battle intent was surging, and his sword essence was overwhelming. As if feeling Jian Wushuang's inner turmoil, the nearby onlookers all held their breath. Everyone was in full concentration as they waited. The vast heaven and earth were in dead silence at this moment. It was so quiet that even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. Whoosh, a light wind blew past the void. However, this small sound sounded like the sudden beat on the war drum. At that very moment, the two figures that were far apart on the vast ground both made a move at the same time. Chapter 769. A Fierce Battle. Chapter 769. Fierce Battle. Boom! Jian Wushuang was a total of 15 meters tall. He stomped hard on the ground as a bright light shone from his eyes. The cracked ground crumbled apart under his feet. Ashes and crushed stones were splattered everywhere. Jian Wushuang started running forward, his huge feet treading on the ground heavily. He held onto the Emperor's sword tightly in his right hand, and though it did not strike out, the sword essence it radiated disturbed the air ruthlessly. Yunfan charged out as well. He had a grave expression on his face. A vast spiritual power kept flowing from his body to his right hand. The two approached each other at an alarming speed. 1,000 meters, 500 meters, 100 meters, 10 meters, and they finally met. Jian Wushuang held up the Emperor's sword with both his hands. It had already grown to 10 meters long. He concentrated all of his power in his arms. Meanwhile, the sword heart in his sea of consciousness shook wildly and reached the peak of its power. All those powers finally streamed into his long sword. When the sword could bear no more power, Jian Wushuang struck forward, the gaze in his eyes stronger than ever. The first move of Boundless Heaven Sword Art, Annihilation Sword Move. Bang! The sword shadow of Jian Wushuang's merciless move was seen striking out, as the ground under his feet started to crack. When the sword shadow struck out, a groan seemed to ring in the air, as if the place was shivering under the shocking power. It was a sword meant to destroy. It was the first move of the Boundless Heaven Sword Art, the Annihilation Sword Move. The Boundless Heaven Sword Art was a secret skill created by Xian Yi. It was a high-level sword principle secret skill. The first move was already even more powerful than Netherworld, Twilight, and other skills that Jian Wushuang created. When Jian Wushuang started his attack, Yunfan's facial expression showed that he was struggling. Four-beast secret skill, Green Dragon Staff. He let out a low growl and raised the jet-black long staff in his hand. The staff instantly expanded once again. It looked as if a majestic giant mountain suddenly appeared in the void, and there seemed to be a powerful green dragon circling around it. As if it came from another world, the giant mountain broke through the heaven and earth, ferociously smashing everything in its way. Back in the Tianqi Mountains, Jian Wushuang once had an official fight with Yunfan. During that time, he just wanted to cover Palace Master Destruction and others in their evacuation, so he had not made it a life-and-death battle, and neither did Yunfan. But now, it was different. Both wanted to fight until one of them dies. For this kind of fierce battle, they had to go all out. The first move they made was their best move. The crowd watched as the all-destroying sword shadow collided into the giant mountain with green dragons circling it. They hit hard. It was a face-to-face battle. Bump! The huge sound staggered the place. The onlookers all let out a cry of pain. They felt like their ears were just pierced through by the loud sound. The loud bang was accompanied by an outburst of earth-shaking power. The void quivered. A large amount of energy started radiating towards the surrounding like sharp arrows. Bang! 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 Those arrows rained on the surroundings or the ground, and each of them created a hole where it landed. Instantly, the area was left riddled. But at this moment, in the center of the battlefield, Jian Wushuang and Yunfan were seen being blown away at the same time. They were knocked out by the shock, which seemingly turned them into shooting stars. Gleaming in silver light, Yunfan's 5-meter figure was smashed against a hill. Bang! The majestic hill instantly crumbled down before disappearing off the surface of the earth. However, it did not stop Yunfan from falling backward. He then smashed into another hill. Boom, 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 boom. After 5 consecutive exploding sounds, Yunfan finally regained his balance before he was about to knock into the 6th hill. On the other side, Jin Wushuang's situation was no better than Yunfan's. A thick forest was behind him, and there were no hills. While he was sent flying, he knocked down many tall trees, but that did not seem to stop him. Eventually, he thrust his sword deep into the ground and finally stopped 100 meters later. The moment he regained his balance, he turned into a streak of gold light instantly and rushed forward. Yunfan did the same. The onlookers did not even have time to react before another booming sound echoed. Jin Wushuang and Yunfan exchanged a move again and exploded the space around them. Jin Wushuang had a cold expression as he stared at Yunfan deadly. His sword struck out like a serpent targeting its prey, making no sound. Phew, phew, phew. He launched 3 fast attacks consecutively, and each of them aimed at Yunfan's throat. Yunfan, on the other hand, held onto his staff tightly. He swung it and managed to defend himself against Jin Wushuang's moves. Both of them staggered backward at the same time. Yunfan then suddenly raised his head and opened his mouth. Roar! The growl echoed loudly throughout the heaven and earth. The growl was accompanied by a powerful sound wave attack. It went towards Jin Wushuang immediately. Jin Wushuang was too close to Yunfan. He could not dodge the sudden attack. Oh no! Jin Wushuang's expression changed, and he immediately set up an energy shield inside his body with his spiritual power. Soundwave attack aimed at the inside of a body. Yunfan was able to display such a skill due to his intensive study in a remarkable secret skill. The sudden sound wave broke through all layers of Jin Wushuang's shield before striking him heavily like a hammer. Humph! He let out a groan of pain and spit out a trace of fresh blood. Luckily, his body was extremely strong, and his immortality secret skill had improved tremendously during his years in the Eternal Zone. He had completed mastering blood condensation technique, Chapter 2 of the Immortality Secret Skill. As for Chapter 3, the armor technique, he was already at Stage 2 of cultivation. Therefore, his body was stronger than many Eternal Realm experts. Besides, he was a gold-armored ancient god, and they were the most proficient in strength and defense. Although Yunfan's soundwave attack caused him some injuries, it did not affect his battle strength that much. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.